Welcome everyone to the 5th round of the Prague Masters 2024. Amruta, we are going towards the halfway mark of the tournament.
Exactly, a rest day is already approaching, Sagar.
And that's why generally a day before the rest day, the players give all their energy. So I feel this is going to be a very exciting round.
So no rest for them tonight.
Today is going to be, look at them, there, players are coming in, already 2 players. There you can see on the far end, Gukesh and Navara have taken their seats. Nodirbek has arrived and Vidit today not meditating.
Yeah, he's drinking some blood, it seems.
Well, these are the pairings for today. Gukesh takes on Navara, Bartel versus Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, Praggnanandhaa versus Vidit, Vincent Keymer versus Gukesh, Maghsoodloo takes on Richard Rapport. So these are the pairings. We can also have a look at the standings of the tournament to know who's leading. Right now, after 4 rounds, we have 2 leaders, Nodirbek and Parham. Amruta, what do you feel is going to happen today? Nodirbek takes on Bartel and Maghsoodloo takes on Rapport.
Yeah, I do think that Nodirbek will beat Bartel.
Ooh, whoa, that's and he's black though, Nodirbek.
Yes, that's my prediction.
That's a bold prediction by Amruta already at the start.
Richard might beat Maghsoodloo.
So you say both the leaders will today face defeat.
No, Nodirbek beats Bartel.
Ah,
right?
Nodirbek. Oh, okay. So Nodirbek goes into
Richard beats Maghsoodloo. I'm just assessing based on the last 2 rounds, which were a little tough for Maghsoodloo. Gukesh, Navara, my prediction is Gukesh beats Navara.
Oh, today it
with
seems
the white
like you're
pieces.
going for a lot of decisive games.
All 5 decisive, because yesterday we had all 5 draws. So today I'm just trying to compensate for that.
And what about Vidit versus Praggnanandhaa?
The most interesting pairing for today, 2 Canadians we have, Sagar, and this one is
Okay, now first make
You
the
should
prediction.
predict.
Oh, suddenly, out of all the games, I should predict this one. Yeah, Amruta, come on.
That's a task.
Continue your decisive predictions.
Look, my whole prediction is not about the players. It's only about what happened in the last few rounds. So based on that, Prague last 2 rounds has lost. I mean, he did recover with a draw yesterday. But with the white pieces today, he will be in a mood to beat with it. That's what he will be in the mood.
So you're saying Prague.
But I'm not really sure how, because Vidit is playing really, solid chess here. It's not going to be an easy task, but that's what I feel Prague is going to try.
Let's see what happens in this one. And
Vidit
we also
is smiling. Look at that. Why? Why is he having that subtle smile? They're all looking.
I'm also actually curious whom are they
maybe
going to
the
give the
guest.
best
Maybe
game
we
prize.
should look at the chief. Something happened there.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, we had Ozgul.
Oh, Navara.
Here.
Maybe we had Navara winning the... because I see that glass. No, but that's a water glass, yeah?
Yeah, no, I don't know who got the best game award. Maybe it was Rapport, perhaps, who got it, but...
No, how will Rapport get it?
Anyway, all games ended in draws. So, we'll get information on who got the best game award in a bit. But let's focus right now on this board. Parham Maghsoodloo versus Richard Rapport, because Parham is the leader, Rapport is just half point behind him, and there you have the shake of hands, and Parham Maghsoodloo opens the game with c4.
You know, many times chess players try to find some dust or something on the board and they just don't like it. They want it to be removed. It's very funny, yeah?
But Amruta, Parham opens with c4.
Yeah, but why is Richard smiling?
Not so sure.
But he is smiling. He predicted that.
He predicted that he would go for c4.
Then why would he be smiling? Like, his smile says that he's happy with c4.
Yeah, it's actually maybe not so sure, because other games are also not having any weird moves that have happened. He's looking at the big screen there, following all the games. Maybe he's trying to think what is the opening to play today. I think he has to make an inspired choice today, because this tournament overall has been going fine for him. 3 draws, 1 win against Prague. He won his game. 3 draws. We have all the openings here that are there, and we have such a big guest
Guys, any
joining
guesses?
us in the studio, and this is going to be so much fun because he's one of the finest commentators in the world of chess, and we are so grateful that he is joining us today because he is here on a different mission altogether, but because tomorrow is a rest day, he has some time today to join us, and we are very glad. And the man who is with us is none other than, I'm not going to tell your name. If you could just say your first line, people will recognize your voice anyway.
Yeah, hello Sagar, very happy to be here, joining you.
Thank you, Peter. Peter, this is the first time I'm commentating with you, and I'm so happy and excited here. But how is Prague treating you?
Well, Prague is beautiful, and the atmosphere is lovely in the tournament, as always. Yeah, it's really wonderful to be here. The organizers are really doing everything they can to make the players and the accompanying persons feel very welcome and happy. I think that's also the reason why we see the festival growing every year. Yeah, because the people, whoever came here, I was here last year, and I already said goodbye to Bolek that okay, I will come back. Yeah, it was clear, and it's nice to be back.
Fantastic. Well, we want to get your thoughts on the openings of the games today. Let me start off with maybe one of the most interesting openings that we have, choices that has been made by Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Mateusz Bartel. Let's get the board on our screen. Nodirbek is the leader of the tournament. Bartel is currently on the last position. So Nodirbek definitely wants to go for a win with the black pieces as well. And his choice has been the accelerated dragon.
Yes. Well, okay, what to do? Yeah, if you want to play for a win. On the other hand, I'm not sure that you really need to play for a win against Mateusz, because he plays for a win himself. Yeah, so it's I think these are one of these very tricky games when you don't know exactly that what is the right approach. Should I play? Yes, because clearly Nodirbek has the desire to try to create winning chances with black. You know, it was first with knight c3, knight c6, second move knight c6. That's the professional way of getting, yes, knight c6, knight c3, g6, yeah. This is a very important nuance, yeah, very important, yes. Small little nuance. Yeah, let's just highlight this, yeah, that knight f3, knight c6 is played, and so the move knight c3 is kind of some anti-Sveshnikov weapon, yeah. So after knight c6, maybe, because let's just show this to the audience that what we are talking about, that if white plays d4 instead of knight c3, then black can take on d4, knight takes d4, and if now black plays g6,
now g6.
then white can play c4 and we get the Maroczy bind, and this is certainly not a winning attempt from black side. Yeah, this is something that you play with black if you want to be very solid. So it was very important. Yeah, this is kind of modern chess, that every single move order has its own purpose. And after knight c3, Mateusz says, no, thank you very much. I don't want to find out what kind of ideas you have in mind. And then after knight c3, g6, and that's how we ended up in this accelerated dragon. And the question will be, now after bishop b3, because let's get to the position that we have on the board. Yeah, this is all standard, bishop b3, and now it's the big question. Black has to show his cards. When as a kid, I played this opening with black in 94.
You played this opening, yes?
I played this opening with black. Then it was like I played a5. That's what we were taught back then. Yeah.
Because if you go d6, then now you are in dragon territory, right? After f3.
Yes, but there is also one very important big catch here compared to the dragon. Yeah, that now after bishop b3, d6, f3, black plays bishop d7.
Yes.
And when white plays queen d2, black has this additional option of going knight takes d4, which is the accelerated dragon spirit. Bishop takes d4, b5 directly, and then goes with a5, and it's a very direct move pen move line. Yeah, so it's not direct transposition to the mainline dragon. Yeah, so this is very important.
It's not Chinese dragon, right? This one is not Chinese.
No, Chinese dragon is with rook b8.
Yeah,
that's,
right.
But
right,
then okay, if we already talk about the Chinese dragon, then let's get the Chinese dragon on the board. But in order to get there, we have to come from second move d6. from the classical dragon.
So what you're saying is,
Yes.
essentially because white has
Exactly.
spent a move with bishop b3
Instead of queen d2.
instead of queen d2,
Yes.
that's why black gets this additional option of taking and playing b5.
Exactly, yeah. This is very important. Yeah, that's the whole spirit, because as a Sveshnikov player, you would not like to transpose to absolute mainline dragon. Yeah, but then why don't you play the dragon by from the start?
These days,
yes,
no one wants to go into mainline dragon, right, as black, because it is risky.
Yeah, but I will also then, okay, let's just very quickly, because it's anyway classical chess, so we will have time to deal with every single other game.
Yes.
So knight f3 d6. If we already talk about the dragon stuff, let's just make everyone in clear what we are talking about. So d6, d4, so let's go with the main line. g6, bishop e3, bishop g7, f3, cancels, queen d2. No, first queen d2, but okay. Yes, queen d2, knight c6, bishop c4 would be the main line, but one of the reasons why the dragon is not so popular, the dragon normally black plays in order to try to create winning chances to get into this messy jungle and everything, but white has this very comfortable way of going long castle instead of bishop c4, a positional line with a slight pull, and black never really gets those fancy attacking ideas. Yeah, it's like a very unpleasant anti-dragon weapon, this long castle. Yeah, I was all my life playing long castle and enjoying. So please play the dragon.
Why is it anti-dragon? Because I don't get it. Like, I can still go d5 is one.
No,
main
you
line.
play d5, yes, d5, and then I spoil your pawn structure and I will start massaging, yeah, and then
But if
where
I
is the
do
mating attack, yeah? It's,
bishop d7 here?
yes, bishop d7, but then I don't have to play bishop c4. Yes, then I can start immediately advancing with h4, whatever, yeah, it's a whole different story.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is, but because we talked about Chinese dragon, so instead of long castle, we play bishop c4.
Yes.
And then black plays bishop d7. And now, if we would play bishop b3, we would transpose to the accelerated dragon. This is not the same. Then black can take on d4 and b5. It's the same position, but here clearly everybody plays long castles. And then here black has rook c8, knight e5, or rook b8, the Chinese dragon.
Rook b8 has the same idea of taking here, like what we were discussing,
Trying
and then
to
b5,
get this,
a5.
Yeah, trying to get this quick b5, a5. Yeah, it has a completely different spirit. Yeah, so basically, we clarified it. I think now it's clear. We can get back to the games. I think we have tons of action, but that's why I love classical chess. Yeah, because there is so much time also to talk about all kinds of things which I believe are interesting. And now Abdusattorov he's still taking his time, and finally he made up his mind. Yeah, he went for d6.
d6, and Bartel didn't go for f3. He
Yes.
went for h3.
Yes, yeah, this is the solid positional line. When I was playing this, the very first thing that I learned was that black eventually can play knight a5,
Yes.
target this bishop on b3, and after that, often you don't take, sometimes you just keep this waiting, the status quo, and somewhere you go b6, bishop b7. It's a very typical idea.
Yes.
This is a typical idea. Just there was one important game in the World Cup which had very important effect on the whole tournament, because Abbasov beat Anish Giri in the decisive tie-break game in the Blitz game, exactly with this line with black. So yeah, there is a lot of tension, but this is typical
But h3
Mateusz.
means now Mateusz is going to short
Yes.
castle. And then he will go for maybe this f4 move perhaps in such positions.
No, because then you are absolutely justified what you are saying, but you are mixing things up. If instead of d6, because after d6, white has the possibility to play f3 and get into the sharp lines. So often instead of d6, just go back one move. Black plays the move queen a5 here.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
This
is kind of the forcing short castle,
castle.
and then after d6, white plays h3, and then we see all these lines with f4 and everything, but the queen on a5 is compromised. So you see, because of queen on a5, black cannot play knight a5 hitting that bishop on b3. This is one of the key differences. So here already this makes perfect sense from white side. White is pushing, but when he plays here after d6, h3, then basically black has already solved all his problems. Yeah, you don't have to worry about opening problem. Yeah, black is already fine. The question is that okay, it's a complex positional strategical middle game position. with roughly equal chances.
But don't you think we can now go and win this bishop? Like, as
Yes.
black? It's normal, yeah? You
Well,
can,
I told you, yeah, that I was doing this and then taking and going for this b6. Often bishop is and queen d7. The queen actually ends up often on d7 because it will feel very comfortable once we eliminated the light square bishop. So
Nice.
not to step into knight d5, knight db5 ideas.
Okay, so this looks actually very good for Nodirbek. Yeah, from an opening perspective, he seems to have got a nice fighting position. It's good.
Yes, on the other hand, okay, look at Mateos' clock situation. Mateos is not impressed by the choice. Yes, okay, you are very clever, congratulations, bravo, but this is still part of my plan. That's what Mateos is probably indicating by playing it quickly. And if you play like this, I think it's very important to play quickly, that you give the impression on your opponent that you know what you are doing. Yeah, that Nodirbek he's now behind the clock. Usually Nodirbek is someone who is blitzing his moves. He tries to put pressure on the opponent right from the beginning. So I think that some mind games are now involved here.
You know, Peter, before we go to the next game, I would like your thoughts on Nodirbek, because he's reached world number 8. He's 2758 now. We were at Weissenhaus, where he played like a great rapid playoff with chess 960, where there's no theory. Here, when theory is involved in classical chess, he blitzes out his moves. It's like so impressive, yeah, this boy.
Well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I played with him 2019 in Biel, and back then I think he was like 17 or no 17, maybe 16. He was about to become 17. I'm already losing the count. Doesn't matter. He was extremely young.
2019 means he's 15 because he's
Yeah,
born
then
in
he was
2004.
okay, but okay, he was already very strong. Okay, that's why I'm confused, because okay, he had to be 17 the way how he played. But okay, it doesn't matter. The point was that his rating was 2596. He was included in the tournament because he's a very promising youngster and everything. And what he was doing in the tournament, and then the organizer said, yeah, we are very happy that Nodirbek is here and then he can break 2600. I said, no, forget about this. When is he breaking 2700? That was the only question in 2019. So that by the time we are now writing 2024, we see him at 2750, I don't know what exactly, on the number 8 position. That's, I would say, kind of the natural things
progression.
From what I experienced. Because let me just tell you a few things about my game against him. So I ended up getting a very nice grip on his Queen's Indian from the white side. I put tremendous pressure. In fact, I was already looking for ways to how can I win by force. But I knew that he's very strong. So yeah, he was also playing very well the game, but I somehow tricked him in the opening. And he was fighting. He was fighting and I couldn't finish him off. And then at some point I made a mistake. Yes, I was low on the clock, but okay, now finally he survives. And kind of I offered him a draw. And he even looked at me, you know, with this stare, and he immediately refused the draw offer. Like, okay, but you were so happy that...
The famous Nodirbek stare.
Yes, and you know that, okay, he was 15 or whatever, but he was not only so young, but he was under tremendous pressure. Yeah, I was already very angry, very upset that he survived. And then I offer him a draw and he refuses within a second, and he forces me to make some 10 very precise moves to make a draw. Wow. You know, at that moment I felt like, okay, he not only is a great, he has also this character, yeah, this incredible fighting spirit that I have the slightest chance, no matter if my opponent is famous or great player and he has played the good game, he just made one inaccuracy and now I have a chance. So that's why I say that everything is natural for me, that he keeps on improving beautifully.
This is so apt that what you have mentioned, and I think Amruta, we also felt it at the World Rapid Championship where he became the world champion. When he got a small advantage with Magnus, he kind of ground it out there. No thoughts of draw. He's like, I will beat him, and then he became the world champion there as well. So
World Rapid, no?
World Rapid champion.
World Rapid, okay, but the story is a little bit tricky. This sounds too simplified. because I was commenting this tournament also, and I was following the game. Magnus actually with the black pieces beautifully outplayed Nodirbek. So actually he got a lovely position from the black side. He was dominating and everything. So Nodirbek, true to his style, is fighting like a lion to stay in the game and everything. Then at the moment when Magnus made a mistake, he lost the control of the game, then suddenly again we have seen exactly the same Nodirbek's character.
Yes.
That he was already not intimidated that this is Magnus or not. I have a chance. This is the position I can play, and no matter who is sitting opposite to me, already back then he was there, and he was 17 when he became. Yes, exactly. He was 17 in 2021 December, the World Rapid, then champion, beating Jan Nepomniachtchi in the Blitz playoff. Yes.
Right.
That kind of changed his career trajectory in a big way, actually. Though he was
in
upcoming
Uzbekistan, he was recognized a lot after it. Of course, he was anyway rising up.
Yes.
But
but it helps, then winning the Olympic Games also and so on, with the national team. It's also sensational stuff, that we are seeing chess developed everywhere. And I do remember that when I played in Tashkent, I only won once in Uzbekistan in 2012 for the FIDE Grand Prix. And already back then one could feel that this chess academy was just established, and already there was a very clear vision that we want to do something very special here, and we see the result.
Yeah, I think Kazim Janov is one of the main people behind chess in Uzbekistan, and now Nodirbek, and they have like a huge talent pool coming up, so it's exciting to follow them. But talking about this dragon, if we go to the game of Vidit and Praggnanandhaa, it's like a reversed position we have.
Well, this is again modern chess, but there is, every single game has so much soul, and this is why I also love the commentary, that it's not about just we are watching some move, something is happening, but basically it's kind of a language, every single move and every single move of a player, of the character, knowing him and knowing his opening repertoires and fighting against the opponent who also knows so much, it's like a dialogue, every single move, like Praggnanandhaa going for c4 against Vidit. What does it indicate? Usually he plays e4 and d4, and now today against Vidit, he opts for c4. Very interesting.
Maybe he just is telling Vidit that I don't want a very theoretical battle with you. I respect your prep. Let's have some. Okay, I mean,
maybe
English.
he's avoiding the candidates' preparation. I think that is really hard, right, for them to choose openings against
That's
these
also a
three
nice
players.
point, because they will face each other in candidates twice.
Yes, there is also the other factor, that whenever you are before candidates, and then you are kind of making up your mind about the exact scheduling plans and so on, that how much training camp, how much preparation, and no matter what you choose.
One more, visa.
Yes.
Whether you will get the visa or not.
Okay. Hopefully it will be resolved. I'm completely sure that it will happen. But here the point is that then if you are in the middle of the preparation and you feel like, yes, let me play, because it would be so important to get practice and practice on the highest level, because people might be asking also, all right, you don't want to reveal your preparation, then why don't you invite some player at home and play secret training matches? But you can never, ever really bring back the same atmosphere as during a chess tournament where the rating is on the line, hundreds of thousands people watching you, following your games. At home, it's a completely different surrounding. Yes, it's good to practice some opening with someone maybe, but also in modern times there are so many things to take care of that it's not like in the old times that, okay, now I'm prepping some new opening and then I will analyze it for 2 weeks, then let's play one more week training games. There is no time for this anymore. This is the old traditional way. I love to do that. It was like my way of thinking. But also in our times, like some 20 years ago, it was kind of common knowledge that, okay, in order to learn a new opening, you need some 2-3 months. And then you have to get practice, and only after you master it. Yes. Now, thanks to computers, this has changed completely. That like in sometimes if you feel like I have 1 week, let me learn a new opening. And you already, if you don't do it, you feel like I betrayed myself. That I had a week of time, I could have learned something
But still, do you think that 1 week of time is enough to get the sense of it? Like,
But that's why you also have to be one of the best players in the world, yeah? So if you are one of the best players in the world, then it helps, yeah? If you are just a normal person, then one
Not
week...
for you or me, Sagar,
Yes,
but for the elite level it works.
Yeah, I actually had a question related to modern day prep, and I wanted to ask you your thoughts on it. Is it true now that modern day opening prep is all about going with these one game ideas, many of them, rather than actually developing schemes, which used to happen back in the day?
Yes, well, I think I would say that ideally you should be able to do everything, yeah? And this is kind of, I think that whoever is like number one, like now Magnus Carlsen, is so special about, yeah? Because he decides what he does, yeah? Because he knows basically everything about chess, every single opening, every single move order and so on. And then he's also, based on his opponent's characteristics, the way how he feels them that they don't like this or that type of structure, he can then make up his mind and then go that, do I target him in move pen, move line? Do I just forget about so-called direct confrontation in the opening, but I try to get a position against this person, particular person, because he doesn't like to play such type of position? Yeah, he has the weapon, the whole arsenal of weaponry that he can choose from. Yeah, and this is incredible amount of work and time till you build. Yeah, this is, for example, what the younger players still cannot have.
Right.
They are still building. Yeah, they are still learning with every single game, with every single day of training. Yeah, they are getting more and more knowledge. But in order to have this absolute total package, that really requires tons of time.
Got it. Okay, so Vidit goes for the reversed Sicilian or c4 e5,
Yes.
knight f6, knight f3, knight c6, g3, and we have the main line. And you know, everyone used to go knight b6 here, but all of a sudden this move bishop c5 has started to gain so much popularity.
Well, it was Grishchuk against Teljanov, I think Geneva FIDE Grand Prix 2017. It was bishop c5, the day, yeah, that was the very special day when things changed. Yeah,
Really?
That suddenly bishop c5, and Grishchuk also went on to win that game against Teljanov. Yeah, that also had a psychological effect.
With black?
With black, and he
Wow.
also explained, yeah, that now I'm playing the reversed accelerated dragon stuff, you know, but I'm not playing for advantage with black. Yeah, that's the difference, because in Bartel's case, and it will be very interesting to keep an eye on both games later on how things will develop, because here we will see this very important psychological factor. Yeah, that sometimes the same position with tempo down is better because you are not playing for advantage. You only want to stabilize your position. You are only playing for equality. Yeah, to block your opponent. While when you have the tempo up, but you have the white pieces, you feel obliged to try to create something. But sometimes the position actually helps you to stabilize, not to create something. Yeah, so this also, for example, the true art and true mastery like Grishchuk showed that he had this sense that, okay, hang on, come on, in this position, maybe this factor outweighs the other one. Yeah, so that's why I just feel like, okay, chess is always so fascinating, because every single small nuance has so much history.
Wow,
Absolutely.
amazing memory Peter
Yes.
has, Sagar, and I just pulled out the game.
Oh, you got the
Pavel
game as well.
versus
You have it,
Grishchuk,
yes.
Wow.
where after bishop c5, the annotation went as, it's amazing how Grishchuk constantly comes up with new ideas. This move has been played many times already, but the strongest player who tried it was 2200, after which it mostly happened in beginners games. There were some recent correspondence games which Grishchuk probably used to find it. He's trying to play the usual bishop c4 line
Nice.
that white plays.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Because there is also one very interesting moment, because here in the comments people mentioned is that, aha, we are praising Grishchuk, but already 2200 players have been playing it, so why are we not praising the 2200 players? Well, the point is that they are doing this by accident without knowing what they are doing or why this is so important, yeah? And that's why people, whenever they see and they don't get really the idea, yeah, then, okay, people just abandon it. They don't believe in it. But if Grishchuk does it, and then you understand that there is a whole purpose, whole concept behind it, then automatically you are, wow, okay, let me check it. Yeah, there is something to it.
Beautiful. By the way, for our viewers here who are sitting here, the knight always used to move away because of some discovered attack. So a question to all of you, why does knight what happens after this move? And maybe Peter, they can answer and you can tell them what exactly. So what would be the best move for black here? Because now if you take back, suddenly the knight on d5 is hanging. And by the way, all the people who are watching this in Prague at Hotel Don Giovanni, you can actually come in and you can follow all the action live. You can follow the commentary live. So don't miss this opportunity to come in and enjoy this festival.
Yeah, well, it's also very funny that you mentioned the move knight takes e5, like, yes, it's like a tactical trick. Yeah, and then what happens, but I believe that it happened in one of Magnus's games already.
Wow.
And now it's tricky because here it's open, but I remembered exactly that it was Artyom
We
against,
trust you completely.
against Magnus. Yeah, because it leads to this, I don't want to spoil then the first move because maybe the public still wants to answer it.
Does anyone want to try?
Black's best move here, because all other moves kind of lead to a inferior position. So what's the only move for black? Queen f6, but then I can just at least go back with my knight.
Not only at least, we have to, yeah?
Oh, we have to, yes, there's no other. I just thought maybe there would be.
Intuitively, you thought the right way. Yeah, knight f3, and thank you very much, you won the game already. Yeah, you won a central pawn. So be careful. But just to highlight that queen f6 was a very tricky move because it was setting queen takes f2 checkmate.
Yes.
Yes, so your intuition was spot on with knight f3, just protect.
Right. So maybe any other move if you would like to guess, because now your knight is hanging, so you can't do much anyway.
Does knight, I mean, I don't know, but I was just thinking to move the d5 knight so that I get later queen d4 ideas. So knight db4 with bishop f5, queen d4. But I don't know if it is too slow.
Yeah, but then it's not forcing. Yeah, then again, white gets an extra move to handle the situation. And one also has to say one more thing to add to all this discussion, that this knight takes e5 move and the following reply is kind of a very typical way of the accelerated dragon. You always have to watch out for, yeah, that sometimes from reverse side, black is starting to equalize like this. Here in this case, white is fighting for advantage. So how do we deal with this problem? We have a hanging knight on d5. How can we deal with without losing a tempo?
Yes. It's quite,
not easy.
now,
So
now there are a lot of hints.
all.
Go for it. You can just shout out. Yeah, anyway, it's even if you say something wrong, it's not like the camera is on you. So no one knows. No one knows who said it.
That is the reason.
So okay, I'll take this one. You have to sort of take here. Yes.
Knight c3, but what if d takes c3?
Then already the knight on
knight
e5
e5.
will be hanging. Yes, it's very simple. So white is forced to take on c6, but
with
actually,
knight c6.
But with the knight or with the bishop?
well, I think with the bishop, because if you take with the knight, then queen f6 could be very unpleasant. Yeah.
Now you don't have knight f3.
Yes.
Oh, this is a great trap now.
Yes.
Wow. So you have to take with the bishop.
You have to take, because if you take back, then also you are losing the knight on e5. So yes,
Right.
you have to
So
take.
take.
Now white takes b takes c3, and I think this was the RTMF game. Queen d5, I believe, hitting the knight. Knight f3 retreats, and then bishop h3, and then it stops white from castling. Then white has the move of queen b3. I believe this is also what happened in that game, and then black can play this bishop g2. There is some mysterious line with being pawn down, but white's pawn structure is compromised, and the computer gives it as absolutely fine for black.
Oh wow.
So
This is the reason why white cannot take knight takes e5 here
You know,
if he
Sagar,
wants to
I
fight.
feel like calling Peter mega database. Only thing you cannot buy, but mega database. Yeah, it's amazing.
But I'm not playing this opening, not with white, not with black. I don't like it, but okay,
Still so much knowledge.
as a
Wonderful.
chess player, of course, I feel that it's my duty to know, even if I don't play it. Yeah,
Sure.
it's normal, and I'm following every single game, what is being played on the highest levels.
And
so-
also you are the trainer of one of the most rising talents whose game we'll come to, and
Yes.
there we'll talk more about it. D3 here played by Prag, castles by Vidit, white
Bishop
plays bishop D2. Maybe a small nuance, yes, here.
Yes, yes,
Not going castle directly, playing bishop first. Perhaps that little, I think Amruta has not played in too many games, yes? Bishop d2.
Yeah, I mean, I have
No
liked
good
database, I've
players.
not-
have
No
played.
good players played it.
And
But
actually the main move is castles here. 100 plus games with castle. So Prag playing bishop d2 has put Vidit a little bit off guard. You know, he's taken a lot of time.
no, this I wanted to highlight from the beginning, that actually Vidit is taking his time right from the beginning. So actually one c4 was definitely a surprise.
Yeah.
And it was basically clear, like over the board decision by Vidit that he opts for this line. Clearly if I know it, he knows it even better because he is a full-time professional at this moment, and he plays also c4 with white and everything. And I kept an eye on his clock management, and he already spent like 15 minutes just by reaching the standard position. So he was making up his mind for almost every of his decision. And now bishop d2, knight f6, a3 played. So Prague still refrains from castling.
Yeah.
I think it's also connected now with psychology, because first of all it's probably his prep, yeah, because otherwise he would not be blitzing out this move order. But now if it's prep, it also makes so much sense because you feel like your opponent is burning time on his clock, showing some uncertainty, and then you are very tempted to play something new so that your opponent will have all the reasons to think some more, yeah?
Yes. So this looks a little scary for Vidit, right now. I mean, maybe too early to say, but already it feels like the game could go slightly in Prag's favor for now. Of course, Vidit might be prepared and is just remembering his analysis. It's also possible.
But still, it's a little bit of a surprise, right?
Yeah.
Surprise element, and psychologically a lot of things going on. What do you think, Peter? Like in this kind of a situation, you are 25 minutes down in the opening, you didn't expect c4. How would Vidit be feeling?
Yeah, well, it's the worst thing is when you are spending time, I know this from myself, yeah, that deciding over the board what to do, and then you decide on something, and then you think like, all right, so you convince yourself, okay, I'm going to play this type of structure. Yeah, he plays the move h6, it's always natural. And
Doesn't this drop a pawn?
no, okay, because after b4
he goes bishop d6.
he can also go to d6, yes.
That's the point, because if he went here, then b5 and...
No, but also taking this pawn is very dangerous. Then knight d4, knight e5, rook e8, and this looks very scary.
Aha.
This can be also even
This
bad.
is very dangerous. Okay, so maybe Vidit is not even afraid, but Prag goes b4 anyway.
Yeah, and bishop d6, yes.
Oh, he goes bishop d6 now,
Yeah,
not
he
b6.
goes- no, because bishop b6, he's probably thinking later about knight a4, targeting that bishop and so on. It's not about the pawn immediately. But yeah, basically this knight f6, h6, bishop d6 is a very solid kind of development. On the other hand, Prag can say that, you know what, I achieved something. Maybe objectively it's absolutely nothing, but anyway in this opening there is no advantage. Yeah, it's a rock solid system for black, that's why it is also so popular. Just getting a playable position, yeah, and time advantage, it's already the maximum that you can ask for in a modern chess game when playing against a player like Vidit, yeah, who is
True.
extremely well prepared everywhere.
Right, okay, so we'll come back to this game at some point later. Let's go to the game of Vincent, who is, oh my god, look at the number of moves that have happened here, and we must tell everyone that Peter is here not as a commentator, he's just joining us today, he's here as Vincent's trainer. Peter, if you could tell us what is happening here. We are not going to ask you if this was prep or something, but let's go through this game.
Yes. Well, I mean, okay, I have to say one thing. You remember I revealed already in the pre-tournament interview that I believe that Guyan has fantastic preparation. Yes, that he's very well prepared. He has a very solid repertoire. So basically, making up your mind what to do is very tricky and difficult. Clearly, you are hoping to get a full-fledged fight, but it's not easy, and it's kind of clear that now c5 is this is the Tarrasch. Yeah, this is like the modern Tarrasch. c5, which has, let's just go back one move, so that after c5, c takes d5. knight takes d5 used to be the classical semitarash. This was called semitarash e4, knight takes c3, b takes c3, which had a very solid reputation, but it's a very interesting middle game position. But then suddenly, like 2-3 years ago, c takes d5, c takes d4 appeared, and queen takes d4, e takes d5, and this is like the nightmare of everyone.
This is like the Berlin for d4 players.
Exactly. And then it almost got to such extremes that you started questioning that do you have the right even to play third move, knight f3, d5, knight c3 or not? Yeah, which was always like one of the most ambitious ways of fighting in modern chess. It caused me a tremendous amount of headache in all times I was playing the Queen's Indian and so on, not to allow this stuff. And Nguyen recently has not been playing c5. He has played bishop e7, the classical Queen's Gambit.
Right.
Yeah, he plays the classical Queen's Gambit. And now exactly against us, against Vincent, he plays c5. This is not friendly.
But then
not friendly at all.
Vincent goes e3 and he says, let's have a fight.
Yes, okay, but
This is,
you know, it's emergency. Yeah, this e3, nobody wants to play this e3 so much, but okay, what to do? Yeah, you want to fight, you want to keep pieces. The only problem is that, for example, e3 was kind of fresh 3 years ago. Yeah, but because knight became one of the main weapons, yeah, you cannot really claim that e3 is really let me fight after e3 because there is so much theory involved. So let's see how the game.
But now we are in Queen's Gambit accepted territory.
Yeah,
right?
with the knight on c3 committed already.
But now Vincent says,
But Sagar,
I'm going to take advantage.
one
Yes.
interruption. Vincent has played a few games with c takes d5 already, just to inform you about that.
Yeah, also with
very-
white and with black, of course, yeah.
With black also. Cool.
With black also, yeah.
So
Okay, all the world is playing this. Yeah, it's,
All top players are going to play this line. But e4 really surprises me. It feels like yesterday's game of Prague. You go d6
D6,
and then d5,
D5.
which was, of course, way different. But here, with all, like you could do so many more things, right? You could castle here, you could play a4, you could move your bishop. He goes for e4.
Yes, okay, this e4, again, some 5 years ago, one would have been shouting with this excitement like you did that, wow, e4, this is sensational stuff, but unfortunately it's not a novelty anymore. Yeah, it was, I remember I was one of the first people also who noticed that e4 is possible and it was not yet played.
But look at Peter, it's just like
Yes.
8 games only.
Yes, but
So-
I know it since 2018, yeah, so ever since 2018 I had it on my radar, this e4, but again I'm not playing this with white and not with black, but just out of curiosity I was making an overview for myself about certain openings, and I spotted that this e4 actually, and it can happen from so many different move orders, yeah,
Yes.
this e4 stuff. But already also Vincent had it exactly against Sarana. It had a very unpleasant memory. Yeah? The reason why we kind of can forget about this game quite quickly are the game between Vincent and Sarana from Reykjavik 2021 European Championship, because finally Vincent anyway had a wonderful event, took second place, maybe when he shared, I think he shared first, but yeah, he in any case was second. It was one of his biggest successes. But it started with a horrible loss in games against Sarana because he was playing it, but Sarana also knew already back then the antidote, and then Vincent was risking too much and finally went on to lose a very good game by Sarana, not by Vincent. Vincent then blundered. So the big question is, however, that how deeply Nguyen is prepared. Yeah, that is he now suddenly surprised? And I'm looking at the clock situation. Yeah, so yeah, Vincent is up on the clock. On the other hand, let's just compare the game. I have the feeling that it follows exactly the same pattern. Yeah.
Bishop e3, bishop b7.
94.
They, I think, goes bishop b4. Also played, it's just transposed, and then a4.
Castle bishop b4.
Oh my God! It seems like Van Nguyen is well prepared.
Well, okay, he's always well prepared. You know, if I'm telling you that he's well prepared, you see what is my standard, yeah? So basically, I'm not getting fooled by people if they seem to be prepared, but I can judge it nicely that Nguyen is very well prepared.
Wow.
And however, the lines still continue. It's a little bit confusing. but it's slightly.
No, knight
Yeah,
is on
I've lost
d7.
one. Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
yes,
When
because
did
it
knight-
started
this
on
position.
move 9. Yes,
This is the position after move 13. Yeah.
yes.
It
A,
is
B,
this.
A, B, and rook takes 8, the first novelty.
First
yeah?
new move, yeah. Because in that game, knight db5 was
Knight
played.
D5 was played, yeah. And then after rook takes a1, queen takes a1, the queen on a1 was feeling not so happy. This was one problem.
So Vincent actually improves over his previous game.
Okay, yeah. Ask him after the game if he comes that, do you feel like this is an improvement? I think if he will be honest, he will tell you, no, it's not an improvement at all. It's just out of desperation. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure that he was hoping not to get all the way down to this stuff.
But now if we play a move like f3 and sort of solidify this, then the b5 pawn is slightly weak, right?
Yeah, well, there are all kinds of questions, and then you turn on the engine, and then engine immediately highlights some very precise move, and then all this idea that we have this beautiful f3 e4 construction against the bishop on b7. This is absolutely correct, that usually this can give white some pull, but I can also immediately highlight one argument that the bishop on b3 is misplaced. If that bishop from b3 would be on e2, yeah, and we would have a more stable construction, yeah. Then it would immediately, in my mind, be something that, okay, I'm very happy from the white side. But everything is justified by the fact that this bishop on b3 is also out of the game. This f7 e6 pawn structure is very effective against that bishop. So I would take black any moment in this particular position, because with black I'm not playing for advantage. Yeah, if I just equalize, okay, thank you very much. But how do you fight with white for advantage? That's the big question. Yeah, so
That's very interesting point you mentioned, because of the bishop on b3 looks so good, like here pressurizing the e6 f7 points, and then suddenly bishop on e2 actually attacks the b5 pawn. So
yes, and it
also
stops
helps
all this dynamic counterplay
counterplays.
that black might have with some knight c5 and rook d8 pinning, you know, and forget about the weakness on b5.
True, true. So before we go to the next game, Peter, it would be very nice to know in very short, like, how did your association with Vincent begin? Like, when was it?
Yes, well, it's actually a very long story. I don't think that even classical chess is enough, you know, to explain.
We need a long game, candidates, adjournment maybe.
Yes. But the point is that, yeah, it started in 2017 November. I went with Vincent to the under-20 World Championship to Tarvisio, to Italy. He was still 12 years old. During the event, he turned 13. So it was just like 1 week before his birthday that we started working. And okay, we kind of immediately felt like it's a very nice match. Because for me, I already heard many nice things about Vincent in Germany, that there is this promising, talented boy and so on. But you know, there are so many talents and so many people are telling things, you know, that, okay, as long as I don't see it with my own eyes and I don't experience it myself, I'm kind of skeptical. Yeah. So, okay, first of all, also I would like to highlight that, yeah, Germany has supported me tremendously throughout my career. As when I was an upcoming young prodigy, I got tremendous help. So it was always kind of a very much in my heart, you know, that I want to give back something to Germany and to help as much as I can. So this was a wonderful opportunity. So let's try to see how it works. And one of the first things that I did in the first night when we just arrived, and Vincent also had, I think, like a 7-8 hour trip. I was, because it was not so easy to reach Tarvisio, it's under the Austrian border, so you have to go by train, and I was traveling with bus and then train and so on. But still, I was very excited. He was also excited. Okay, so please, I showed him some of my games, recent games from that period, and I asked him that please show me one of your games. So he is completely unprepared, yeah, that it's not like I told him in advance that, yes, okay, we will meet. We haven't even talked before about our cooperation. So Vincent comes, is there, so okay, I'm going to show you this game. And then he shows it, and with such detailed analysis and with so much heart and with so much finesse, you know, I love this finesse, this deepness, that what are the purpose behind the moves, why you are doing this. It's not about some tactics or tricks or whatever, yeah, that he basically showed me that he has all this incredible feeling for all the richness of chess, and he's already very much interested outplaying the opponent instead of tricking him, yeah, because this is one of the most important things, yeah, that the lower rated players, they have this temptation that thanks to some trick I can win a game and like this, but this is one of the biggest self-lie if you want to improve your chess, that okay, with tricks then you improve, yeah, you start to play against stronger players, and everything that you were tricking before will never work ever, yeah, so you can just throw out of the window, you know, your whole work that you have done before, yeah, but if you are fundamentally trying to improve your chess, then no matter against whom you are playing, that kind of knowledge that you gathered before will be useful in the future, yeah. And I immediately knew that, okay, it's fantastic. There was only one thing I was very upset and very angry with Vincent, because we were in two separate buildings, yeah, and there was a big road between the buildings, and it was snowing, it was -5 degrees in the mountains and so on. And at the moment when I called him that, yes, I'm ready, so you can come, within 20 seconds he was already there with his laptop, without jacket, without anything, just in t-shirt. And I was saying, no, it's very nice that you have this enthusiasm, I'm loving it, but please wear a jacket or a sweater or whatever, yeah? That was the only, but it was already clear that, okay, this will be a long, long cooperation.
Wow, what a story. Yeah, it just goes to show how much love he has for chess.
Yes.
And I think the root of all the players who are actually now the best in the world is this,
Yes.
that they love chess a
Yes.
lot.
Yes, I played with Prague in Isle of Man, 2018. It was 1 year after Tarvisio, because Praggnanandhaa has also been
He played
playing
there. He
played
made a
there,
GM nom there.
and he almost won it.
Yes.
Yeah, he
Yes.
was
He was
12
winning,
years
yes.
old. He was 12 years old. He was about to win.
Yes.
He finally lost to Tari. I think he lost to Tari, or in any case, I think
In a
Arian,
winning position, something,
in some
yeah.
bishop c5 Spanish, yeah, Archangel's line, some very sharp battle, which already showed Praggnanandhaa's incredible spirit, yeah, and power and talent and so on, that at that age he could fight in this tournament so well, almost winning it. And then next year I had the privilege of playing with him, and I remember the evening before, I was walking down the promenade. Yeah, it's always beautiful. If it's not raining, it's stormy, but beautiful near the coast. And I met Surya and Ganguly, a very good friend of mine. So okay, so we are talking, you know, catching up with all the life and everything what happened in the last couple of years. And then he says, so who do you play? I say, yeah, I play against Prague. And he, okay, well, yes. And I look at him and I say, I know, yes, exactly. He is good, yes, he is good. So we played that game. I was white, I was playing e4, and I had very good repertoire. So it was kind of the first question that how Prague will kind of survive the opening. He went for the Caro-Kann, and I put pressure. I put actually quite annoying pressure. I put tremendous efforts and energy into that game, because okay, I thought like, okay, I know that he's very good. He will be even better. So it's nice to use the moment. Yeah, you have to establish some, exactly, yeah, some prestige, and he already held. You know, he held. He was able to withstand my pressure in 2018 at the age of just turning 13, or. It was just unbelievable. Also in some unpleasant endgame, he was also handling it very nicely, comfortably making a draw. I was very happy to congratulate him for his well-earned draw, and ever since I'm very much following and rooting for him, because I know that he's such an exceptional talent and player and person as well.
Peter, are you able to identify these talents now through commentating? Because when you play, you can literally sense it, right? Because they are sitting opposite you, the decisions and all. But while commentating also, do you get that feel that, okay, this guy is going to go?
Well, usually the events that I'm commentating, already the players who are there,
already.
it's clear, you know, that
true.
you don't have to be kind of Nostradamus, yeah, to foresee that, yes, we are talking about exceptional players, but clearly when you see it in person, it helps tremendously, yeah, because, but one thing, yeah, if we are already talking about it, there was this moment when the 15-year-old Vei made some I think it was some pause and Scheveningen and some crazy sacrifice, and checkmated his opponent with beautiful, with all this combination, and everybody thought like, wow, you know, this is like I thought like, okay, nothing special in the, because you know, the point is that I know that he's very good. I knew that Vej is very good when he was 12 years old. I don't need this proof, yeah, exactly this proof that people thought like, okay, that's why he's the biggest genius, does not prove me anything, because I know that the younger generation, they are motivated, they are working with computers, yeah, they are checking their repertoires, and if you check with computer, then basically you know these motives. Of course, then you need the courage, everything to play it over the board, yeah, but it was not the reason why I was thinking that Vej is so brilliant. I thought that Vej is brilliant already because he was nicely neutralizing some top players with the black pieces. That was for me much more impressive, yeah, than delivering some beautiful romantic checkmate. Yeah, it's kind of always as a professional you have a completely different vision.
No, that's true. That's true. And I think when you would say someone is a talent as compared to, let's say, just their games which are aggressive, that's entirely different. It's based on much deeper understanding of all the years of experience that go into it. And talking about talents, we have one more on the screen. Gukesh, who's playing with the white pieces against David Navara. And this one promises to be a very creative battle because both are very creative players.
And look at again, 1c4.
1c4.
Yeah, what is happening?
Today is the day of English.
Yeah, did Gukesh had lunch together or breakfast with Praggnanandhaa and they are plotting things? I don't know, but yeah, very interesting.
You,
It's also,
know this, yeah? Gukesh and Prag live just 1 kilometer away from each other.
Ah, really? In Chennai, yes?
Yes. So it's like if you just like walk for 10 minutes, you reach Prag's house from Gukesh. So
yeah, then I would have almost said that before the tournament they kind of agreed that okay, let's practice C4 in the tournament, but we know that Gukesh was in Weissenhaus in the freestyle chess championship, so he was busy with different thoughts.
right.
Ah, wow, and knight c6, queen b3, okay.
What is this queen b3 move?
Okay.
Is it to prevent d5?
Yes.
Just yes.
Yes.
So-
And you know, one of the first times that I have seen it, I think I was commentating in Vaikanze. It was Magnus played it against Anish. He played queen b3 here in Tata Steel. When was it?
Actually looks like
Yes,
Magnus
2020.
speciality, yeah?
Yes, exactly. And the point was, you know, he plays queen b3. I say, ah, wow, okay, yeah, Magnus is coming up with all this craziness. But it has a purpose, yeah, it wants to stop d5. But Anish, like after 30 seconds, like nothing happened, queen b3 was the most natural move in the position. He played g6.
G6. He goes for the other fianchetto.
Yes, he just goes for g6, bishop g7, and he actually equalized rather easily. And ever since in my mind was like, ah, okay, so queen b3, g6. Anyway, Anish, we trust. Yeah, if Anish has played it, it's perfectly fine, so great. So that's how, you know, as a commentator, because as a player I would certainly check, yeah, and then I would have, for example, the computer influence that what did computer say, is g6 the most precise or something else is there, but like a commentator who is already haven't played a single tournament ever since 2020, I have these memories, yeah, these things that, queen b3 was kind of a surprise by Magnus, but actually Anish reacted with g6 instantly and had no problem, so g6 is a good move, and that's it. Yeah, that's how you operate suddenly as a commentator.
That's how you have in your mind based on the results of the game and so on.
And the way how quickly the players reacted. Yeah, if, for example, Anish thinks for 10 minutes and plays g6, I have completely different attitude towards g6, that it was some over-the-board inspiration, who knows if this is exactly the best, but he was kind of surprised and shocked by Magnus's queen b3, but knowing that he was not shocked at all, and g6 was like everyday business for him, signaled to me that he knew it before already that he will meet queen b3 with g6.
But this game witnesses the fianchetto on other diagonal, b6, knight f3, bishop b7, and then Gukesh goes for a3, and I don't know, we don't have an engine running here, but suddenly the bar goes like in black's favor.
Yeah, well, whenever the bar drops, yeah, it basically indicates that there is some move here for black, yeah, and this move can only be e4, yeah. So if you are playing the game and you are sitting at the board, e4 is like a double-edged move, yeah, that you question yourself 10 times before going for it, because first of all you feel like your opponent has anticipated it, yeah, so you are expecting that after e4 white will play knight g5, targeting the e4 pawn, it's kind of vulnerable, then we have to play queen e7, protecting this pawn, and then what is it exactly? White can continue with queen c2, maybe white can play some knight d5, okay, there are millions of possibilities. No, actually knight d5 he cannot, because the g5 knight is hanging, yeah, that's kind of nice. So basically something like queen c2 would be the most natural.
Nothing like c5 was coming, no? c5, bishop c4.
Wow, no, I did not even think about it, because, okay, you have h6 also, you can always kick this knight. Like, how was it? There was this fantastic press conference in Berlin Candidates when Grishchuk was asked, I think, by Jürgen Brüsken, that because he also introduced, I knew Jürgen from all times, but he also introduced himself during the press conference, and he asked that, Mr. Grishchuk, what do you think? This move was dangerous or not? And then Sasha's reaction was, is it your move or computer suggestion? and then Jürgen honestly said, well, it was kind of my question. Then I'm not afraid of it. Yeah, this is how we feel, yeah, nowadays, because engine is really terrifying the top players, because no matter how strong you are, if engine tells you that this is possible, then it's possible, yeah. That's how it works.
That's nice way to say, Peter. You asked Amruta whether it was her move or engine's move without asking her that.
But I see that engine is not turned on, so it's absolutely fine, yeah. So I'm not afraid of the move, but the position is so crazy that if you ask me what's happening, what is going on, I should give an evaluation, I should tell you exactly the lines, then I'm not struggling. So what happened in the game after knight g5, queen e7 was played, queen c2, yes.
And now David long castles.
Wow.
And he gives up the e4 pawn. Now I don't know I don't think it's hanging, right? Because there are all these discovered attacks from the bishop here. Yeah. So we have to be very careful. Like if you take, I was wondering
d4,
if, yeah, exactly, this might be just very, very dangerous.
Yes. No, these are the things, and it could easily be that when Gukesh played the move a3, he assumed that e4 is not possible because he has knight g5, queen c2, and the e4 pawn is hanging.
Wow.
And suddenly this long castle is a game changer.
But this a3 move, like if Gukesh had to calculate and not underestimate it, then he would easily calculate this, yeah, that e4 is very strong that way. So how does that happen on the elite level where they are able to sometimes miss these, things?
Yeah, well, it's connected that there is already no real logic behind the game, right? That with move queen b3, this is a very artificial move, queen b3. Yeah, its only purpose is to stop d5, but you are wasting one tempo. You are also exposing your queen to b3 because usually this queen belongs to c2. Yeah, we also see that after white plays a3, queen c2, it's very much the pause and spirit kind of, yeah, that you want to get your harmony.
Ah, right.
Yes, and that's why the move a3 fits perfectly in, yeah, that Gukesh feels that his position somehow requires the move a3. And there is no engine bar who is telling you that now this e4, which is a very double-edged move, and David has also taken his time for it. Yeah, he was not blitzing it out because it's not obvious. And after long castle, we have a crazy position.
I mean, Gukesh has to do something quite quickly, right? Because if black manages to defend this and kick the knight away, it's a big tragedy then for white.
Yes, well, if white would have time to jump with the knight to h3 and then to f4, it would be all fine, because then the knight would be heading towards d5.
Yes.
But h6, knight h3, g5 will always be the problem, yeah, and then the knight will be sidelined on h3.
Correct.
And that's it. That sometimes only this one thing already cost you the game, yeah. So I perfectly agree with you that it's very vital that now white understands exactly how to deal with this position, because
I want to challenge this pawn.
Knight h3 right now.
Right now. Oh, directly.
But d5 can't be a problem, no?
Yeah, but that's already too deep. Yeah, when you go voluntarily to h3, yeah, then something will happen. Maybe some knight e5. Okay, black has many possibilities. I don't know exactly. It's difficult to say, but it would be nice to find the useful move. But what exactly is the useful move?
I'm actually thinking moves like d3 and f3 come to mind, but they are all like against the spirit, right? White's king is in the center, black is well developed.
Do you want to long, like white, would you want to long castle? B3, bishop B2?
No, but we don't have time for this. Somehow, at least intuitively, the feeling would be first that we don't have time. But of course, if black will have to lose time for rook e8, and then we can develop, and then it might make some sense. But I'm skeptical.
I'm thinking d3.
No. This
is just
knight d4, and then bishop takes g2 resigns on the spot, or not?
Yeah, that's terrible. Anyway, yeah, this is not good. So
bishop e2 just develop, let's say. Bishop e2.
Bishop e2.
Let black kick the knight away.
But then rook e8.
You're not going h6.
Or h6. We can we can
go h6 and then force him to take
and then
play knight d4 perhaps.
And why is the
But this was not so clear.
So happy?
Because now you take and you castle. Because the knight takes cc, d takes cc protects the bishop.
And suddenly like white's position is very cool.
He's winning, yeah, because we won a vital central opponent and we castled. Yeah, so just to highlight that, yeah, what a crazy position. I would be surprised if we would be seeing very quick developments in the game, because this is such a critical. This is now freestyle chess at its best.
Exactly. This is what I felt.
Yes.
When queen came to b3, I was already seeing like b6. Now Gukesh seems out of prep and David as well, and they are just freestyling now.
But here the trick is that David, I think, is the player who has played the most freestyle chess in his life. It's something like 2,000 plus games already.
Really?
Yes, I think he was saying somewhere.
Seriously?
Chess 960.
Yes, in chess 960, in Fischer Random. Yeah,
I thought otherwise creativity on the board in that sense he may, but this is amazing.
Yeah, and look at, Gukesh is also like, in which planet am I right now? Yeah, it's not the usual Earth. Yeah, it's something else.
Gukesh is like, yes, I play creatively, but maybe David was perhaps not the right opponent to try so much. But okay, we'll see.
No, this will be a very interesting game. Somehow, why does it feel like a reverse Paulson? I don't know, but I don't think it's going to be.
No, it's a fascinating battle, especially doing commentary on this game. It's wonderful. Playing the game itself is already a little different story, yeah, because you have to make some very tough decisions, and it's just move on what, 8, 9, move 8.
Intuitively, which move are you feeling? Like, we're not about the engine, but just your intuition feels like what should be the move for white?
Well, the point is that I still don't understand if I should be afraid of this position or not. Yeah, so
but the bar tells you don't be, right? It's equal.
Yeah, but okay, I'm trying to be Gukesh. Yeah, that he's playing the game and he has no clue whatsoever what the evolution bar is saying. He has to himself try to figure out what's going on, and then the reason why he burns also a lot of because he plays from the white side, so he's looking for chances to justify his play. Yeah, it's not about safety or whatsoever. So I'm pretty sure that the first 15-20 minutes are devoted that how do I try to fight for something in the position. If after this 15 minutes, for example, you come to the conclusion, but wait a second, what am I searching for here for advantage? I'm maybe even in some trouble, and I have to think about how I'm holding my position together, or how do I stabilize. Then that would require another 15 minutes of thinking to adjust yourself to the new circumstances that I'm not fighting for advantage. Then what's really happening? Super tough.
Yeah, super tough moment for Gukesh. And there's one game. Amruta,
just one last thing, whether g3, bishop g2, would that be possible, or that is too bad?
But g3 at 6, yes? I guess this works perfectly. And then knight d4 anyway, and then this.
I'm never thinking about knight e4, it's always knight h3 though, because you can't, come on, after g3 you can't take on e4.
Yeah, but after knight h3 we will always play g5, yeah, we just kick that knight.
Yeah,
I mean, we make sure that that knight will never ever enter the game, and we enjoy.
Suffering, let's go back.
Yeah, so
let's come back here, and there's one game which we haven't seen yet, which is Richard Rapport, who seems to have come to this tournament in the mood to play King's Indians. Against Prague he plays, against Maghsoodloo he goes, against C4 here by the way, by Parham.
Yes, no, this is not even a king, it's just that finally transposed to some King's Indian structure, but yeah, it's, I'm not sure after that total nightmare game against Praggnanandhaa, because now people remember it that Rapport won that game, but I'm pretty sure that during the game he already cursed himself like 1,000 times that why did I play the King's Indian, because he got completely crushed.
Yes.
Yeah, that was like really one of the biggest sensations, that bigger shocks that I have seen, that I basically stopped watching the game because I will not be following this massacre, it's finished, yeah, it will be a 20-game miniature. And then when I opened later the computer and it showed 0-1, I couldn't believe my eyes. I was completely sure if someone tells me, I would have said that I never believed that Black has won this game, it just cannot happen, yeah?
True.
But we know that it did happen, yeah? So Richard himself mentioned in that he really feels very sorry for Prague, because losing a game like this, and actually Prague has lost the day before to Parham, yeah, which was
also quite okay for him till a point. And
yes, yeah, but basically because he had this unbeaten streak, yeah, so the streak ends, then you are very angry, then you put all your efforts into the next game that, okay, yes, I lost, but now I will bounce back and I will immediately turn things in my favor. And then he plays such a brilliant game, because that game was like true art. By the way how with the opening he outplayed Rapport, and then also this h4 bishop f6, bishop d3.
Yes.
Bishop d3 was this, you know, when I saw bishop d3 I knew that, okay, this is 1-0. Yes, Prague in his element. And then when you lose a game which you deserve to win, you should have won. These are the most difficult games to digest.
Yes.
Yeah, because
but Prague actually gets over them quite quickly. That's what
Yeah,
today
his
even at the
recovery is,
breakfast
I think,
I met
amazing.
him. He was quite relaxed, and generally after such a couple of bad results, I don't think players like to talk much. They are in their zone. But Prague is.
He has
also
always
told
been
Rapport,
like that.
let's go and analyze, which is also quite right.
In that state where you lose in that winning position, it's very hard to ask to analyze, second game.
Yeah, but okay, we are talking about this incredible, exceptional talents. Yeah, this makes also this whole tournament fantastic. Yeah, that it's not only very strong players and it's a super tournament, but we are talking about the most promising, most exciting players right now in the circuit. Yeah, that we already talked about Abdusattorov. Yeah, this Praggnanandhaa amazing, Gukesh. Okay, Gukesh is it's just impossible. That how old is he? Yeah, this is because whenever you look at Gukesh's games, you simply cannot feel that this is a young player, because it has so much profound, fundamentally so deep and everything that, okay, this is definitely a very well established 27, 50 plus player for already a decade. Yeah, that's kind of the impression you are getting.
But also when you meet and talk to him, you also get this feeling that he is quite profound in general. Like, he doesn't talk much. And
he doesn't.
He's not like a 17-year-old.
Okay, I'm also a tremendous fan of Gukesh. I'm so happy that I was very unhappy, I have to say. I was very unhappy. One of my last tournaments was the Grand Swiss in 2019 in Isle of Man. And I was paired with all the youngsters. First round against Gukesh, then I played against Sadvani, then I played against Vincent, which was total nightmare. We of course did not want to play against each other. I played against Nihal, in every single round, but this first round we played with Gukesh. It was a theoretical clash. I already back then showed the way for Black how to play, compared to the line like Firuzana beat Maghsoodloo in this year's Vaikanze. That was in 5 years ago. I already showed, I was retiring soon after, and I already showed the right way against the 13 years old Gukesh, and then Gukesh was very impressed that, wow, I know theory so well. Okay, I said, okay, well, it could be a little bit naive to think otherwise, right? But and then I remember even we had this comment, and then he said, but how you can remember all this? Yeah, because I was doing all these very precise computer moves also in the critical lines. And then, Gukesh, during the analysis, he asked me that why didn't I play one other move? And it was the top choice of the computer. I was like so impressed, and also this analyzed together with Gukesh, and I just love these postmortems, because from these postmortems you can get the soul of the player, yeah, and his attitude towards chess, his respect towards chess, the way how he's thinking. Yeah, it's for me actually, because I'm from this generation that was raised on Vaikanze. When I went to Vaikanze, I was 11 years old for the very first time. There were no computers, nothing. So my trainer, what did he tell me when I went to Vaikanze for the first time? Peter, when you finish your game, don't leave the tournament hall. Go to the players' analyzing room and just sit there and follow. Yeah, this was it, and I was following, you know. I was following every single analysis, and I was seeing how they are understanding positions, where they stop, how deeply they have calculated. It was like opening a completely whole new world. So for me, when suddenly this new computer era started, that it became traditional that players after the game did not do postmortem, because why to do postmortem? You go back to your room and ask the computer. I felt like something is missing. Yeah, my heart kind of was not getting this pleasure anymore like before that. Okay, because also we are during a chess game, everybody is so concentrated. Yeah, you are fighting against your opponent, but you are actually not fighting against your opponent. You are fighting with yourself, because you are always trying to find the best move. Yeah, that's the way of how you are dealing. So if you ask me, I was never ever even drinking a tea at the board. Not that suddenly I will disturb my opponent, because I've always felt like if I disturb my opponent, it's like disturbing myself. I will also not be happy. Yeah, so the respect is the most important thing. And then this analysis afterwards, exchanging ideas when already there is no pressure. Yeah, that we both release the tension already, and finally when you talk to your opponent, and from your opponent you also see that he missed the same move because it was easy to miss. That's human. But if you go back to your room and you see that computer says something, you cannot reflect. That did my opponent see it? Am I a complete idiot? Or this was really a computer? You know, it's kind of a whole new world. Yeah, it's this human touch is so important for me.
But I still feel that players are enjoying to analyze.
Yes.
Here you could see in the VIP room players spending time, and so it's not a lost art yet. You know, the post-mortems.
We don't know about 8 to 10-year-olds, because they are the absolute, you know, when they started chess, it
But
was
then
with
they
the
listen to
computers.
Peter's commentary, and
Then
then they know
will,
that
they
yes,
have
this is
to go to the
important.
analysis
So
Yes, no, it's very important. It's always very nice. And yeah, Vincent played against Maghsoodloo this crazy game. And okay, there is a 15 minutes delay. Yeah, so in the room you never know exactly when the game finishes. But okay, then I saw that now the game had to end. So Vincent can come at any moment, and he's not appearing. And finally I said, okay, I'm gonna go down. But I know from my experience that whenever I go down to try to find Vincent, I can never find him. I always miss him. So that's why I decided I will stick to my room and I will wait till here. But he's not coming. So I'm going down, and what do I see? That there is this incredible gathering. I can hardly open the door, and Abdusattorov, Praggnanandhaa, Lamy, of course Vincent with Maghsoodloo analyzing, sitting at the board, and some more persons are gathering, laughing, enjoying. Nobody knows what's going on. And then I'm entering, then they ask me that, so Peter, what did computer say?
Welcome to the party.
Yes, welcome. And what did, then I was telling them what computer, what, how, why, and okay, it was amazing. Yeah, these are the things that also give so much joy and happiness for the players. Yeah, and one should not underestimate this, because when we also see that all the youngsters like Nodirbek, they played in freestyle, Nodirbek, Gukesh, Vincent, freestyle chess, Bundesliga, right after Bundesliga continued Prague. Yeah, so basically one could say that humanly they are completely exhausted, because they are playing every single day. But because they are also getting so much joy and energy, and because they love what they are doing, that's why they can still play so creative and fighting chess. Yeah, that they still don't want to make a draw. They don't want to let the opponent somehow neutralize the game easily. Always challenging the opponent to the maximum.
True. And Peter, we want to get your thoughts on this game, but also on Maghsoodloo as a player, because he seems to have sort of become a new person. Yes, recently he's playing so well, so aggressively, so creatively. He always was, but great results. And also about Richard, I think he was a different player a few years ago, and now sort of has become slightly different.
Well, it can happen, but first, yeah, let's go step by step. Yeah, so Parham, okay. Parham is a player who who loves chess so much, and he's non-stop in chess, yeah. And then we hear also that he revealed that yes, now I was working 8 to 10 hours every day because Vaikanze was not going according to the plans or whatever. But I know that this is the everyday life of Parham. Yeah, there is nothing new. I think if he would have been successful in Vaikanze, then he would have found the reasons to work 12 hours a day because I already played good, I want to play even better. Yeah, there is always this.
And he says his aim this year is to win every game he plays. And he says that with a lot of conviction.
Yeah, with a lot of conviction and his attitude. Basically, in his games, you can really feel that he has this desire. Yeah, he goes for the most complicated battle. He never gives the opponent the chance to trade pieces. He's a very entertaining player, but he's also, because of this entertaining style, gives a lot of chances for his opponents, because this is like normal, yeah, that if you are trying to be ambitious and try to get the maximum out of your games, then you are giving your opponent also something to play with, yeah, so it's a double-edged sword. But he's very happy playing chess, and whenever somebody is so happy, then we are very happy if he keeps on improving.
Yes.
And yeah, it's nice to follow some more Parham. And Richie, yeah, now I feel like psychologically is in a difficult situation, yeah, because he climbed with his rating to 2770,
yes,
something like this. He was world number 5.
You would know him very well, right? He comes from the same country, like when he was growing up, maybe.
Yes, well, we did not spend so much time. We did play a couple of team events together. We always had a good relationship, but it was not like, for example, Almas or like this with whom I have spent so much time, yeah, or also Berkes or Csaba Balogh. This was more like my generation. Richie was much younger. And when he started playing top tournaments, then I was already not playing top tournaments. So we were not only finally in Bundesliga. We had time because he's playing for Baden-Baden and I was playing for the other team, Dezau, and we were traveling together. So there we had time to catch up a little bit with each other. So I was very happy for him to keep on developing. But you know, this top chess is so brutally tough. And if suddenly you lose the track, yeah, you lose the track and then you are somehow disappointed, yeah, that you are falling back. Then there are these difficult periods for half a year, for 1 year or things like this, yeah. But basically if you have the class, yeah, and basically when you think about Rapport, then you know that he has the class, then it should be basically just a matter of time before things are turning back to normal, yeah. So this is like a temporary situation. Also clearly he switched federation to play for Romania. This is also a very tricky sport as a Hungarian, for example. In Hungary there is a lot of talk about this and so on. So I don't know exactly how much this influences Richard, but in any case I'm pretty sure and I'm convinced that it's just a temporary thing, and in 1 year time we will be talking about completely different situation.
Amazing, amazing. And we have a fighting position here.
Well, if you look at the games, Parham against Richard, it was also, I think, selected by the organizers as the top board because it's on the main, in the central board of the tournament. The first official move has been played on this move, showing basically tremendous respect for the players that, yes, we know that this is a top game. However, this tournament is such that every single game is a top game.
True.
But I think already there had been many first moves in Praggnanandhaa's game, so I think he's also a little bit feeling more happy to not have always this central stage, yeah, because it adds to the pressure, yeah, that non-stop they are making the first move on let me play chess, yeah.
Right.
That's how I feel about Prague right now. So okay, this is a double-edged complex middle game position.
Yeah, Sagar, by the way, when A5 was played,
yeah,
there are no games. It's novelty and Maghsoodloo was taking his time.
Well, I can tell you that if you ask both players, they would tell you that this had nothing to do with theory. I don't know. I decided over the board to play this G6, Bishop, G7, E5, D6 complex. Parham said like, you know what, I have a playable position. I don't care about advantage. Let me just play. So they are both happy.
Right.
I think they are both happy.
So this game will sort of heat up as the time goes on. But there is one game which I think seems to be very, very complicated. Like at my first look at it, I felt, wow, what a position for white. Look at the rook here. Look at the bishop here for Bartel, putting pressure on e7. But maybe not, the engine is not really so thrilled like me.
Well, you know, it's so funny because when I looked at this position, I looked at, wow, so black has this knight on c4, yeah? that was my kind of first reaction to the position, because the point is the bishop on d7 is a lovely piece. It guards the c6 square. So the white knight from d4 cannot land on c6. This is vital. The pawn on e7 is basically beautifully taken care by the rook on e8. Yeah? And if there would be no pressure against the b2 pawn, or this knight would not be on c4, then long terms white could play rook e2, rook d1, and then double on the e file, and that backward pawn on e7 would be very unpleasant to defend, to deal with. But thanks to knight c4, we are having a direct set of knight takes b2. There is no good way of protecting that pawn.
We have to take the knight.
Well, or you retreat your bishop from g5 to c1, yeah, but then you release the pressure from the e7 pawn. But if you take on c4, you give out the two bishops, and I can take with the rook, hit your knight on d4. And already, if we look at this position, it feels like if someone, then only black can be better. Yeah, that's how I'm looking at this position.
But what to do with this guy? Yeah, it's always under pressure. Queen can't move, and isn't it a little bit?
Well, I would tell you, just forget about this pawn. I think it's not important, because let's just enjoy the pair of bishops, yeah, the benefit of the pair of bishops. Also, this pawn on d5 is vulnerable, yeah, and the light square bishop is nice. You can't really. There is also this question, like if black plays h6, you really insist on going bishop h4, because then maybe at some point I'm going to go g5, and then your bishop on g3 will be already a horrible piece. Then I will play some queen c8, b5, b4, and I might just win the game very quickly, yeah, because there is this tremendous pressure on the d4 knight as well. So if Mateusz is not taking his time, I think he is well advised to do so.
He is thinking here what to do, because as you said, he has an option to go back with his bishop, which does look a little depressing at first sight, but well.
How is black going to answer for bishop c1?
Well, the problem is that because the bishop on b3 is out of the game, yeah, so it's not like thanks to bishop c1 everything is harmonious for white. There is still this issue. If this bishop would be on f3, well, on f3 it cannot be, because then it will be knight e5, but somehow maybe on g2, yeah, some g3 bishop g2 pawn structure, then we would be fighting for the c6 square. There would be so much harmony.
Yes.
And we could be also kicking that knight away potentially with b3 at some point in the right moment. But with the bishop on b3, basically it means that the knight on c4 will always eternally feel secure, and as long as we don't take it, it remains there.
True.
But if we take it, then immediately this rook takes c4 and some problems.
And then this bishop opens up, and this very nice idea which you mentioned with queen c8 or queen c7, b4, you are just getting a lot of play as black.
Yes.
So here we see that Bartel seems to be under some pressure, but this game with Prag and Vidit, actually very interestingly, when we left here, you know what Prag played?
Bishop c1, yeah?
Yes, he played bishop c1.
Okay, because Prag is good, yeah? Prag is good, no surprise, yeah, because he's open-minded, yeah, and this is in modern chess, open-mindedness, you know, not relying on playing some schablon moves, yeah, this is the routine moves, yeah, it's one of the key factors. And here, again, the factor changed, yeah, so if you just go back to b4, bishop d6, because this is a game changer. So bishop d6 is a very solid way of protecting everything, but after bishop d6, it's not anymore the Grishchuk saw with the bishop on b6. This is not the bishop on d6, so the white bishop on d2 has done its job.
Of forcing the bishop to d6.
Yes, forcing the bishop to d6. Also, black has lost time from knight d5 going back to f6, because he did not want to trade on c3, because then white would get bishop to c3. Yeah, so white had this purpose for going bishop d2. So basically, if you are not deep enough, you can think like, I already developed the bishop to d2. Yeah, so I will play castle, and then probably I will play some rook b1 move, yeah, because this is kind of the natural move. But Prag says, you know what, it's a strategical position. I have to understand where do and how do I want to place my pieces. And the knight on f3 is actually doing not that much. So maybe this bishop c1, bishop b2, potentially going knight d2, knight c4, and then also at some point with e3 to protect the d4 square, yeah, because usually black wants to go knight d4 at some point.
Yes.
Getting ready for all this e3, it gets perfect harmony. So I very much love what he's doing, and Vidit's reaction is also kind of understandable, that he immediately tries this bishop f5, queen d7, going for bishop h3, kind of counterplay.
Getting rid of the important bishop there on
Yes.
g2 and rook a d8. This is the position that we have.
Yes, it's a very solid position because Vidit understands that he needs to be careful, and he needs to treat the position in this cementing way. Yeah, he cannot do anything. Yeah, so he's going rook a d8, rook f8. He wants to trade the bishops,
Yes.
and maybe a timely e5, e4, release the tension. After d takes e4, knight takes e4. He will have nice central activity, which will compensate, for example, for his structural disadvantage. Because this, for example, very important to highlight, yeah, that the a3, b4 pawns are taking perfect care of the a6, b7, c7 pawns. Yeah, so these 3 pawns are actually controlled by the a3, b4 pawns.
Yeah.
White has one extra pawn in the center, so-called. That's why I think it's very natural and very desirable for black to eventually open up the center with a timely e5, e4 when he's ready with rook e8.
Right. So black's play looks pretty straightforward here, rook e8 and angling for e4. It now depends on Prag what he will do. Maybe he will plonk his knight on c5 at the right time, trade this. And I'm also keeping my eye open for this rook takes c6 sacrifice if it's there in the air, but doesn't look likely.
Yeah, but that's why rook a d8 was so important to start with, because there is the pin on the queen on d1. So if you play knight c5, then black takes with the bishop. And after rook takes c5, we take on g2. And after king g2, we have e4. And after bishop takes f6, we have e takes f3 check.
In between, yes.
Yes. So we win, and that's why then e4 is basically maybe even advantage for black. In any case, black has no problems. White has to force to draw most probably with knight e5.
Right. So here clearly this position is heating up, and for that matter we have Gukesh's game where
Wow.
Gukesh actually was bold enough to snatch the pawn on e4, allow the knight to come to d4, and then move his queen one square up.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, I was actually little bit thinking about this, but I felt like, unless you are playing the game yourself and you are fully focused, otherwise I might just end up blundering a piece
Yeah.
for no reason. But he did spend a lot of, he's done to 43 minutes. Okay, so he kind of spent almost half an hour, and yeah, takes, and he takes on e4.
He takes on e4. I mean, I think Navara just felt it that if knight takes, then queen d4, and he doesn't have much compensation perhaps for the pawn.
Yes.
And so he went with the bishop.
Yeah, because now queen d4, c5 wins the queen, traps the queen. That's beautiful.
Oh,
Let's just show this.
wow.
Yes.
That's a beautiful queen trap there. So knight takes, queen takes. He took the queen.
Yes, and now he took already.
Yes, he took
yeah.
already. And in a way, Peter, if you think about it, white has got an extra pawn and a bishop pair.
Yes.
If only he could just get his king to safety, he'll be winning.
No, be careful. Not so easy, because black has this normally, yeah, but these double pawns are the trick. Yeah, so black has all these ideas like rook e8, targeting the king. And eventually also I want to highlight that this g6, knight d6, bishop g7, knight f5 kind of construction, this knight on f5 hitting the d4 pawn.
Nice.
Also because of the pin I'm setting knight takes c4, so you have to lose a tempo after rook e8, knight d6. And then I will have this knight f5, knight d4, g6, bishop g7, so tons of counterplay. It's unfortunately not the typical give us the pair of bishops, extra pawn, and we'll take care of the rest. No, this is much more than that. It's probably dynamic balance.
Also, I'm thinking if d5 is played, how should white react
Yes.
actually? Because if you take, rook takes and then d4 pawn is weak. Otherwise, it might also be a good move here, yeah, to consider.
Yeah, but I'm skeptical about d5 because it weakens the light squares. I very much like this rook e8, g6, knight d6 spirit. Yeah, somehow this feels to me like the natural way. Because d5, first of all, I immediately have the feeling that I can never be worse with white, yeah, which is already kind of a good feeling. I always like to evaluate things based on the fact that is there any threat against my position? The answer is no. Thank you very much. Okay, good. Then we take
Safety first approach.
Yes. Then we take it to the next step. Yeah. Then can I be ambitious? Yeah. That's
Right.
the next question. But if I don't see, and for example, after rook e8, this g6, knight d6, there is also potentially the danger that things can really escalate against white because this bishop on c1, rook on a1, they are not also. I mean, nothing has been developed. Let's just highlight all of white's pieces. None of them had been developed yet. And there is this E file open. Only one file is open, which black's rook can immediately occupy, targeting this king. So I feel like basically stabilizing is still main priority for white. Okay,
Right.
in the sense that of course he wants to stabilize in order to also hope for an advantage. Yeah, that white clearly is not running any risks here. Yeah, so. But knowing Gukesh, he wants to get the maximum.
Yeah,
out of the
Gukesh
game.
is like just very ambitious, of course, in this position, and I don't know what setup he would go for, but maybe d3, bishop e3. If he gets these moves, he will be cementing.
Yeah, but just one interesting line that is of course not forced, but it hit my mind, so I would like to highlight rook e8, bishop e2. Knight d6 immediately. For example, I told you that maybe g6, but okay, knight d6 threatens knight takes d4. You play d3.
Yeah.
I play knight f5. Yeah, I hit the pawn. You have to play d5, otherwise there is no good move.
But
now
then you
black has
jump.
knight d4. Yes, that's why I'm telling you. I want to show you. Bishop e3.
Bishop e3 and give the
Knight
exchange.
c2, check, king d2. Yes, so king d2, knight takes a1, rook takes a1, and I was, while we were talking, I was thinking about this position. I was not exactly sure that, for example, if I'm thinking from distance during a game, I might not be tempted to go for this with the black pieces. Of course, it's again very tricky also from white side that do you go for it or not, but white maybe has a bailout between. Yeah, this is only happening if it's like I'm trying to be ambitious. But if you give me some time to go b4, because most important that you cannot trade the dark square bishop with bishop c5, we have d4.
d4, exactly.
Yes.
I was going to suggest this, but
Yes.
yes, d4 exists.
And then d4, b4, c5, and okay, black can be even just lost very quickly. So one has to, basically I think that Navara is not taking his time. He's very much thinking about all kinds of these ideas that should I go for this or should I just try to, for example, get to this d4 square with this g6, bishop g7.
Also
Yeah,
here,
also it is to Gukesh's spirit, right? To exchange, sacrifice, such a kind of. Does it
but I
help
feel-
sometimes that David will be able to predict what Gukesh would be calculating based on his style? Like, though that is not the best way sometimes to continue.
Well, normally yes, but one thing also from these modern players that, for example, I feel like you have been doing commentary with Vishy many times. I've been working with Vishy and playing with him for a very long time. That I believe that our generation, because I consider myself the generation of Boris, Vishy, and so on, despite the 10 years difference, because we always played together, yeah, for like 20 years. And I feel that I myself am also much more emotional as a player, like the new generation, because in our times we developed this kind of intuition for all the dangers, and the computers were not that strong, so we always kind of believed our own feelings compared to computers, while the younger generation is now very direct. Yeah, they know exactly that, yes, sometimes these action sacrifices are possible, but also many times computer says that, okay, it's interesting, but it's not working. Yeah, so they are not that emotionally attached or attracted to certain ideas. Like I noticed this also when talking with Vincent, for example, like this, that, wow, yes, I'm so much more emotional, yeah? I'm supposed to be the calm guy, you know, the old guy with the wisdom and like this. No, but I'm actually very emotional because all these sacrifices, these actions, okay, but this is very interesting. And then we turn on computer and it's 0-60, but I still like it. I still like it.
But
you
I
know?
think, Peter, there is I have not seen a more passionate person like you, emotional, in whatever you do in the chess world. Maybe you have seen someone, I don't know, at the top level. Like, I guess you might be the most sort of passion. Like, when you even talk about chess, it's like your every core is talking about chess.
Yes, yes.
I have not seen anyone like this.
Of course, because actually chess is completely my life. Yeah.
Yes.
So there were also some very difficult periods of times. Yeah, when I had like still 27, 20, 30, but I dropped out of the top 10. And then suddenly, because back now there are much more tournaments, but in like 2015, 14, 15, 16, there was this like there was the Grand Chess Tour, or there was absolutely nothing. Yeah, and like for many, like for 2 years, I was working like 10 hours a day on my chess, finding brilliant of ideas, you know, novelties every single day, 50 novel, whatever, because you are working with computer. It's not because I'm so fantastic or like this. No, I'm of course not bad, but thanks to computer and the way of the art how to use the computer. Yeah, so I'm producing millions of ideas, but I'm not playing in a tournament, and I cannot use them. And then after, slowly, because the top guys are also working in the next couple of years, all the ideas that I have been working during 2015-16 are slowly played, and basically I wasted 2 years of my life for absolutely nothing. I could have just played football, go to the beach, you know, enjoy my life instead of working like 8 to 10 hours.
Football with Magnus.
So, yes, so all these kind of things, you know, and then also you gather all these feelings and everything that, okay, yeah, what is really going on? And then that I started commentating, it was so good for me. I was, and Sophie was also, okay, if you are so happy when you are commentating, then commentate, then don't play, you know, because Sophie knows exactly that if my wife, yeah, that if I'm playing, then I'm a completely different person. You cannot talk to me, I'm very tensed, there is no advantage, yeah, or if I'm black, okay, I still have to repeat 5,000 lines.
Thank you for telling us, because in next tournament, if you are playing and we meet you, we know now that maybe it won't be the...
Don't talk to me, don't even try to talk to me, only after the game, yeah, then okay, I'm basically relaxed. I also never had this, you know, I'm always surprised when people are saying, okay, the players, after the game, they are exhausted, they might not want to come or like this. Personally, I always felt like that, okay, if I played a good game and it went well, then I'm very happy to share and I will tell everyone. If I played so-called, I lost the game or something went wrong, I still like to mention, because normally I always felt like that I'm, even in a losing game, I have so much to tell. And if I tell, you know, what I have seen, then people will also understand that I'm not a complete idiot. Yeah, because really as a chess player, you has to understand is that when someone loses a game, then he gets this feeling that he wants to hide away. Yeah, that he feels like, okay, no, but actually on the top level, always some small nuance changed the difference towards someone who succeeded. Yeah, not because he was so much better. Yeah. The other guy is absolutely on par. Yeah, but suddenly something happened. Yeah, and I always felt like it's kind of nice also to tell the story from the loser's perspective. Yeah, that who lost, but okay, whoever lost, and this also gives the appreciation for the guy who won. Yeah, that he won despite that the opponent made just some small nuanced mistake. And it was enough. Yeah, I always find this very intriguing.
Yes.
Wow, wonderful.
And also I feel like chess is a story for you. Like a game is a building story. But I also see some players, for them chess is not like a story. It's like a move by move thing. Like, oh, this is now the new position. Okay, I will think now, next move. It's not like a developing thing.
Practical.
No?
Yes.
Actually, just by accident, last night I find the video that Amruta, I think you recorded when Vincent and Levon played in the freestyle, and I joined the Postmortem.
Oh, this is
this was no,
that's
of course,
a beautiful video.
Yeah,
when two chess lovers meet is like, I think, the title of that.
Yeah, this was
Sagar
just, you know, it was because of course, yeah, coming, and I understand exactly Levon's emotions, yeah, because he was having a terrible position at the beginning. Then Vincent, of course, was very disappointed that it was a draw, but at the end he had to be precise, and suddenly it looked like maybe Levon can. So basically everybody had this reason to be unhappy, but also happy at the same time. I was, you know, first disappointed that Vincent didn't make the most out of his chance, but at the same time I was very worried for him later on. And he survived the time trouble with very precise plays. I was also very happy. And then you enter the postmortem, and then you can really saw the tension.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yes. By the way, when you were talking, I thought if here, not the move.
You can play b3.
Yes,
yeah?
b3 and then knight f5, bishop b2.
Yes.
Is what I was thinking, and maybe that kind of.
Yeah, but
solid.
still after b3, can I also then play g6? Can I switch?
And then do
Bishop
I,
b2, bishop
yeah.
g7.
And I have some time now.
Okay, but you still can't castle.
I need to somehow.
Well, I don't give you.
And you are threatening this.
I'm
No,
threatening
G4,
this, yeah, but then
H5,
I'm also, yeah,
F3.
or maybe I can try something on the e4, some rook e4 can be also very unpleasant.
Yeah.
And then I get f4 square, yeah, d3, rook f4. Not even to talk about Tigran Petrosyan's rook takes d4, okay, just give the exchange, sacrifice, okay, it's also very tempting, yeah, of course it's probably too much, but it's always tempting.
And going to Vincent game here, after we looked till rook a8, queen a8, f3 did happen,
Yes.
queen b8, and now king h1. The pace of this game has slowed down, like both are thinking quite a lot. And maybe it's, I don't know, what would you think? Like white has this beautiful pawn chain, and this pawn is slightly weak. Of course, taking it on the last move was not
yeah, I think
possible,
it's not possible, yeah, some bishop a6
Bishop
or
a6.
something. Some pins are coming.
Yes, so this is not possible to take. So that's why Vincent went king h1.
And look at the clocks, yeah, very much equal time, yeah, 47 minutes versus 47, like gentleman agreement, yeah, that, okay, if you take your time, I will also take my time, yeah, we are trying to play quality chess here. Yeah,
This happens many times, I've seen.
Yes.
When someone thinks a lot, the opponent also thinks a lot. It's like, okay,
He's
I
just
respect you.
relaxed maybe to think.
You know, but it's, okay, yes, of course, yeah, but normally as chess players, that's what we are supposed to be doing, not thinking, yeah, it's the usual way of how people would think, but you know, it was very funny that my generation, yeah, and not only my generation, because I was, as a youngster, playing already against super players, established super players, and it was really like a kind of ritual that if you, back then we played these 2 hours games, 2 hours for 40 moves, no increment, yeah, and if your opponent was trying to play very deep chess, burning a lot of time on the clock, then you automatically felt like that, okay, this is not the pace of the game. I'm forced to do this so that to maintain the same level like my opponent is trying to do, yeah? So in this case, you were not really worried that we are both going short on time as long as we are both more or less next to each other. And then, you know, I got used to this. I continued following this strategy of, you know, spending time trying to play quality. Then I started playing against newer generation guys, and they are blitzing a tempo, you know, and only my clock is going. And I even feel like, you know, outside they are talking, yeah, what is this old guy doing, you know? Why is he thinking, yeah, I'm gonna flag him soon, yeah? And I'm probably sitting there and thinking about some crazy finesses in 10 moves in advance, and the boys outside are laughing that, okay, I will, this old guy, okay, it's hopeless, you know, I will just flag him, that's it.
Maybe I thought you all, like Vishy was somewhat like that, no? He would come to the board, just make his moves like really fast, but not when he became more mature as a player, but when he was young.
It was like in 91, yeah, in this period of time when I was like 12 years old. Yeah, Vishy was already playing in the absolute top tournaments. He beat Kasparov in Reggio Emilia, I think, with black in this French defense. I was like, wow, okay, yeah, it's fantastic, and so on. And then it was kind of normal, yeah, and there was this match, Romanishin against Vishy in 94 in New York. The PCA match, and I heard stories that Vishy just finished the game spending 20 minutes. Yes. You know, for a 50-60 move game, yeah, it's okay. Basically just out like automat, yeah, just okay, boom, 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 and one. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, then later also Vishy changed a little bit, of course, yeah, he had to adjust. Sure. But he always had this incredible intuition. Yeah, he intuitively felt, and probably also he was spending quite a lot of time while his opponent was thinking. Yeah, this is also like, because he was playing quickly, always the opponent's time was ticking, so he could use his opponent's time as well.
Right. And by the way, we have Abdusattorov game, which made a lot of progress, where bishop takes c4 by Bartel, and he took with the pawn.
Yeah, that was also possible. Yeah, I mean, rook takes c4, b c4, both are very promising. I just like both options. Matter of style, and maybe also because Abdusattorov is famous for being a very direct player. Yeah, he likes to hit the opponent immediately with move pair move play.
And now what you said does come to light, that the d5 pawn is soft, and also the a2 pawn is under pressure, and e7 doesn't look that weak because of this pin.
Yeah, no, I told you this e7 pawn, because the other factors are outweighing the situation. Yeah, because of this new construct. If this would be coming from a Maroczy bind, that white has c4 d5 established pawn structure and this bishop on g5 against pawn e7, then basically black is just strategically lost.
Yes.
Finished. So that's why we first get this impression, but this knight on c4 and this control of the c4 square automatically changed the situation, and Mateusz played queen e4.
But now what happens for queen a2, rook a1, queen b2? Is black winning a pawn?
Ooh.
Well, here certainly, because here you are just a collector. Yeah, you just
maybe
collect.
something else, yes, for white here.
Yes. Yeah, definitely something else.
But not so easy to know what to do.
Yeah, this collector, because one of my favorite movies, like in the 2000, was The Born Collector with Angelina Jolie. It was one of her first films that I have seen, her with Denzel Washington together. And then whenever it's the color, and we always like, because I'm working so much on chess. So for me, making all these kinds of like cemento, paqueto, desperado, collector, this all connected together, because you always you cannot be always just fully serious. Yeah, if you are working 6, 7, 8 hours a day per chess, you have to have some fun factor so that you keep the analysis going also without computer over the board and like this. And it was always a nice addition, that you are making postmortem, or we analyze with Arshak, and then he tells you that I put you with Paketovic, then automatically you want to put me Paquet, then I will do something also, it's like a natural way of motivating each other,
But I was, since you arrived here, I wanted to use the word cemento. It didn't come out. And then
for which position? Yes, no position. Well, definitely Mateusz needs to cement his position somehow, but I don't see. There is no real cement already.
There is no way to sort of, so queen a2 might happen on the board here.
Might happen because Nodirbek is completely fearless. He does not see any ghosts, and like this, it was one of my weaknesses throughout my career, that I was, this is a strange looking pawn, I should not take it anyway, my opponent probably has something in mind against it, There are always this, if you start this conversation with yourself during the game, then you can always find 100 reasons why you should be taking the pawn, but also 500 why you shouldn't, And actually, sometimes the best is just close your eyes and take, and put the pressure on the opponent, because he can also only make one move.
And also, I think when Nodirbek's opponents give him a pawn, his first thought is, how can I grab it? And what has my opponent missed? Maybe he thinks that way.
Yes. Okay. This is a different attitude. That's. But certainly. Also, the important thing is that how things have developed before.
Right.
And the logic dictates that actually black can take the pawn because white is already on the defensive. Imagine that things would be like this, that white has everything under control, and out of desperation, black would be going for this pawn hunt. It would have a completely different meaning to the position. Right. It's so here it's kind of natural. It's the first square. Okay, I can take. Rook a1 is not a problem. Anyway, white cannot really do much. One thing I mentioned you right from the beginning, that Mateusz is very creative. He's in these openings and everything is always tricky. But when he chose this line, I felt like it's not true to his style.
Yes.
That was the reason why I was skeptical from the beginning. That
it's maybe not to his style. By the way, Peter, do you know Mateusz's sort of small story that he was commentating a lot, like for 2 years?
And then online events.
Online, he was doing Polish for Chess24, and now recently stopped it also because Chess24 has closed. And so he started focusing more on playing, and his rating has gained 50 elo points. It's amazing, right? At this kind of story, that a commentator now kind of gets back
You
into
can
chess.
develop more understanding by commentating about certain other aspects, and now which he's using it
I'm quite
in
surprised.
some way, maybe. Yeah.
Well, it's because chess is such a special game, yeah, that often you cannot really explain why somebody is winning 50 points, why someone is losing 50 points. It's so much also about psychology, about feeling happy, you know, and maybe also there is also this simple argument that, for example, he needed some break from practical play. Yeah, he calmed his nerves down. Also, he got tremendous pressure. He got tremendous pressure suddenly seeing that, okay, it was so much fun commentating. At the same time, after 2 years, he might have felt, because he's a fighter, yeah, he is deep inside him, he has this incredible will to win and to play, that maybe after 2 years he felt like, okay, I had my fun, but now it would be so nice to play again. And then he comes back with completely new energy and with completely new desire to play. Yeah, so there are so many, we don't know what is the story, what is the right way. I'm only again.
I like this version.
Yeah,
I think
also
it's
like this. It
kind
has
of-
like
Yes,
the
it's-
freshness which Bartel might be feeling after commentating.
Yes, that you simply never know exactly.
But you know, today with commentating with you, it's so amazing because the moves which you are mentioning are all of it are happening, like G6, the idea that knight d6, knight f5, and I think now Gukesh once again has to figure out what to do about this pawn.
Yes, but you know, this is the point while it's completely different job to be a commentator or a player, because I can highlight that knight d6, g6 are the ideas, but every single move order has its own drawbacks, pros and cons. Now we see that he started with g6 and then the computer, it turns out that he liked the knight d6, g6 move order so much more.
But g6, that's why the bar has gone up. So
If we
something
could have
white has.
Gukesh's camera would be good, right?
Yes.
Yes, Gukesh versus Navara. But what is the move?
Look at Parham there, because it's so intriguing. He's studying the score sheet. How did this position appear? That's the very first question. How did this position appear?
Yes.
Please tell me, if you haven't seen it, can someone explain which
Yeah,
opening?
he's so
How is it
curious,
possible?
Super curious.
Also, he's like comparing his preparation in his head. Oh, have I seen this line ever before? And sometimes, you know, this is what worries me sometimes, that top players, when they keep moving around and keep on thinking about other games, does it not impact their own game?
No. It's a very nice way of getting rid of the tension. Yeah, for example, personally, I could never ever play a game that I'm just sitting there for 5-6 hours and I'm concentrating on my game, because I will feel like sooner or later I will blunder something. For me, it was kind of very important actually, because okay, I'm this emotional guy and a little bit nervous and like this, that I need to get up after every single move. I get up, go look around, and of course I have my position on my mind still. I'm following if something bothers. Also, sometimes there is simply no reason why you have to be thinking on your game, because you know exactly that you have everything under control. So your opponent has to make a decision, and after you take it from there. So it's not, because often I was told that, Peter, but if you would be sitting over your board,
you can think so much more.
You could actually win like 1 hour on your clock per game. And you think that this would help me? I'd say no, it could just kill me completely, because when you are there and your opponent is, for example, thinking, automatically you can also overtake his nervousness. Yeah, because he's dealing with some problem and I'm sitting there. It feels like I'm part of his problem. I don't want to be part of his problem. I already had my problem myself before while I was thinking, yeah? So I nicely walk away, let him, you know, think 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I will come down, I will drink my tea, I will drink my water, look around, have an opinion on the other games as well, and then with refresh view, I'm coming back.
Yeah,
You know, I actually do this with Amruta a lot. When she's confused about some decision in life, she's often thinking, and I am like, okay, take your time, and I go away. This is your problem.
now I know, okay, this was not expected here, but Peter brought something.
Thank you very much for your support. Yeah, okay, that's how you are supporting the family. Yeah, this is how. Yeah, it's but normal that men have this kind of, okay, then I go to play football or I go biking. After we will deal with it, because simply that sometimes you don't know the decision. Yeah, if you can, but you go away, you do something else, and you come back with new energy, and then you can be much more of a help,
Right.
because you have suddenly already something to share with, before you are just frustrated.
True.
I also don't know what's the solution,
Right. By the way, here, what move to play as white? I'm all the time thinking of d3, bishop e3, d5. These moves are moving in my head. Like one line I saw was
Yes.
d3, knight d6, bishop e3, knight f5.
No, but then knight f5, and then takes bishop h6.
Exactly, and
Yes.
suddenly this pawn
Yes.
gets attacked. So
Yes. No, but the reason why I then preferred to play knight d6 instead of g6 was to clarify that do you play d3 or do you play b3? And once you clarify this, then against d3 I might take your exchange with this knight f5 that I showed you with this positional exchange sacrifice. But I have the feeling that, you remember I told you that David was definitely thinking about this exchange sacrifice and how to evaluate it. And maybe he disliked it, and then he thought like, okay, I'm gonna go g6. But this case, some d3, g4, bishop e3 kind of setup. Can you try to get that? Knight d6, and then you go g4, for example, to try to get bishop e3 in. But I will have bishop g7, f5 or h5, gh, knight
I was
f5.
always worried but h5 you can just take it.
No,
right?
but also
No,
there you are pinned. Yeah, also I
F3.
can take with the rook, but I have knight f5 also there. No, g4 is just not a move. But then it's not obvious what is the very big difference.
Yeah, I'm also like very confused on what move.
Maybe go bishop f4, bishop g7.
No, knight f5, right?
Knight
And then
f5, bishop,
knight
no,
f5, bishop e5, I thought.
Oh, bishop e5.
Yeah, but
But then rook g8 and then d6 next move
yeah,
you're kicking
no,
away,
it will
yeah?
not.
But
not-
g4 is there in between. So like maybe it's just tempo by tempo.
Yeah, but
No?
it will not give advantage.
But I want the double bishop advantage.
It will not give advantage. Yeah,
So not bishop f4.
yeah, not bishop f4.
Actually here it's not so easy to know what move to play
King
to get the advantage.
d1, knight f. I know it looks ugly, but king d1, knight f5.
Oh, Gukesh did go d3.
d5.
King
Yes,
d1,
of
huh?
course.
You are saying.
Yeah, king d1, knight f5, d5. It's possible, but it's. I'm not happy, because also now maybe black switches to bishop c5, targets this. Then okay, you have rook f1. Luckily, because you have no right to move the f2 pawn. The f2 pawn has to stay there. You have to guard the e3 square. And rook f1. Maybe this is fine.
So temporary you need to be solid, and then later, yeah, it's good compensation actually.
Yeah,
black
it's
is having.
good. It's good, but yes, somehow in the computer indicates that white maybe has some miracle way of stabilizing things.
Yeah, maybe it's not king d1 also. So it's very difficult to know what the move is.
But
here.
it's good to
Maybe
find.
you guys have a suggestion, white to move here. Is there any move that crosses your head?
Oh, he plays.
Oh,
it.
Gukesh
He
goes
goes
d5.
Okay, he goes d5. Okay, nothing really changed, because after knight f5 you still have to make up your mind.
Yes, knight f5 is bound to happen. Threatening knight d4. Actually, yeah, knight d4 is a.
It's kind of a threat.
Because then we still have your.
You still have the exchange
exchange
yes,
sack line.
but it seems like white might get a tempo somehow.
Hey, can you go king d2, because of bishop h6 check, you then go king d1 so that the bishop is challenged.
No, but king
No,
d2,
the-
knight
And then
d4.
knight d4.
Because there is a.
same.
Oh, then
Like-
bishop
Yeah,
d1.
yeah, but okay, but bishop d1, bishop g, this is the Paketovich, yeah, nothing moves. This is the total
Bishop
Paketovich, yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Paketo
Paketovich
is like
means
a-
box, yeah, you are in a box, yeah, it's paket, yeah, paket, it's,
Oh, pocket. Right.
it's a total box, yeah, that you are boxed in.
Yes, Amruta. We need
Bakar-
some cemento
Bakar.
for white, not Paketovich.
Yes, yes, exactly, because black is trying to packet white, yeah, that's
Yeah.
the idea.
But have you played with David many times? No, you must have played actually.
Not too many times, no, actually, surprisingly, we played little, but always some very memorable games. Yeah, I mean, basically, I think against David, you can only play memorable games, because he's I mean, difficult to say, because I cannot say that he's super aggressive, but still, at the same time, he puts the pressure on the opponent, yeah, that he never wants to give you the comfort. Yeah, he never gives the opponent the chance to stabilize and get his game. Yeah, he puts pressure in this sense, and that's why I have the feeling that he's aggressive, but he's not aggressive in a way that he attacks you exactly move per move, but he doesn't give you a chance to get your comfort. Yeah, that's his kind of method, and then automatically you have to pick up the idea what he's up to, and then adjust accordingly. Yeah, so you cannot just follow your routine or something.
I feel somehow David has a lot of calculation that backs his play, while maybe players like Parham or let's say Rapport, they have more like sort
Intuitive.
of intuitive feel. And Gukesh also has a lot of calculating.
Gukesh is now balanced, yeah? Intuition and calculation.
Yeah, intuitive, calculative. Yeah, very difficult to box, like compartmentalize these top players because
Yes.
they use all sorts of things in different games.
They are universal. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why they are so strong. Yeah, of course. And David also has been 2700 plus player for a very long time, when 2700 plus meant like not 2750 plus. Yeah, so this is also different.
Yeah,
One
the
should never
limitation.
just look at the numbers. Yeah,
Yeah.
you should be knowing that, okay, 2700 and he was 27, 30, 40 when it was like top 15 in the world. Yeah, it's a different scenario. But yeah, in every game there is lot of tension.
This is strategy. Like, you know, I had these books by Mihail Marin on the English. He wrote
Yes.
these 3 volumes.
Yes, yes.
And then in some of the lines, he would make this move like e4 and say, oh, great, this is like a great move. And maybe this looks like one of those positions, right?
Definitely. Again, because the bishop is on d6. Imagine that bishop on a7 with the control of the d4 square, then we will say that e4 is a weakness. Yeah, that how can you weaken
Yes.
the d4 square
Yes.
with the bishop on a7, but with bishop on d6 and with white's bishop on b2 and knight on f3, yeah, you have perfect harmony. You have total control of the central square, so you immediately feel that, okay, everything is under control. White is pushing. The question is it enough for advantage or not? Because after all, black also hasn't committed any crime. He's super solid. Yeah, this pawn on c7 and pawn on e5 are weak, but this so-called bad bishop, which we are calling bad bishop, I'm not even sure that we can call it bad bishop because it's also a useful bishop. Yes. It protects the 2 weaknesses. However, the question will be that once white plays knight c5 and then you will have to take it.
Yeah.
And then white takes with the queen, never with the pawn. That just to highlight that after pawn takes, there is the cemento, the knight on c6, eternal cemento, because it can never
So
be
let's
targeted.
say h3, for example, sorry, here black to move.
Yes,
Just
just to make that bishop takes c5 and bc5 would be a strategically terrible mistake. Black is immediately slightly better forever, and black can never lose, but black can win. Yeah.
I was thinking this does sometimes weaken the b7 pawn, right?
Forget about it. Just forget about it. The knight on c6 is a monster. Yeah, black will always have counterplay against the d3 pawn. If I want, I can even protect with rook b8. But my problem after b takes c5 with black would be that how do I win the game? I will not, for example, ideas like knight h7, knight g5, trading that knight, and then playing good knight against this bishop, combining different factors. Yeah, for example, knight h7 also has this multi-purpose idea. If you stop it with h4, then I might play some f6, queen d7, knight f8, knight e6, and that knight gets there with incredible grip. Yeah, and it's not only targeting d4, but even some knight f4 idea, gf, queen g4 check, will also hang in the air. Yeah, so this, again, the position automatically speaks its own language. Yeah, that after bc5, all these ideas are automatically possible. So white should never do this. White captures with the queen, or if he moves the queen first, then with the rook. Yeah, always with the piece, so that we keep the pressure on the c7 and e5 pawns.
And with it basically saying in this game that, look, Prag, you are doing all this creative stuff, bishop c1, bishop b2, e4 push, but I'm just going to keep my pieces in the central positions and solid chess.
Yes, he is solid, but the question is that how long you can be solid, and if you feel yourself under pressure, and we do see that it's only move 19, and with it is done to 25 minutes on the clock. Yeah, it's some clock issue. Yeah, we also know that there is 30 seconds increment, so by no means the end of the world. As long as you feel like your position is stable enough, yeah, the 30 seconds and the time should be. But if suddenly Prag is able to change the character of the game and will pose some questions that with it we really have to dig deep into solving the problems, then he will face serious practical problems.
Yeah, but here Prag doesn't seem like having a sort of an idea, like, because I want to go d4, but e4 is weak. Knight c5 is readily, he's just taking. So as white, what is the plan that white can adopt?
Well, there are so many questions. For example, there is even the direct very move pair move calculating line, queen c4, a shocking move. Queen c4 has to be calculated. You know, because queen takes c4, I take d takes c4, for example. And suddenly I'm going for c5 idea and target the e5 pawn. And fight for the d file like this. Yeah, there is all this transformation of structure. These positions, for example, the computer might have it as like 0, 0, more or less nothing is happening, or 0, 10. But when a human super grandmaster looks at it, there are so many questions that you have to deal with, and those small questions can have decisive effect for the game.
True, true. Meanwhile, Mateusz Bartel's game has heated up like anything after queen takes a2. He shifted queen h4. And
he doesn't care about the pawn.
Amruta spirit, high five. High five, okay, Amruta said it, just take it, okay. Just take it.
And he snatches this pawn. And now Nodirbek makes this very little move h6, threatening g5, I believe, or...
Yes, setting up this lovely trap, bishop f6, g5, winning on the spot.
Nice.
Because otherwise, of course, white would love to trade the bishops in order to get some maybe ideas against black's king. But h6, super nice. So I love it that Nodirbek collects the pawns but keeps everything under control. He keeps perfect awareness of what's really happening on the king's side.
And also he cannot snatch this pawn because of rook takes rook, and then d4 is hanging.
Yes, basically white's play is based on bishop f6. Because if he could play bishop f6, then forget about the pawns. The pawn on a5 is still far away from queening. We would get some initiative going on the king's side.
And so h6 is a great prophylactic move.
Is basically almost the winning move. Yeah, it wins the game. Practically speaking, it basically you know exactly how much it hurts from white side when this happens. Yeah, because you had the hope that yes, okay, I'm losing the pawn, but I go all in and I will get somewhere, maybe some perpetual check somewhere, h4, h5 will happen or whatever. But this h6 small little move, and nothing makes sense.
Now nothing works for Mateusz. Like, I think in his calculations, he was always hoping bishop will come to f6 and then I have counterplay, but with h6.
He could have missed the move h6, you think, Bartel?
It's easy to miss. Okay, first of all, because he was anyway feeling under pressure, yeah? So he convinced himself, okay, let me sacrifice my weak pawns, and it makes perfect sense that I will create them based on bishop. Maybe no, h6 just brutally strong move.
Amazing, amazing. And Vincent's game, Peter, has anything changed? Like there are some games which like are moving at so slow pace, right? This is one of them. Nothing is happening as such, but little moves, yeah, queen e2, like attacking this pawn. Perhaps white is having some pressure.
No, well, I don't know if pressure. No, black played the move b4. Yeah, queen e2,
yeah,
b4.
Queen e2. Because now queen b5 was a threat, no, Sagar? Bishop a6, queen b8, and then you move.
And Vincent goes knight a4. Okay, b4 is always a double edge. I somehow, have the feeling. Do you remember I told you about e4 move? That it was like 2018, the moment when I first noticed this e4 move in the opening, and it was completely new. I have the feeling that I analyzed all the way till this queen b8. Can you just, move 15. Yeah, queen b8. I think that back then I kind of finished here saying that, with neutral perfect play, this is kind of equal, and okay, I would not mind playing it from the black side. With white, I'm anyway not playing it. But, and now suddenly, how many years later, it's happening? 6 years later.
And now Vincent seems to be getting some squares, I feel, no? Like knight a4.
Well, I feel, you see that water, that big bottle there, that Vincent is this is my biggest contribution to today's game. I can reveal this secret. I just bought it now before the game, I just made sure that, okay, it will be a tough game. Every single game is tough here. Yeah, we have already seen his yesterday game against Richard. Just have 2 liters of water at your disposal. I know that organizers are providing you with water, everything, but sometimes you think for so long that this small cup of water that you are bringing during the between moves might not be enough for you. Yeah? And okay, have that water ready. and then drink.
And this might sometimes make more difference than a novelty.
Well, especially if I anyway cannot tell him any good idea, what can I do? At least I will bring the water, I will be useful, yes, I'm bringing the water. And I also gave it to him before the game that, okay, yes, here is the spirit, the water spirit. Yeah, so.
The bottle is like, the size of the bottle shows the size of the fight you have with you. Right? Like if you go with the 1 liter bottle, okay, maybe you want to play an aggressive game. 2 liter, okay, positional game.
It will be a long game, let's say a very long game, yes. If it's possible, but of course, Guyan, I'm pretty sure that he more or less knew what was going on, but I'm not sure that it was move per move his repertoire, so that's why he also had to slow down. I think the reason why Vincent is slowing down is for the fact that probably he anyway knows that this is a very good line with black, so he shows respect to it. And then he's trying to understand over the board how to try to create some problems, or is he able to create problems? It might also be that he doesn't get any chances.
Now there is a question, right, that this is hanging, or maybe not, because there is f4 in the air. So perhaps this pawn is not at all hanging. But
okay, bishop g1 would otherwise be the move that you automatically play. That's also the typical idea why you play king h1, to have bishop g1
not to
back.
touch these pawns, just keep them
exactly there. Because g3, h3, all of them, g3 weakens the long diagonal, then this whole pawn chain, the white's king will feel very unsafe. It's also in the Marotsiba, this king h1, bishop g1, protecting the h2 pawn is kind of typical. But black has a very healthy position. So okay, now with b4, knight a4, we are getting some more intrigue into the game. But okay, before the intrigue was that the weakness on b5, so black had to deal with it. It was clear that giving up the bishop to trade on c3 is not in the spirit of the position. This is very much one of the things that happens in the hedgehogs, that after bishop g1, black goes h5, h4, and h3. It's like the typical kind of just push this pawn. But I somehow feel that here it should not. Black should not have this time to just do, but okay, there are a lot of questions.
Right. So
and Sagar, if instead of h5, if you play a move like knight h5, it would be a big blunder.
Okay, because of knight takes e6 probably.
Ooh, nice one. Amruta, very sharp there. Yes, knight
because you want to go knight f4, no? That's kind of a
true. By the way, Peter, you really need to, suggest your moves carefully, because the move you suggest is what they are playing. You said queen c4,
queen c4
and on the board. Yes,
on
the board.
And queen e7, and queen e7 played by Vidit. I understand because
he didn't exchange.
He didn't take.
Because taking was, especially with 25 minutes on the clock, in order to understand how to evaluate this endgame after queen takes c4, and besides, white can take with the pawn and can even take with the rook, but I felt like taking with the pawn is the principle. Because
and why did you assess this as a lot of pressure on black? Because in terms of the pawn structure, it is now balanced.
But the pawn on e5 is hanging, and this rook on d7, because it moved from d8. For example, you can't take on e4 now because of c5. If the rook would be on d8, you could take on c5, take on e4, and after c5 retreat with your bishop to f8, and I would probably not mind that too much. But with this rook d7, that's why when the rook moved to d7, automatically it hit me that, okay, but hang on, there is this queen c4 takes, d4 structure.
Very, very nicely spotted, with rook d7, this little change.
Little change, and now also when black queen, which was beautifully placed on e6, had to move back to e7, this is not a happy move.
Also, now does knight h4, knight f5 stuff start featuring?
Because Sagar, queen c4 for me was okay. You are exchanging queens; it's so equal, but there is this intense
this rook
pressure
d7
was very.
Okay, I have played enough games and analyzed with Kramnik. The maestro of feeling all these incredible nuances for. When the queen trade, Kramnik is changing queens, so do we get closer to draw? No, don't fall for this trap, And
so
look at Prag, he's like...
he's now zoning in.
Yes, he's feeling that, okay, before it was a maneuvering phase, now there is something to play with already. And the evaluation bar also confirms, that white is pushing. It's still tricky because you have to watch out for this b7, b5 fork. For the moment, the knight on c6 hanging, but some knight takes b4, a, b5 is hanging in the air. Yeah, you constantly have to deal with this, and then b4 pawn will be weak. So one of the most natural move in blitz, everybody would play from top players queen b3. You're just stabilizing because we already achieved that. We forced that queen back to e7. With queen b3, we opened the way for knight c5, bishop c5, rook takes c5, putting pressure on the e5 pawn, plus also rook takes c6. Exchange sacrifice might also be Sagar's, your favorite.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes,
Queen
rook c6.
B3
Oh,
is
that's a nice move. Yeah, queen b3, I think.
Will be played, yeah.
Yeah, it's like.
But it's also a very tough move, right? You went queen c4, queen went back, and now you're.
Well,
moving
if you ask Prague what is the main candidate move for him, what is the most natural move, he will tell you instantly in a second that queen b3 is the most natural. The only problem with white is that you are playing the game, you have to calculate knight c5. Can I play knight c5?
Yeah.
But one of the problems with knight c5 is that after takes, there is the pin on the d file and knight takes e4 is coming at the end. So that's why we cannot recapture with the rook. Now knight takes e4 is coming.
Right, right.
Because of the pin, yeah, that's the problem. So I basically I'm almost 100% certain that the queen b3 move will be played.
Let's see if Prag plays
And
that
how many?
move. Meanwhile, David Navara and Gukesh has gone king f1. Now this is the move
Oh
which
my
we
God.
did
This
not
is so good.
consider
This is
so
so
seriously
tough.
because king d1 was one of the suggestions, but king f1.
Yeah, and he's trying to rely on this bishop d1 defense. Yeah, so against knight d4 he will play bishop d1. And now with king on f1 it's perfect harmony. Besides, let's not forget that white has also h4, threatening h5, and if black plays h5 then we have rook h3, rook e3, for example. Yeah, we activate that rook. So maybe
No, this king f1
Yes.
suddenly makes white's position look harmonious, no?
Yes. Okay, somehow I sensed it will be very interesting to ask the players afterwards that what they were thinking about this exchange sacrifice position, because was clearly the reason why David wanted to play knight d6 instead of g6, which according to computer was the precise move we analyzed as well.
Right.
But over the board, if you are not sure, then you are also tempted that, okay, g6 gives me compensation, why should I go for that exchange?
So what you were saying
Knight
that here,
d6,
knight
yeah, let's
d6,
highlight this once again.
This one,
Yes.
you go d3.
Knight f5 is forced, hitting the pawn, d5 and knight d4. So white's king had no time to move away from e1.
Yes.
And then this exchange sacrifice, and it's the stronger player you are, the more you appreciate the compensation. Yeah, this is the trick.
My thought here, Peter, is that when I am exchange up or exchange down, I would love my opponent's pieces to be passive. But here, somehow, this bishop gets this beautiful diagonal. The rooks are able to double. So in a way, I'm not limiting my opponent's pieces even though he's exchange up.
Yes, but the point is that still against this g6, bishop g7, I have d4, king d3. Yeah, I will block this diagonal, and with king d3 I will cover the e4 square, and then I'm trying to set up some g3, h4, maybe bishop f3 just to stop f5, f4 counterplay. And if I'm able to stop everything, then once I start pushing with b4, a4, a5, it's extremely scary because it can be simply lost for black.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why it's so difficult, yeah, that these top players, they feel and they see all this, and then maybe computer sees that, you know what, no, actually you cannot block the king side with some very precise move, what the black will be able to get f5,
Right.
rook f8, f4 in, but this already you cannot figure out when you are deciding between knight d6 and g6. That's kind of the really tricky. That's why I'm getting into time trouble, yeah, because I'm dealing with all kind of phantom positions that never ever happens in the game. Yeah, so if somebody looks, then okay, Peter is again in time trouble. Okay, he already cannot play at all. Yeah, I see millions of things, but no benefit. Then I blunder one move in time trouble and I lose, and that's all what people remember. That
Yes.
okay, time to retire. Yeah, I mean, okay, that's all. That's all Leko can already do. Then it's better if he retires. Yeah?
Yes, but of course, it's like this iceberg, right? We can only see the tip. Below the
Yes.
water is the
Yes,
entire
exactly. Yeah,
mass
but
of
this is
calculation.
exactly also I always felt like kind of my duty as a commentator, that I have these insights, I know exactly how the players are thinking, and that's why I also love classical chess to commentate, because then there, for example, in Rapid we don't have this deepness. Yeah, the players have to make a move, so it's all about tactics, tricks, and making quick decisions. But here there are all this, you can reflect that why players are taking their time, which position they might not be sure, and then after talking to them, yeah, now Gukesh is relaxed.
No, Queen B3 on the board in
On
Prag's
the
game.
board, of course.
Yeah, you just guessing move by move. But one thing which we
Yes.
did not guess is Bishop takes H2 on Vincent's board. Queen B5,
What?
Bishop H2. He's allowed to
that-
snatch the pawn.
He played Queen B5.
Yeah, Vincent has kind of changed the nature of this position quite a bit.
Wow, but look at this. He goes Queen B5.
Yeah.
Opponent takes on H2, and now Vincent is taking his time. What is this? Because I would expect then already that he convincingly beats it. But okay, it's very far from being clear what he has in mind. So
Yeah,
Maybe-
what
maybe
did he intend Queen B4?
either
Because
take
that
here
looks
or
knight
F4.
H5.
No.
But
Queen
Queen
B4, no.
Knight H5?
No, Queen B4, Bishop D6 back, Knight H5, 0-1. Okay, this is, we cannot trade the H2 pawn for a B4 pawn, yeah? So, yeah, no, okay, luckily we have now Queen B5 stop, but okay, it's enough to know that black is better.
Okay,
This
so
is-
he does not have this in mind.
No, not at all, yeah. So basically,
F4.
he really thought that Bishop H2 is not
Oh
possible.
yeah, F4 because he would want to go E5, D7 knight also, Queen H5, some ideas like that.
Yeah,
So
but
F4.
okay, F4, okay. First of all, King H2 is not yet a threat because Knight G4 check. So I'm very skeptical about all
Yeah,
this. Maybe
yeah.
I can take Bishop takes E4 and I'm winning on the spot.
Right.
No, not winning according to computer, but I mean, okay, no, this F4 stuff.
No,
we
F4
cannot
does
do.
look a little dicey,
Intuitively
yeah?
it doesn't look good.
But then what's the move? Because black has just snatched a pawn. Is it knight takes E6?
Yeah, but I'm also not a fan of this go pawn hunting because, okay, maybe, yeah, because without the knights, then the GC square is not, but intuitively I don't feel.
Okay, can we go rook F7 to save, like, have two pieces for the rook?
Yeah, it's.
Oh, this doesn't work.
Yeah, okay, it feels, because somehow it feels very shaky.
So maybe king H8
Yeah, King
and then
H8.
bishop takes knight
Yeah, well, it's even
and
not.
then we reach
yeah.
here.
Yeah, okay, I'm not liking the pawn, but okay, white also says knight c5, bishop d4, so it's without the knight already, not heading to g3.
Yeah.
We don't feel the very big danger, yeah? Only
Yeah.
if queen on h4, bishop g3 checkmate, but this is not realistic.
Also the E-pawn can look very dangerous suddenly.
But yeah, look, yeah, Vincent is slightly confused because Guyan is a very solid player, and look at this. So he doesn't give the impression that he's worried of knight takes e6, and that puzzles Vincent completely. Like, what?
But,
what is
but
happening?
the speed at which he made this decision of
No, Vincent played
Bishop
queen b5,
H2.
he spent time, but
Yeah.
yeah, Guyan took
Quickly.
on h2 quite quickly. Yeah,
yes,
so
and this is surprising actually because generally you don't make such decisions so quickly.
Was he calculating? How long did it take before? One move before?
We don't know
Can
exactly.
you go? We
Maybe
won't
we
get to
can
know,
check
okay.
there, but
yeah, it would be interesting to check, yeah, to see how much time he spent. Because look at, yeah, Vincent is like completely shocked. What am I missing? Why is the ultra solid Guyan not afraid of knight takes e6? It's not here. Okay, if for example Shilov takes bishop h2 and you know exactly that, okay, it's the first move that you expect from Shilov, yeah?
Right.
But when you know that, for example, if you play against me also, I'm the guy who is first stabilizing things, yeah? So if my opponent plays the move queen b5, expecting me to take bishop h2, so I'm assuming that he has something in mind. Yeah, and okay, it's very strange.
But I mean, Vincent of course considered bishop h2
Yeah.
that he would take. So I'm sure he will go knight e6. But the question is, why is there Vincent? Does he have something else on his mind apart from knight e6? Is there something else he's thinking about?
Well, definitely not queen b4 because queen b4 is a kind of resignation. It's not a move. Then you don't play queen b5. So queen b5 had a concrete idea. Clearly, he was not relying on f4 because knowing that the bishop on h2 is not hanging because of knight g4 check, you absolutely understand that this is impossible. So knight
So
takes
then
e6
knight
is
e6 is the
Yeah,
only
there is
move. And
nothing actually.
then Vincent, why is he thinking so
yeah,
long?
that
yeah.
is
Look
the
at this. Yeah,
question.
he's trying to understand what's in store. What's the hidden trap? And
He's just being careful. He doesn't want to go wrong. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
and
takes
he
here
takes.
finally.
Yeah, he
96.
takes, and now all eyes on Guyan. How will he react? Okay, he will take, that's clear, but
He has to take, yes? Because rook e8 maybe?
Okay, but that's already very shaky. Then knight g5 hits the f7 pawn. Yeah, the good construction has collapsed.
True.
No, knight g5 is not the best, but okay, here I don't know.
Maybe knight c5 also.
Knight c5, even knight takes g7. Okay, there are millions of ways that you feel that this shouldn't be good.
So fe?
Fe
Bishop
should be the
e6.
move. Bishop e6, king h8. Okay, here the question is that rook f7, the move that computer showed that it loses on the spot.
Yeah.
But we did not spot it immediately that why it is losing. Is this a move that potentially a human can have in his mind over the board? But it looks very suspicious because this is a move that if you want to make sure that it works, you have to spend 20 minutes because it feels unnatural, it feels shaky.
But rook f7, it doesn't, because if you play queen c4, which
then there is knight e5.
e5.
Yes. Yeah, but maybe even just some rook d1, maybe some quiet move, because we are in triple pin. Everything is pin, nothing moves.
Wow.
Pieces are overloaded.
Wow.
And if knight e5.
Knight e5, queen takes b7. Let's just show this. It's checkmate. Queen takes b7.
Oh.
Queen takes b7, rook d8 check.
Oh, lovely.
And it's checkmate. This is something like at the, at the reception where you are entering, there is always some puzzle, yeah? This here is like some position from the Don Giovanni reception puzzle.
You know those positions are given by Johannan Afek. He puts it every day there. I mean, he doesn't go and set it, but these are his two movers.
Yes, but I remember one from last year when I was like spending quite a lot of time and energy and I still couldn't find. I was so embarrassed. Now, luckily, the 2 days in advance, two consecutive 2 days, we were just passing by with Vincent. We had a 1 second glance at the position and we already knew the solution.
Oh, you knew?
Yeah, so we kind of wanted to convince ourselves that we are in so much better shape than last year. But to be fair, both positions was much more easy. Yeah, it was like
But there's no way to know. Like you can say to yourself, like,
yes,
better shape. You know,
but
I
like to be objective. Yeah, I like to be objective. Yeah, not to be carried away by something that just because suddenly checkmating 2 was found in less than a second. Yeah.
True. And meanwhile, I think Praggnanandhaa's idea to play d4 seems to be there. Yeah, rook e1.
Yeah, he played rook e1. Yeah, also he's stepping out of knight takes e4. So now, because you demand now again after rook e8, the pressure
so he wants to go knight c5 perhaps somewhere.
Well, but with rook e1 he cannot because the d3 pawn will be hanging. It was also my assumption first. But yeah, but black has no moves. That's the big problem for black, yeah, that nothing really moves.
Yeah, also black would love to, he goes queen e8. I was just thinking to make way for the bishop. But maybe bishop f8 is on his mind now.
But then, Sagar, your move is coming.
Oh, rook c6.
Yes.
Oh my god. So let's say h3.
Yes, bishop f8 is shaky, rook c6.
And this is already like a huge advantage to white.
Yes.
Wow.
Tigran Petrosyan is very happy up above there, seeing these ideas.
But Peter, how feasible it is to just sack this without getting the e pawn? It must be not too much, yes?
It's because we have this DC weakness, yeah. Okay, give us one more pawn on e2. Then we would one more pawn, from h2 put it on e2, yeah. It's just total cemento, and then we do this, yeah. It's okay,
like supply Baghouse.
Yes,
if you get this pawn,
But like this, no. But the problem is that queen e8 was a good move, yeah. That black just sits and waits. Also, with it down to 50 minutes, he needs to speed up. He needs to just make the first natural move that comes to mind.
Yeah.
And he also gets up. I actually loved it. He probably goes to the restroom to refresh because he knows that, it will be the final phase of coming. Time trouble. He might even not get enough to wash his face. Sometimes some cold water before getting into time trouble, because automatically you carry with yourself so much emotions. Yeah, your heart rate is going up and everything to just calm down before the absolute storm hits you. In the time trouble, it's very important.
Also, this game is very important from a psychological perspective, right? Because they will meet in the candidates. Whoever wins here will have that edge, like the last meet, what happened.
Yes, it's always on the players' minds. Of course, one should also not read too much into it. Yeah, it's kind of, especially if you lose, then that would be
Yes.
my advice. Yeah, forget about it as quickly as possible. But yeah, certainly, it's always a prestige duel with your countryman. Yeah, it's because it's one thing that you can be on very good terms. Yeah, it's absolutely normal, but there is still a rivalry.
True.
Yeah, and this is also the reason why these players are getting stronger and stronger. Yeah, they are motivating each other.
Yes.
Yeah, that you are improving, I have to improve. Yeah, and I feel that finally I was so happy seeing Vidit making this jump that he won the Grand Swiss, and he was already in the World Cup very close. It was a heartbreak that he did not make it already there. At least that's how I felt based on the quality of games that he showed there. So I think it's connected with the youngsters. If Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh and Arjun would not be going to 27, 40, 50 already, then maybe Vidit would feel like, okay, if only all the top 10 guys are there and I'm 27, 30, yeah, it's like psychologically you somehow adapt to the situation, yeah, that, okay, this is the way of things go. But then suddenly says, okay, come on, I know that the youngsters are very good, but so am I, yeah, so it encourages you to give absolutely everything. So
Sometimes, if someone thinks, oh my God, so many youngsters are coming, now I'm losing my position. But actually, it's a blessing in disguise. They're going to push you.
Yes, push. Also with the national team, yeah, you are fighting for the gold in Olympic Games, and yeah, there is also so much. And I think that one of the good things when in your country chess is so much respected and supported, then it's not like that, okay, only the top guy gets everything and the other guys are completely forgotten, yeah, because that's very bad for the chemistry, also for national team and so on. So basically, if anyone also in India hears it, I'm very happy that the top youngsters are beautifully supported. But also, please don't forget about Vidit, because India also needs Vidit very much. Yeah, and India and also the youngsters, the national team needs a fantastic Vidit. So Vidit should also get his support.
Beautiful.
Wow. Very, very
Well
important.
said that. And Peter, now we need your, if Praggnanandhaa had a few seconds, what would be the move he would play? Because you are guessing his ideas. Now again, we are at that sort of crossroads. Knight c5 isn't coming, d3 is hanging.
Yeah, well, basically, if we can conclude that black doesn't have so much, but knight h7, knight f8, knight e6 might be a...
Knight e7?
No, knight h7. Knight
knight
h7,
h7,
knight f8, and then trying to regroup the knight. Because if not, I would be tempted just to play h3 passer. Just to shock you completely.
No, this, I think, Prag kind of move. We have h3, just
yeah,
wait.
because, also maybe I prepare somewhere rook e3 to stop knight g4 to start starting with knight c5. Yeah, so it's all together, but there is also this idea to play rook e3, knight g4, rook e2, a slight teaser, yeah, but
rook e3?
Yeah, instead of h3, rook e3, and then provoke knight g4, and then rook e2 come back. Just to say that if after rook e2 you have nothing better than to go back to f6, my rook is on e2.
A bit.
Yeah, try to understand with your 10 minutes that this small little factor will, how much it will impact the situation. But intuitively I feel like you don't want to let black go knight g4 because, for example, if we go rook e3, knight g4, rook e2, I'm worried that maybe with knight on g4, black will have knight g4, rook e2. Black will suddenly have the idea to go bishop f8, hit the d3 pawn, because now the knight from g4 is protecting the e5 pawn.
And you don't have this.
You don't have rook c6.
Because this is no longer hanging.
Yes. So there is this is the argument.
So h3.
Exactly. That's why my way of elimination was like, okay, I don't want to give this. It's a little bit too murky, too complicated. I play h3, give the pass.
Can I go back with the bishop?
No, then already
Knight
rook
rook
c6.
c6, rook c6.
That's the problem. But no, this time d3 is also hanging.
Yeah,
but
rook
rook
c3
d3
comes back.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This is very important. No, it's very important. Very nice that you are like rook c6, rook d3, and rook c3 back. This is the key move.
Yeah. So actually h3, then
Knight h7.
in a way this knight cannot move because e5 hangs, like knight e7 would be nice, but e5 hangs, or does it?
Yes.
Oh, he played h3.
Oh my
Yes.
God,
Peter.
There you go. Okay.
You need to-
Amazing. This is brilliant.
Okay, it's a strategical game.
Queen
Okay,
C4, Queen B3. E3,
as long as I don't need to calculate some crazy lines, you know.
We need
This is tougher than crazy.
We need the tournament director to be watching this commentary and invite Peter next year for the Prague Masters.
Yeah, the only question was Sophie will tell about this idea. Yes, yes.
But also thanks to Sophie that we have him, as a commentator, because she said to him that you're so happy doing commentary, so you should be doing that more.
Yes. But yeah, so knight h7 is the move that I'm kind of seeing.
Yeah, that seems like the only piece which is moving.
Because the rook from d7, rook from d8 will not move. The queen on e8 kind of parked. It feels satisfied. And look at this. Yeah, it feels that I want to find the move, put that knight back to f6 so that we know exactly why it is. Because this is so frustrating when you have little time and you open and make this small little move. This used to be Karpov's specialty. Yeah, it's this typical Karpov move. I played my first game with Karpov when I was 13 years old in '93.
Wow.
Was the first game. Yeah, I made a draw with the white pieces because he played his Caro-Kann and nothing was really happening in the game. It was rather calm game. And then the next game I played with him was in '94 with black. And of course, I think Karpov did not forget about this draw in the previous game, and he played a marvelous game. Just, one cannot highlight when I made a mistake, but every single these small moves, he was putting the pressure. I could never exactly full equalize, and went on to beat me, and I learned so much from all these games.
Wow.
And that would be like 7 hours, no? I mean, at that point
It was the 7
or-
hour, yeah, I think it was a 6 hours game. He tortured me. And the first game, by the way, was adjourned against Karpov. We continued at midnight because in Spain it was in Leon. The game automatically started at 4:30 in the afternoon. We adjourned it around 11 something. We had dinner. And after the dinner, we were coming back, and from midnight or 12:30, we continued some drawish Queen and game.
Did you have a team?
Adorian was there with me as my
okay.
trainer. Okay, the position was not so complicated. Basically, we just confirmed that it's a draw. You just have your meal and continue. There was no need for the game.
Or else you are eating and analyzing.
Yeah, the reason why the game finished draw was not because of this. Yeah, but knight h7.
Knight
yeah.
h7. Okay.
Knight h7.
Basically, just the entire game is rolling as per your thoughts here.
Yes,
and-
yes,
Next
okay.
move.
But
Peter.
now I think Prag's move, knight, what does he do? Knight h4? Knight f5? Or?
Well, but it's
Because now
little committal.
with it, because if you go knight h4, bishop can move.
Yeah. No, that's why I don't feel like
Because
moving
then
the knight.
d3 is hanging and
No,
the,
bishop e7 maybe you can
bishop
even play
e7.
bishop e7, target double attack.
Yes. So maybe not knight h4.
No,
Wait,
knight on
wait,
f3 should stay there. Stable stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, knight h7 had to be played, and okay, rook e3 would be kind of a very logical
Rook e3, but now
way of-
what is the, just to defend the d3
to go knight c5 next.
Uh-huh.
But after rook e3, there is this argument that knight g5 is also a question. Like, is black maybe even coming with knight g5, targeting the knight, inviting the trade?
Yeah.
Because this knight on f3 is such a monster piece. Yeah, now we are faced with this problem that if we ever go knight c5, then after bishop c5, rook c5, the pressure from the e5 pawn is gone.
Yes. And also now this knight
Yes, it's perfect.
is looking great.
Yes. So basically, strategically, if black gets knight g5 and trades, it should be a very big achievement for black. Wow. It might
Then
be
you
still
can't go
balanced.
h4 because again knight f6.
Then knight f6 back, yeah, exactly. You are getting the spirit of the position. This is how it is. No, it's great maneuvering, yeah, so Prague is putting pressure, Vidit is,
Yeah.
of course, masterfully responding.
Meanwhile, we did see Rapport versus Maghsoodloo.
What's
Wow.
A lot of things have happened here, but if we just quickly go back, bishop went back, c6, rook f2,
Little artificial, yeah?
a4. He played his pawn to d5, putting pressure on c4. He took, knight takes, pawn takes, d takes, knight takes.
Wow.
It looks fine for now.
Well, but black is very active, yeah. Whenever there is this weakness, I mean, this isolated pawn, one claims that it's a weakness, but sometimes it's an asset, yeah. and after knight f4, d4 comes, yeah?
My thought is, wow, what a beautiful square on d4. Parham will put it there, and suddenly he goes in the other direction.
Because this is Parham, yeah, he's always ambitious. Knight d4 is the cemento spirit,
Yes,
yeah?
yes.
That I would never, but knight f4 is the ambitious. He's trying to win the game.
He wants to win the pawn.
Yeah, he wants to target this pawn. Rook d2 because he played rook f2, yeah, probably with the vision that, okay, somewhere knight f4, rook d2, and what a masterful play, but he's playing against the Rapport, yeah?
And Rapport just says, you forgot
Take it.
about cemento and now d4.
And okay, now it's, I don't know. It's looking horrible because, okay, e takes d4 is
Yes.
kind of obligatory. But, I mean, maybe some knight takes f3 might win on the spot.
Knight takes f3.
No, but it does not work, yeah?
Because of
Rook F3.
gf.
Yeah, but it looks very scary.
Bishop
No.
takes d4.
Yeah, it looks very
Pin
scary.
here. Oh my god. This
No,
this
that's not-
reminds of some like game which becomes famous. Yeah, after many years, this
Yes.
is like Fischer's game or something.
No, this is...
What
this
a
is
move. I
asking-
mean, d4 must be like a classy move by Rapport.
Okay, but it's kind of, okay, if Rapport, you wake him up 4 o'clock in the morning, you show him or you just tell him this position, he will say, okay, I'm going to go d5, d4, what are you doing?
Yeah, true.
It's, this is deep in his soul. And you know, the problem is for Parham that if he would be sitting from the black side, he would shout out that d5, d4. The only problem that he's so ambitious with white
He
that,
forgot.
that he, yeah, because of his ambition, yeah, he's pushing away the thought sometimes about objectivity. Yeah, and d5, d4, of course, should have never been allowed. Yeah, it's like in the books, e d4, knight takes f3. I'm so-called strategist, but my inner feeling, the channel is signaling me that this is collapse
And also the thing is, you can never take here because
of rook e1.
this bishop controlling this square. It just is killing it. And so
Yeah,
here,
rook takes f3. No, rook takes f3 was the only question that
but then
I was thinking that.
queen d4, yes?
Yes, queen d4. Yeah, and then just simple. Yeah,
Yeah.
queen d4, just bishop d4 and finish. Yeah, rook
And
e1.
then rook comes in.
Yeah, because I was trying to play some fancy rook e1, rook f1, but that was not working. Just
Wow.
simple like this.
Wow. So Parham now facing the heat from Rapport, and this would mean that Richard could actually overtake Parham on the standings if he beats him.
Yeah, then he's
yes.
+2.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Gukesh's advantage has gone like sky high. Because again, you told us about this idea of h4.
Yes.
It's on the board, the rook comes out from here. This rook does its job from here, bishop stay here. This is chess 960.
This is chess 960
Absolutely.
plus this is the young generation, yeah, that they are able to think like a computer already, yeah, because they are working so much with computers, yeah, that it's not alien for them anymore, that they understand that this is shaky, it's everything, but instead of getting terrified that, oh my God, only computer can understand it, if computer can do it, I can do it, yeah, this is somehow the spirit of the young generation, yeah, it's, I remember I was once invited to Nanjing to play a match with Wei in 2019, and we were invited to a school to give some speech about chess, and I was explaining about all this artificial intelligence back then and that how strong the computers became, and this is kind of a nightmare for top players, yeah, like now computers are so strong. And then Wei also had his speech, and he said that, yeah, it's so nice that computers are so strong because we have all the benefits, you know, we can do this and that. And I just loved it, yeah, that the two generation, for him, computer is his friend, and I look at the computer as a little bit like my enemy, that why I was so happy without the computer, why did this appear, yeah, it's like, it's very funny.
But then in the end, everyone has to adapt to it because
Yes.
it's so useful.
Of course.
It's just that it's like modern technology also.
Yes.
Like we all use mobile phone. Some do it reluctantly, but they have to because everyone is using it. So here, I think Gukesh is doing really well. He's
What were the
pawn up.
last 2-3 moves after king f1, rook went?
Gukesh actually did not even bother about coordinating, like connecting rooks and all. He's just getting it from the different direction here. So c5 maybe was perhaps.
Well, c5 is a very human move, yeah. Computer does not like it, but okay, just making sure that black gets more grip on the d4 square. And I would also a little bit caution people who are just looking it with engine and think like, wow, already Gukesh has a big advantage, he's close to winning. Humanly, I have more like the feeling that, okay, very nice for Gukesh that he stabilized. Yeah, now we feel that he's not under any pressure and he might be thinking about how to play for more.
Right.
But the vision and the feeling and the logic behind this game does not dictate to me that White should be already thinking that he is so much better.
But,
yeah?
but Peter, now b4 seems like a very natural
Okay,
plan,
but I
no?
also have some bishop h6 idea. Yeah, for example, am I not setting bishop h6?
Ah, then if takes, there's a mate.
Checkmate on e1.
Ah. But then you could do it right away, right? Why c5? You could have done
Then
this.
maybe bishop b4 comes with a tempo. Maybe this is exactly, and that's why I love, always to understand every single minute, every single move. And I'm a big handball fan, I'm following all the handball things. And whenever I watch handball, I watch from the first second till the last second. You cannot just go, I take a tea or I just bring a water and you miss 2 seconds. You already lose the logic of the game. That why the people change this guy for defense, everything. And
See, this is
No
passion.
breaks,
This
no
is
breaks.
not
Yes,
just
no.
in chess, you see?
all about
In
the
everything.
details, everything.
In
yes,
every phase of
yes,
life.
Everything, yes,
Wow.
yes. Yeah.
Okay, so here, as you say, bishop h6 is a threat now, and White has to deal with it somehow.
Yeah, bishop h6 is a threat because bishop h6, rook e1 is checkmate. Bishop c6, I can simply follow, chase you with bishop g7.
Yes.
Yeah, and otherwise, if you play f4, first of all, you have to play rook h3 to play f4. But when you play f4, I will always have knight e3 check, provoking the opposite colored bishops, and I have zero problems.
Yes.
Maybe even I can try to push. So that's why I felt like maybe White should play g4.
G4 here, yes, I was thinking
Yes.
about it, like take,
g4 takes.
Amazing.
And then I feel like I'm probably slightly better, but I just, the mathematics does not add up that why computer thinks that I'm so much better because I feel I'm slightly better.
Because maybe then you try for h5 break and you are getting some play, but
Yeah, but suddenly this story also brought me back one very painful memory that I one time completely outprepared Shirov
Yeah.
in year 2010 in Vaikanze in one of the bishop c5 Spanish Archangel's variation, very important novelty. I made everything. He defends very well, but he's on the defensive. And I knew that the position, it's already deep inside, the preparation finished long ago, but I knew that the evaluation is +1 in the position. And the most natural move, which was the so-called +1 move, in my mind it was not enough. It's like very small advantage. So if I have not known the computer, I would have played from 100 games 100 times that move and I would just be better, would be pressing. But I convinced myself that no, I cannot play this move because it was +1. This would only be like +20 or +30. And I made a different move, which I thought that, probably computer thinks that this is +1, which was almost losing. And I lost the game with 1 hour advantage on the clock, with position advantage and everything, just because of this completely stupid information from the computer. Was just unbelievable. I was hating the computers after this game, just completely crazy.
How much you had to change in the relationship with the computer.
Yeah, and during the game I was going crazy. I was like, okay, but it cannot be the move that I want to make. Unfortunately, it's not +1. He has drawing chances. And instead of going for this one-sided game where, okay, by miracle maybe Alexei saves it or not, I ended up losing.
yeah,
Killed my
sometimes-
tournament.
Which
But
one?
It killed my tournament.
it killed your
yeah.
tournament.
It killed my tournament completely.
By the way, Nodirbek has just scored the win.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
over?
After queen f4, he snatched another pawn.
Yeah, this h6 was just a winning move.
Yeah, it was the winning move. We had actually left it at that, and here he managed to sort of convert this. Nodirbek moving strongly up in this tournament, 4 out of 5. Also, I think crossing 2760 now maybe on the live rating list. Amazing.
Yeah, but it was also too smooth, too easy.
Too easy
This was a terrible opening idea or decision by Mateusz because it was not his style. He should have not played this solid h3 castle. This is not his spirit. And then he probably was still following some ambitious way, but it worked very much for Abdusattorov, who was ready for the fight. He wanted to provoke a fight. And he also fundamentally had a very nice position. So, yeah, great win for him.
By the way, in Vincent's game,
wow.
there was, we looked till bishop d7,
Yes.
knight d7, queen d7, but there was this
Yes.
bishop e4.
Yeah, but now the question, what happens after bishop d4, yeah? So bishop d4, bishop e5.
d4, mate in 1.
Yes, and you cannot play rook g8 because then you lose the pin, but there is bishop e5. And look at this, Guyan finally spent like more than 20 minutes calculating all these lines. Now he figured it out.
But he seems to be okay, yeah, after bishop e4.
Yeah, he seems to be okay, but then when he took on h2, yeah, because when he took, he still had half an hour.
Yeah.
Now he has 30 minutes, so he spent 70 minutes rechecking his calculation. So yeah, we understand how difficult it is over the board, yeah, to make these decisions, to calculate everything. Vincent was also shocked and surprised.
Maybe bishop c5 is somewhere possible.
Wow, you have good nerves.
No, I just want to make use of this.
Okay, but rook d8, I hit you with a tempo and then I move
And
away.
then can I go and hit your bishop?
But the
and
queen protects. No, I have bishop d3 or bishop c. I mean, okay, I'm at least not worried
you
with
can
black.
attack. No, I was thinking if take and this both are.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean, I can attack the knight or the rook with the bishop.
True.
I mean, then black is perfectly fine. Clearly, Vincent is hoping to generate some, I mean, not winning chances, but some playable possibilities. So bishop d4, bishop e5, knight c5. That looks like a possibility, no?
But then if I just
knight.
trade
Yeah, takes.
and I just put my bishop. Oh, there is a 4. Yeah, let's go here.
No, then
maybe.
knight e6. Then I'm coming. This was my hope. Then this, at least practically speaking, with this jumping knight and back rank issues, I see computer says it's fine, but it's a bit scary. No, rook g8 should be bad. Rook f7 or rook, yeah. But rook f7, knight d8. I had this cheapo also.
Nice, nice.
I had this cheapo little, yeah.
Okay, maybe it's.
I mean,
not so
okay.
clear. Yes.
It's a very intriguing position. Yeah,
How many
very
moves
intriguing.
he has to make, Van?
Well, it's 20.
16 more moves, yeah, like here. That's actually quite a bit in 12 minutes, and Vincent has 20. So this game has become quite sharp. Meanwhile, in Prag versus Vidit, something drastic has happened.
Wow, he retreated with the knight to c3.
Yes,
yeah?
h3, knight h7. Then he went knight c3.
Well, it's actually a fantastic move, but it was the first move that I did not have it on my radar at all. It's a very
Why is
deep
it
move.
fantastic? Is he going to what?
Well, it's fantastic because it did not cross my mind. It simply because it means that it's not, you know, it's like a hidden move.
True.
Yeah, that you think about this because he finally understood that his knight on a4 is doing nothing.
And he doesn't want to go to c5.
Exactly, he doesn't want to go to c5 and he wants to keep the tension.
Nice.
Immediately when knight c3 happens, I have the feeling that this is this double exclamation type of move, yeah, because it can also have this devastating effect. What did Vidit do?
He went knight g5
With little
to
time.
trade, trades, and now Vidit goes for an intermezzo with knight d4.
Yeah, but anyway, knight d5 will come, and then the knight will have to. So how did Prag react? Queen d1.
Queen d1,
Yes, going
and
for.
so takes now.
So why did the engine not like the intermezzo of knight d4?
Did
well,
it not? Did
okay,
it not,
we
or-
also don't know these engines, how good they are.
No, it did. It was stable.
It was fine,
Yeah,
yeah?
yeah. But now Prag goes knight d5, right?
And then knight e6. Then the knight from e6 protects the g5 pawn eventually, but it would be very nice to kick that knight away with c6, but c6 will run into knight b6 hitting the
Yes.
rook, and then knight c4 hitting the bishop and the pawn
Yes.
on e5. So the intrigue is still very much on, and also white queen is coming to g4, and then queen g4, h4, rook h1, and white can also develop mating ideas on the h file. Be careful.
Okay, you just said all the
What
plans
a
which
plan.
next few moves are
Nice.
going to pan out perhaps like that. Very
And
nice.
10 minutes to with it, Sagar. How many moves here?
So Prag's knight d5, here Amruta still 14 moves to play.
No, this will get under intense time pressure for Vidit.
Yeah, this is very tough because okay, as long as he keeps the stability, it's fine. But if suddenly with 5 minutes on the clock, queen g4, h4 happens, yeah, and there is no good reaction, then basically it's game over. So the next two moves, I would say, are extremely critical. for the
Also,
game.
Prag's knight d5 looks like the only move here. Like in the sense, what else to do?
Well,
right?
or to start with queen g4, yeah. So he's
Queen
thinking
g4.
about queen g4, knight d5, yeah. He has this option of going here and there.
Okay, so we'll come back here, and meanwhile, there is some development on Gukesh's board. Of course, he went G4.
No, of course. Yeah, it's
Of
the
course.
logical.
Or no, wait, let me see. No, he did go. G4, H bishop G4, bishop H6, bishop C3.
Yeah, and this kind of indicates us that after bishop G7, bishop takes F5, bishop takes C5, bishop D7 check, intermezzo.
Oh, nice.
This is the way how we can get out of this chasing our bishop forever. No, bishop D7 first, check. Takes and takes. We are 2 pawns up. Still very far from, because rook E2 and black gets active, but then rook H3, rook F, I mean, okay, it should be better for white.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't want to enter a rook endgame, right? When you have the minor pieces.
But no, you get another pawn.
You get an extra pawn.
Yeah, that's
no,
why.
This is for black very difficult. You don't want to enter this.
Because
this
here
black.
the bishop was unprotected, so you
Yes.
couldn't. But here it's protected. Very nice. Yeah, so here maybe now David, he goes knight D4.
Yeah, knight D4. But okay, this is a very sad move because after bishop takes D4, CD4, this is like a losing structure.
Opposite color
Losing
bishop you are
struc-
entering.
Oh,
It's a
because
losing
of
structure
this.
because of B4, white gets
Ah.
bishop F3, no anti-square on the E file, so only bishop D2, rook E1, trying to trade all rooks will be kind of the defensive idea, but I'm pretty sure that white will be able to keep at least one pair of rooks, and one pair of rooks should be enough to
Even
really
if
give-
all rooks are traded, perhaps that bishop, opposite
That's-
bishop
that should be
endgame.
draw.
Yeah.
That should be draw because black will very quickly target the H3 pawn with the bishop, zigzag. Yeah, bishop D2, bishop C3, bishop B2, and attack the pawn. So you will not be able to. If you could have that pawn ending and your king gets to B3, I think.
Yeah, and so that could really create some lot of play. I think we have a guest who's joining us, and so we'll take a short break and come back into this time pressure zone that we are approaching. Welcome back, everyone. We have the winner of today's game, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Nodirbek, you played a very, very smooth game against Bartel. Is that the feeling you have?
Yeah, it went very good for me, from the opening. I think, it was very, very clean game.
We actually were analyzing Peter. I think his play was very smooth today.
Yeah, it looked like the opening worked to perfection. Yeah, you solved all your opening problems, and when the knight landed on c4, we felt like there is trouble time for.
Yeah, I think that was important because not to take the b3, but
Sagar can be reached to that position.
That move. But just this accelerated dragon, was it part of the plan for you?
No, I wasn't expecting this. He played some Rossolima type of positions after bishop b5. After knight c6. Yeah, he also played knight c3 recently, but with the idea of after g6 he played bishop c4, so he didn't went for d4. Yeah, but of course I was in book here, knight, castle, bishop b3, all preparation, d6, and of course I was expecting f3.
Yes.
Yeah, it's much more principle. After h3, okay, black's objectively fine, and I think I pretty much showed how to play with black. Yeah, after this rook e8 was I like this rook e8 move. I was very proud. Just prophylaxis against knight d5 and giving him a chance to play some move. Yeah, I mean also instead of rook e8, I was looking at some other moves. Yeah. b5, bishop g5, rook e8. Instead of rook e8, there is I can play knight takes b3, takes b3, h6, but I was not sure why should I play like that. Bishop h4. I think it should be fine for black, but okay, it's much more complicated I think than needed. So I was very proud with
rook e8. You really like this move.
Yes.
Nice. And knight d5.
Yeah, I think knight d5 is already inaccuracy because going for this structure, I think it's already worse for white.
Yeah, this was my feeling as well, because first Sagar was like, okay, bishop g5, rook e1, open e5, pressure on the e7 pawn. I thought, okay, but knight c4, and we have a huge problem. Yeah, bishop c1 is terrible, and bishop takes c4 is also terrible. So we have no move.
So he had to take. Was it a question for you to take with the rook or pawn?
Yeah, of course. I was considering taking with rook, but no, I wasn't so like bishop e3. I think also then c3, b3 or b3. I think I mean obviously black is slightly better, but I thought that maybe it's easier to play for white. I'm not sure, but okay. I like this, b takes c4 to isolate this d5 pawn to weaken and to put pressure with rook c5 or queen a5. Yeah, also queen e3 is, I think he missed, or I think I don't know what he missed. But after queen e3, after queen a5, it's just he's losing.
He should have played queen e4 directly.
Yes, of course, yes.
So queen e3,
I
queen
think
a5.
Maybe he missed bishop e7 after queen a5. Maybe he missed bishop takes e7 and bishop e5.
Bishop e5,
yes,
yeah, okay, this is very hidden.
Yes, bishop takes bishop e5, and if he moves bishops, then bishop takes d4. Yes.
Oh my God, yeah, this is nasty.
Oh, this way.
Because if not bishop e5, then he has compensation after bishop f6. Obviously, bishop takes f6 and bishop f8, queen g5. Yeah, so it's not clear.
Oh,
so
nice.
So yeah, this bishop e5. I think maybe he missed this.
That's the point. Bishop e5 is such
so
a
easy
hidden
to miss.
move. Yeah, such a nice move.
Yeah, you calculate millions of things how to use the pin, and exactly the move that blocks the pin is the winning move. Yeah,
it's like you put the curtain only to open it more strongly. Yeah, beautiful.
Wow.
Queen e4, queen a2.
I think at this point, winning for black.
You were just collecting.
Yes, just collect and trying to push a pawn.
But we were very impressed that you are collecting at the same time, not forgetting about this small little move h6, the killer.
Prophylaxis and improving. Yes.
Stopping bishop f6, and then white is stunning move.
By now you thought you were winning here?
Of course.
Knowing your confidence level, of course, I would be thinking like, yes, I'm probably winning, but you never know. Not in your case. Yeah, very
here
nice.
also it worked out well, very well for me. After this queen c2, you know, I have queen d1 check and queen d6. It's very important. After
So he
queen
cannot
c2,
get
yes,
active.
rook e8, queen f7, rook e8, king h7, queen f7, queen d1, king h2, queen d6, f4, and either h5 or g5. Both, I think, wins. So yes.
And
So
so
yeah.
here,
Yeah, it's already hopeless.
and he resigned here, I think. Yeah, and you managed to win. Amazing win, Nodirbek. And with this, you take the lead in the tournament because I think Parham is under a lot of pressure against.
That was very
Rapport.
interesting. Opening was very interesting, I think, in this game.
But he blundered this
Unusually.
d4. You saw
Okay.
this, yeah?
No, I didn't.
No,
see.
here he played knight f4 and run into d4. And e4, knight takes f3 wins.
This has happened,
okay.
Peter. This is on
Ah.
the board.
Happened on
Yes.
the board, yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's just slowly, yeah. It's
Wow.
Slow,
He's like
hopeless.
doing this like a
Yes.
slow attack.
yeah, because white's paralyzed, yeah.
Yeah, nothing moves.
So this one definitely Richard playing
But
beautiful
of course,
chess.
it's also
Not the end, not
no,
finished
not
yet.
finished. Yes, and I feel like
Yes.
there might be something, you know,
Some
it's
drama.
some drama.
And
yeah.
when Parham is involved, there is drama always. Yeah. Because maybe if you ask Parham what is the evolution, he will tell you I'm better here. Okay, come on, yeah. And he also signals this to opponent. You know, it's not.
Yes.
We had
Yeah,
this
he's not-
wonderful
He looks very confident. Yes.
postmortem 2 days ago.
Yes.
Yeah, you were also there with Parham, Vincent. You, Prague, was fantastic atmosphere. Yeah, actually, tell us about the tournament. How do you feel? You have now +3. You were also joining the postmortem together. You are enjoying your time. How is it?
Yeah, it's great feeling. You know, it's. I think this year is a special edition for this tournament. I think this strongest lineup so far in this tournament's history. So I think, yeah, everything is going well for me so far. But you know, it's 4 rounds more and the most important rounds for me. So it's quite. It will be quite tough, of course, obviously. So yeah, but yeah, I'm so far I'm enjoying this tournament very much.
Does this go through your mind that you have now reached world number 8, 2760?
No.
No?
I didn't realize. Okay.
Did I break this to you? Yeah, you are
Yes.
not following at all.
I was following, but I could, you know, I didn't calculate.
No, I
How
don't
much
know
you
about
gain,
this
yes.
game, but I'm
yes,
approximately
okay,
you
yes.
would be, and you were a world number 8
Okay,
just
yes.
2 days ago as well.
And who knows? Yeah, if already you are bringing Anish lost today and Nodirbek won, who knows? Maybe already number 7. But
Yes.
we talked about this that for players, numbers are not important. Important that you play good, you focus on your chess. If you play good chess, the numbers are coming automatically. Yeah, that's
Yeah, just focus on playing good chess.
That's very important here.
Yeah, and Gukesh is winning. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was a bit suspicious about David's sacrifice.
yeah, but there was one moment if we can just bring up this exchange sacrifice idea because here instead of g6, Black would have played knight d6. This was
Yes, I was calculating b3.
b3 then g6.
Yes, I saw it. Yeah, rook a2 or something.
Yeah, bishop g7,
d5.
d5, knight f5,
Yeah, king f1.
and
Oh no, sorry.
king f5.
Maybe you just hold it.
Rook e7,
Yeah,
okay. I
maybe.
mean, okay, this looked like,
Yes.
because I'm forcing you to play this strange b3, okay, too.
This feels
I mean, my question was that I want to ask you, because we were discussing that knight d6, d3,
Yes, d3.
knight f5, it's a forced line, and this exchange sacrifice. d5, knight d4, bishop e3, knight c2, king d2, takes. And I was a little bit worried for Black. I don't know, computer says it's good for Black, but even g6, d4, king d3, and then b4
Yeah, should be fine for black, I think.
should be fine,
Yes,
yes?
should be fine. Yes.
The fearless young generation, you see? You see, I mean, yes, okay, actually, yeah, but the potential dangers, you know, you see? Yes, that's why it's so difficult for us, you know, to fight. Yeah, I'm thinking 1 hour, you know, I'm coming up with it, and then my opponent comes, and then he says, okay, so what's the big deal, yeah?
Nodirbek, what are your memories of this 2019 game that you had with Peter? Because
I recently checked the game. Yeah, a lot of memories came back. So I looked at the game, and now I don't understand why was I so confident at that point. Because during the game I thought it's very unclear position, but now I see now I look at position just so bad, like plus 1.5. Yeah, I mean, at that point, yeah, my understanding was not in that level.
Yeah, but then I told Sagar that when I offered a draw, and you suddenly sensed that I made a mistake, and then you immediately said no, and you forced me to make tons of only moves to defend the position. That I felt that it was very nice character, that you immediately sensed that not important what happened before. If you have a chance, yeah, you have to switch the mindset, and it was fantastic.
But
I was also quite young. Yeah?
Yes. you feel, yeah. So how do we feel, yeah, already?
I mean, if Nodirbek is so confident right now, and he still feels that back then that position was, so I'm just imagining how confident you would be in 2019. Like you would be very, very confident in general. But right now, this game between Vidit and Prague, this is perhaps the most complex from a strategic perspective.
Yeah, I think Prague's play was very nice. I mean, at some point Vidit spent so much time and didn't figure out the plan, I think, for black. And now I think white should be better, also structurally.
But Prague is thinking from 22 minutes now, almost 20 minutes.
Down to 8 minutes. Yeah, we were analyzing something like knight d5.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then if knight e6, then some queen g4 with idea h4, and if c6, then I always have knight b6, knight c4. It seems like there is pressure. Yeah.
I would take white. Of course, I really.
Yeah. So why is Prague really taking so much time? Yeah, what are we missing?
No, maybe considering queen g4 immediately, or. But this feels some knight jumps, yeah, maybe, or bishop e7, just knight d3 or something.
Yeah, maybe also queen e6 can I play, and then bishop e7, knight bc, and d3 pawn is hanging, some regrouping like this, and then bishop e7,
Queen e3,
and then you have queen e3 and knight bc.
oh, here,
Wow.
there's some tactic, yeah,
Wow,
maybe.
not
Yeah.
knight bc, but which tactic? Crazy, yeah?
Oh, maybe queen b3, okay, queen b3.
Queen b3, and then knight c3,
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
simple,
yeah,
yeah,
no,
simple check.
this is
And queen d2, knight f3.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, this is bad, yeah.
Wow, beautiful.
So maybe he's calculating some other move.
Yeah, that knight d5, just
knight
it gives
d5,
the harmony,
yes.
yeah?
Yeah.
Knight d5.
To keep control, yes.
But I think this long think might break Prague's rhythm of the game, right? Like he might come really low on time with just 14 more
many
moves to
moves
make.
left? Oh, 14 moves, okay, it's quite a lot.
It's a lot.
And it was always like this, that he had like 30, 40 minutes against Vidit's 15, yeah, and position looked good, and now he goes so low on the clock.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe Gukesh one.
Okay, he's about to make a move, knight d5, okay, he will play. No, he goes,
Oh, g6. Wait.
Oh no, queen
this is-
g4 is all the board.
No, this is
wow.
totally different position, I think.
Yeah, many things have
Yeah, many things happened.
Oh, the board is not affected.
too much tension, yeah?
They played a lot of moves, and maybe the actually a lot of moves have happened. Oh, because the board generally, it's the first time the board is not updating.
Cannot
yeah.
handle the
So,
pressure, yeah?
I am a bit surprised.
Does somebody know the game?
Let
Okay,
me
we
just.
can figure out, no? No, knight on b6, I see. Bishop on b2.
So all this kind of, yeah, this is dramatic, we are missing all the drama. Wow, look on d3, pawn
Yeah.
pawn on
In
g6.
the most important moment, yeah?
Yes, wow. The
Yeah, so
transmission.
maybe if we build this up,
Yes.
then knight d5.
I think Prague played knight d5.
Knight d5.
Yeah. Vidit.
96, right?
96, Queen G4.
Queen G4. C6, yes?
No.
No, rook. The
Bishop
bishop has to
E7
move.
maybe.
Ah,
Bishop-
bishop.
But
But then e5 is hanging.
no. Maybe he first played and then Bishop E7.
We need Tadeusz. Tadeusz,
Tadeusz.
can you help us?
Yes, he's
Okay.
typing away. He's trying to find the.
Yes. What happened?
But if we can just reach this position, maybe like through some, maybe not great moves, but
Yes.
But it's impossible.
the
No.
pawn is on G. Yes, so
He's
the-
already on g6,
But
the
where-
white
Yeah,
pawn.
Knight on
But-
B6.
where is this bishop? How did it get traded for this bishop?
No, the bishop is not traded. Bishop
No?
on B2, bishop
Ah,
on
bishop.
G5. Yes.
That's a bishop, yes,
Yeah,
not a
bishop,
pawn.
bishop.
Ah,
It's a
okay.
bishop, yes. Like he played bishop E7, H4, C6, knight B6, rook D3, and here this position was white's move. And Prague played G6, I think, in this position. You can just.
But how did the bishop? Ah, bishop came
Yeah,
to
he
G5.
Prague played G6 here, and Vidit played bishop G5.
Wow, insane. Yeah, it's just unbelievable that this position cannot be built up.
No, you can build up with like you can lose the tempo.
Ah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah, sure. I mean, no, I mean,
Then
you
we
guys-
lose two
there are-
tempo.
There are so many strong players thinking here, like you guys, but
Yes.
Yes.
no.
No, yeah, this position is G6, bishop
triangle.
G5, yes. But
okay, we reached here, and it is
yes,
whose move? Prag's
White's
move.
Prag's
Okay, so
move,
we
yes.
are
yeah, in this
on the
position.
live board. Oh, nice.
But this is very shaky for black, yeah? Bishop g4.
And also the clock timing is not correct.
Yeah,
so
very, very sharp position actually.
Ah, not correct, yeah?
no, this is not. So maybe Prague has more time for
Yes,
sure.
maybe. Yeah.
And then people say that the technology is reliable. Yes. Okay. There is so much tension, also a computer cannot handle it, yeah? And
Maybe we can just zoom into the full video once to see the clock, to just know what the time situation is. Yeah, maybe we'll wait.
I think if for Prague not this episode with Rapport, he would be super confident in this position.
Yeah.
This knowing what happened 2 days ago, no matter how strong you are psychologically, it's still somewhere in your mind, yeah? This.
But here, like rook can go to the h file. There are attacking chances here for white.
But okay, bishop h6 always protects
Ah.
on the h5, so it's not automatic checkmate yet
I'm not sure why engine is so optimistic
for white. Yeah?
for white. Yes, because black's so active also. No?
Some counterplay. Yeah?
Yeah.
And okay, the rook is if rook
Maybe
c2,
it's
you go
very
to rook
concrete.
d2, or yeah, probably very concrete. Yeah.
Yes.
Here we had the moves. So just if we have to make the
Yes.
moves.
Yeah, let's make
H
correct with the one.
g5, knight d5, knight e6, queen g4,
Okay,
Yes.
nice.
and then we had bishop f8,
Wow, okay, that's
Ah,
the
okay,
key.
He
Okay.
lost his tempo. Yeah. Okay. Bishop. Okay,
h4,
H4, C6,
c6, knight b6, rook d3,
H8G.
hg.
Bishop E7,
Okay,
yes.
that's how we reached.
Yes.
The last move was bishop g5 by Vidit.
Wow, and then we only don't know the clock situation,
Yes.
right? Yeah, this is the-
Oh, I don't know. It's very difficult to see. Maybe some of you guys can see the clock time. What is it?
It's 11 for Prague and 4:50 for
Wow, thank you very
thank
much.
you.
Okay.
11 for Prague and 4 minutes for Vidit. Okay.
4-8 moves. Yeah.
What attention.
But what move comes to mind here? Is a move
Yeah. I
like
want to bring this knight somehow, but
this does not work? Yes,
Which one?
just taking the pawn. That's a
then
mistake.
Bishop C1.
Yeah, because look is hanging, yeah?
I don't know. I want to make
Yes.
somehow work out this knight C4, knight E5 ideas, but
Oh, he
I'm not
takes.
sure. Yeah, GF,
Yeah, he
Queen
takes,
F7.
takes.
Maybe now knight C4.
No, knight c4, yeah, this is the idea.
By the way, Nodirbek is world number 5 now.
World number 5.
Wow, what a jump,
Oh,
what a game, yeah?
congratulations.
No,
Yeah.
thank you.
I mean, in a way,
Yes.
it's amazing.
Yes.
Wow.
But yeah, these are the things normally that, thank you very much for pointing out, but you have to forget as a player as quickly as
Yes,
possible,
yes.
because people are talking about numbers. One day you are this, and then you lose one game, and then now you're only number 10. Okay, then why did you tell me when I was number 5? Let me play my chess, and after the tournament we speak. Yeah, this is correct. Just never lose the focus.
True,
Yeah.
true, Peter. Yeah, you are. Actually, you take care of that part also when you are commentating.
Of
then-
course, for the
yes,
players,
for
yeah.
the
I mean,
players.
I'm protecting the players because, okay, for example, Anish won the first game, already climbed number 5, and then he lost 2 games now, and then he's falling. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
I'm thinking about knight c4, bishop
Yes.
c1, knight e5, bishop b2, knight f7. That's probably, yeah, should be
The
fine,
knight on
yeah,
e6
for-
protects. Yeah.
Yeah, king f7, and should be fine for black, yes.
Yeah, should be fine.
Yes, okay. So it's not knight c4.
By the way, Sagar, here we also have the 15 minutes delay.
No, no, no. This is live.
This
board.
is live. Ah, okay,
Yeah, yeah,
good, good.
Yeah, maybe just rook d1 or rook c2.
Rook
Maybe-
c2, rook
maybe just-
d2, yeah?
Yeah, take rook e2. Maybe this is better structurally. maybe
He
for
played
white.
rook cd1.
Yeah, rook d1.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
same.
just maybe, yes.
just to play forget about all the
Yeah,
adventure.
just,
Yeah, just
just play some.
But it was perhaps
Type of-
not the most accurate move here. I mean, there could have been something else. instead
yeah,
of-
but sometimes it's important to be practical in a game. Yeah, that's
Yes.
okay. You have 10 minutes on the clock. You understand that you are pressing. Yeah, okay. If end game comes, then this pawn on e5 is weak.
So if we reach such an end game, takes, then white has very good chances.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I'd be very happy.
Almost
for white.
losing. Yeah, with
Yes.
this pawn on e5.
Yeah,
this
I mean,
is
it's all weaknesses, and white's king is very, very safe. So
Mm.
no counterplay for black. Yeah.
So Vidit needs to actually figure out what is the way to create some play
Bishop-
for himself.
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2
yeah, some confusion.
and
No.
rook.
Okay,
But
h1.
okay, look.
Oh, rook h1, yeah.
No,
No.
I wanted
Rook
just rook e2, just solid. Yeah, solid.
But why is this a blunder?
Okay, some bishop e1 or bishop e3, yeah,
yes,
bishop e3.
Bishop
yeah.
e3.
Yes.
E3.
Oh,
And
beautiful.
no,
With
no,
this
this-
hanging and then this check.
Yeah, bishop
If you
d2,
take-
just rook e2. Yeah.
Rook e2, yeah, just
Rook
keeping
e2.
the control.
Yes.
Yeah?
So rook e2.
Karpov
not-
style, yeah, just everything under control.
And Vidit's clock is running low now. He must be down to 2 minutes.
Yeah, he feels the pressure, yeah, because he cannot play natural moves, then he will be worse, yeah, so
Yeah.
he needs some special solution.
Oh, by the way, we've reached the right clock timing, perhaps.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Every
Thank
single,
you. Thank you.
Yeah, every single game full of life, yeah, here.
Yeah.
That's why but we were kind of, when I saw the lineup, so wow, this will be some fantastic, yeah, okay. Every single game is
Yeah.
special. Mm.
But Nodirbek, how are you sort of enjoying this event as compared to, let's say, Chess 960 here now? You just played, right? Freestyle chess. Are you enjoying
Yeah, I'm
playing
very
this?
much enjoying. Yeah, it's like almost like playing Vaikanze but with less rounds. Yeah,
Mm.
like also the lineup is a half player from Vaik, so it's less rounds.
Mm.
So tension is same. I would
Yes.
say.
And Vidit was telling us that his, by the way, Bishop
Yeah,
D2
Bishop
on the
D2
board,
played.
that his schedule is sleep, eat, repeat, and play chess. Is it the same for you? Like just
Yeah, pretty,
This
pretty,
routine.
pretty much. Yes, yes,
amazing. And tomorrow is a rest day, so
yes. Finally.
yeah.
Finally, yes, yeah.
Although I think the players do have at 12:30 in the afternoon, they are all going to a very interesting outing. So it's not like tomorrow you have a few hours that you will be spending outside your room. So Bishop D2.
Yeah, Rook E2 is.
Rook e2 is nice, yeah.
We'll come back to this game very quickly. Rapport versus Maghsoodloo. The game has moved ahead a bit, but this time I think Parham will be feeling that his position is not great. Yeah, now he's pawned down
It's
clearly.
lost.
Yeah,
yeah.
even Parham is, I think, no.
Yeah.
Yes, it's completely lost, yeah.
Yeah.
Material done and terrible king,
Yes,
bad start, and black has all the activity, yeah, so no arguments in white's favor.
So then that means that Richard would move to 3.5 here. Meanwhile, is Gukesh doing it well, or do you think David is back in the game? Because Gukesh did have a big advantage at some point.
Whose move is it now?
And now Bishop
Black's
C3
move.
was the last move.
Yes,
I think
Bishop
Gukesh
think
main
Black's
was
move, yeah.
this is hanging, and if you go Rook B6, there's Bishop A5. So
Yeah, I
Yes.
think first black should give check, yeah? Rook B1, yes.
Yes, Rook B1 check.
Very logical, yeah.
Check.
Bishop E1, I think. Otherwise, Rook B3, yeah?
Yeah.
if King G2, Rook B3.
Yeah, maybe you just take on Bishop E7 also.
Yes, maybe
Yeah,
just
yeah,
takes on
yes,
G1 and
yes.
Bishop. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's-
you
Oh,
can
this
trade.
endgame.
Yes.
Yeah, you can just trade and then
yeah,
go.
you collect this pawn, yeah.
So you cannot go. So Gukesh has to go
Bishop E1.
Bishop
yes.
E1.
Yeah.
But okay, then already there is some intrigue, yeah. Bishop
Yes.
Bishop G7 possible or not?
But David is amazing, yeah, as a defender. Even against
yes,
you,
yes.
he defended like crazy that game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was very confident. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I got winning position like as early as move 15 or 20.
Yes.
So yeah, I thought, you know, in a couple of moves I would end the game, but he, you know, he kept finding this, you know, defensive resource, and at some point I collapsed at some point. Yeah.
Yes. Did you
So-
feel you were losing?
Yes. Yes. No, I didn't feel like my position is lost, but I felt like I lost the thread of the game. So it was really,
King
really,
H1.
yeah, really lucky moment for me. Yes.
That was like a trap, yeah, and then Rook D6 came in there. By the way, Gukesh is thinking here whether he should move his king or play Bishop E1.
And it's move number what?
Move number 33.
33. Okay, and the
And
clocks
he has
are
only
correct.
1 minute, yes.
It's correct.
1
yeah.
minute left. 1 minute 20 seconds. And meanwhile, Vidit did Prag did play Rook E2 against Vidit. And very quickly to get your thoughts on this game, Vincent versus Guen.
This is a nightmare.
Yeah. No, this is a very good chance for
Yes,
white. I would say.
it's
Yeah.
a total
But
nightmare for black.
How
yeah?
he managed to lose this pawn?
So here, this was where we left. Bishop
Yes.
D7 here. Bishop A7 is what
Bishop
Vincent
A7.
played.
Yeah, they reached this opposite color bishop endgame. I mean endgame, yeah.
And Rook C1.
Oh,
yeah.
what a geometry
C1,
there.
okay. Yeah, this is unpleasant.
Yeah,
I would
very
say.
unpleasant.
Yes.
Yeah.
He just gave the pawn because.
And
Yeah,
also
but
with
free
this
the bishop.
FCG2 pawn structure,
Yes.
this is very nice. Yeah.
Yes.
So Vincent here has realistic chance to grind this out. Okay.
Yeah,
Very
I would
interesting.
say so, yeah.
And here after Rook E2, Vidit is down to 2 minutes 30 seconds. He has to figure out what is his next move. He does look under great pressure.
And that's why the stabilizing moves like Rook D1, Rook E2 are practically so unpleasant. Yeah,
Right.
that
Yes.
because you are looking for some tactical idea, but they don't work, and then
It's also, I think, nice tactical point. I think knight g5 doesn't work here. Not sure why, but knight g5, I think rook dd2. Rook d2, queen g5.
like this.
Yeah, I think so. No.
But then still
Okay.
F3.
Yeah, king h7, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, you make
king
the draw.
H7, yes.
Oh.
But maybe not knight g5 was interesting to consider.
So knight G5 was
I
possible.
don't know. You can take the pawn, but no, then comes knight f3.
But Vidit went Bishop,
Bishop
C3.
C3.
Yeah,
It's best move, yeah, I think.
Yeah, he wants to eliminate this monster B2 bishop
Yes.
and the D4 square for the knight. Logical. Takes.
Okay, rook takes, rook takes. So rooks are traded. And yeah, I think Gukesh has gone Bishop E1 here. And Prag has played. Okay, we'll stay here.
Yeah,
with
we
knight
have to
C4.
stay with the Prague. That's,
Play knight
that's the
c4.
drama.
Okay, knight C4.
C4, okay.
C4, yeah. And bishop B2, rook B2, yeah? Like this.
Mhm.
Yes, so probably you cannot even take on B2 then.
So Prag is just making sure that
Knight
You
F4
know, some
check.
Knight
pieces.
F4.
Yeah, Knight F4
Maybe you
check.
have to
GF,
play
Queen
this.
C4. Queen C8 check, yeah. That's very unpleasant.
Check.
Yeah, I think here you go maybe.
Maybe when bishop
Check.
takes c3, because rook c3, rook e1, rook h1, you have to take with the
Okay.
maybe just simple
Yes.
and then rook e1.
Q1.
Nice. Nice. So here is the live board.
Yeah, all eyes on Vidit. Yeah, how will he
What's his pressure,
defend?
yeah? Big pressure.
2 minutes 10 seconds for Vidit, 6 minutes 55 for Prague. And there are some tactical ways to go wrong. Like knight
Yeah.
f4 would be a mistake. And also taking the bishop just helps white in some ways, because then this is hanging. So what is the move that
Queen
Vidit can
F6
play?
maybe?
Yeah, Queen f6. Yeah, it's of course a very sad move. You don't want to play it. Yeah, but he will play it.
But
yeah.
he
Yes.
plays it, yeah.
Yeah, he had to play something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to
Defending e5.
protect,
Yes.
yeah, E5.
And now for Prague, maybe.
But also engine is not, I mean,
Yeah, not giving
not
any.
any
strange. Yeah.
Yes.
We are praising Prague is playing beautifully, fantastic this, and then it's all about equality. Yeah.
So in a way, Vidit has actually defended this
Very
quite
good,
well.
Yes,
quite
this
well.
bishop d2, bishop c3
Yeah.
was very important. And basically he started with bishop g5, so it was a beautiful route.
I think even Vidit was under pressure yesterday, maybe? He was playing against Bartel, yes. Maybe not, yeah.
Yes, so far one cannot say that Vidit's play is very flawless. Yeah,
Yes.
It's a bit shaky up and down. Normally, when you normally think about Vidit, is what it means that he has everything under control, and from the strengths he is putting pressure. And okay, maybe draw, maybe he was, but so far he wasn't really able to get any chances. Yeah,
Yes.
that's
And
my
this-
my impression. So maybe actually psychologically, if he survives, he defends this game, will give him this feeling that wow, okay, this was a really very well defended game.
Right. But also, like 5 draws in a row sometimes puts you under pressure, yeah? Like all the games you're drawing.
Yeah, but okay, this one, if he makes a draw, it's
would
like
be
a win.
happy.
It's
Yes.
like
You
a
have-
win.
Big experience, yeah.
Yes, yes, with many draws, yeah. With a lot of draws, I know exactly, yes. I have 5 draws, 10, 15 draws, okay.
Did you have like long streaks of draws, Peter? Like,
Oh, I'm not even sure exactly that how much, but I had also some streaks, like I had 20 games with 19 draws and 1 loss, for example. Yeah, and then, you know, I got all the bashing that, okay, the guy cannot win a game. Why is he playing chess and all this crazy? But in fact, from the game quality, probably I should have at least scored like +4, +5 in those games. Yeah, and often it happens something like this. Yeah. But normally, if I started winning, then things were okay. But I had to start winning. It was not so easy. Yeah.
right. Meanwhile, Prague is having the most topsy-turvy event in recent times. Like 47 games, he had an unbeaten streak, and that is quite a lot in the present day,
Yes.
yeah? To
Yes,
be
it's
unbeaten.
Very impressive.
Okay, and while Prague thinks,
Wow, yeah, now we have the so-called bird's eye view.
yeah, bird's eye view of the other boards. There, if we see Bishop E1 played in Gukesh, and he played King G2 last move.
Bishop G7, King G2, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bishop G7, King G2. And Rapport is actually trading queens there. I mean, in that, so we will go into a rook endgame. Does that give perhaps some chances to hold, or?
Well, it's better than it was, but it's still quite bad. Yeah. And that's the impression.
Right.
But okay, it's step by step. Yeah, you cannot turn a losing position immediately.
And Nguyen is actually going after Vincent's rook, because the bishop endgame will be a draw.
Yes. of
So
course.
he has to keep the rooks.
White will never trade the rooks. So rook b8, something like rook b8 would be natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook d3,
Then rook b7 check, and you.
rook d7.
Just like this. Oh, okay, yeah.
Just coming back.
Because I was also like, white played g4 so quickly.
Yeah, I was
it
also,
was okay. If white gets f4, f5 in, it's fantastic. But
So in a way, Vincent's decision in the game to push his pawn to g4 was maybe a bit rushed.
okay, it's a very ambitious move, yeah, because he wants f4, f5. But this rook d7 and rook b8, rook d3 check and rook d7 back can be easily missed in time trouble.
Ooh, by the way, Gukesh made a huge decision in his game. If we can have the board of Gukesh, he actually traded the rooks and is gone into the bishop endgame.
Wow. And look at, David is surprised.
Yeah, and maybe David has great chances to now hold this, even though he's a pawn down in this endgame.
Yeah, bishop b2, yeah?
Bishop
b2,
b2.
a4,
Bishop
bishop
b-
f6.
And then he's king a6, king
King
a5, yeah,
Oh!
because he has this idea.
Oh, so you can't go here.
No,
this.
then
Yeah,
you
no,
lose,
this
yeah.
is-
Oh, so
yes.
provoking a4 is very useful, or it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Yes,
doesn't matter
doesn't
so
matter.
much,
He could have. So this move is not possible at all.
Yeah, so he has to give up the pawn and then it's a draw, yeah?
Wow. So David, amazing defense there by him. He's come back, and meanwhile here Queen
So Prague is
f6.
still thinking.
Prague down to 1 minute 30 seconds.
Wow.
Wow.
3 moves left.
This game can actually go in any direction now, yeah? Like with such low time or?
Okay, they just traded the bishops.
Aha.
Bishop cc, rook cc on the board. Knight e3, yeah, okay, but it's a little bit like all in, yeah? Sacrificing the
e3.
pawn.
Oh, a3 pawn is hanging, yes.
Yeah, rook d2, yeah?
So take.
Rook d2, knight d4.
Queen c8, queen f8, yeah?
Yeah, it's scary for white now, yeah? Not
Yeah, and then this
Yeah,
check
queen
is
f3 also
coming in.
always
yeah,
is
queen f3
counterplay.
is always tricky.
So knight e3 will with it capture the pawn, but he doesn't have anything else to do, right? He should take the pawn or.
Well,
he's-
knight d4 is
Knight
otherwise a
d4,
move, but
yeah.
okay, then queen c8 check might be unpleasant. I don't know, I'm not.
c8, queen f8, takes, take. No, this is
That's fine, yeah,
fine,
that's fine. Yeah,
that's
no,
fine.
queen c8 is impossible.
Okay.
Maybe rook
He
e1.
took, yeah, he took the pawn.
Ah,
Yeah,
he
rook
took-
e1,
he
yeah,
took
rook
it.
e1 and then rook h1, of course, yeah.
And this is the final move before time control.
Final move, move 40, yeah?
Yes. And
Queen,
Prague.
queen h5 or something? No, yeah, probably. Knight d4 also.
Wow, and this is the best position Vidit had throughout the game, yeah?
Yes.
After the opening.
And also ahead on time. So like
Yes.
everything suddenly became even.
Well, but I forget about the evolution, but this is now a very sharp
Yeah, it's
position.
the
and-
result game. Yes.
Yes, and it's move 40, it's a decisive move. Anything can happen after this one pair of moves.
So in a way, this game no longer, like the evaluation bar might say equal, but right now the mood might be that Vidit feels confident
Yes.
about his chances.
Definitely.
Maybe you go rook e1.
It has turned
Also,
around
rook e1,
quite
knight
a.
f5.
But then rook a2,
Knight
knight
f5.
f5,
Sorry,
knight
yeah,
you go.
d4,
Rook
Yeah.
e1.
rook e1,
Rook e1.
rook a2, knight f5, knight d4. We were
Knight d4, yes.
debating
Aha.
and try to understand what is this. It's very difficult.
And then there is. He went
plays
rook
rook d2.
d2,
Rook d2.
Rook d2.
and he is threatening to
Rook
come
d-
in.
Rook d7, yeah.
Rook
Yeah, so okay,
d7
knight d4 is kind
and
of.
knight f5. So you have to block it.
Yes.
Knight d4. I think with its last move,
Yeah.
he will make this,
Pretty much.
and then they
logical.
will have 30 minutes on the clock.
Actually, this is probably nice for both players that rook d2, knight d4 are natural moves before time control. Yeah?
Yes. with it just making sure that knight
Yes.
d4
But this is
his
very,
move.
very big trick from Prague, yeah, that he already made move 4, he can relax, he turned around,
Yeah.
and with it he's stuck there with this dramatic position, and yeah, he will go
Yes,
for it.
knight
Yeah.
d4 on the board. Wow, so we made 40th move here. We also made 40th move here with rook d7, which is why Vincent is taking his time. And we made 40 moves. Oh, this is the final move for Parham.
Wow, he might
Wow,
survive.
Yes, this is a miracle. Yeah, I mean,
Unbelievable.
maybe okay.
It's still bad,
he
but-
still has to defend, but
But this looks like very much possible to hold now.
Especially knowing what happened before
Yes,
in the game.
yes.
Yeah, psychologically, it will be very difficult if Rapport has to try to win again this game.
I guess this entire thing where he traded the bishops perhaps was not needed, yes?
yes.
Just taking this and going into the major piece.
Maybe he missed queen takes e2, yeah, that white can take with e2 because of this queen e8 trick.
Yes.
Oh, queen f4,
Yeah,
queen e8.
Yes,
Ah,
because if white has to take with rook, then you don't have harmony, yeah, when also you lose b3 pawn or whatever, but
yes.
this queen e2 suddenly.
Ah, so this was, you
No,
cannot
it's
take
incredibly
here.
tricky. Yeah, Parham.
Yes. Unbelievable.
I think your game with Parham from Vaikanze was the craziest game, right?
Yes.
What a game
Yes.
that was.
No, we didn't realize that he was winning at one point.
Yeah.
That my queen was just trapped at the center, so we missed this.
Okay, so we made 40 moves on all the boards, and Nodirbek, thank you so much for
Thank you.
coming in and for showing us your game, also for analyzing with us all these games. It was a big pleasure to have you, and wish you good luck for the second half.
Thank you.
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Matheso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
Welcome back everyone to the final session of today. We hope because there are 4 games going on, Peter, and we had so much excitement today in all the games.
It was a wonderful round. Yeah, okay, now I'm a little bit worried that there was a good chance for Vincent to grind it out, but he had time. He was playing a little bit fast. He wanted, let's just go back to the move, and move 38, he played g4. Yeah, that he collected the pawn, and then he made this, rook d6, bishop b3. A very interesting choice, g4, a very ambitious one, because he understood that there are still 3 more moves to be played before the time control. Opponent was short on the clock, and he knew that if he's doing absolutely nothing, which is very tempting just to bring the king, for example, then maybe long term it will be difficult to win. Yeah, and then he wanted to maximize his chances by going g4, f4, f5, and king g3. And all of a sudden, and suddenly black by some magic played king f7, king g3, bishop e6. And the rook d8, there was this rook d7, and the point what we discussed with Nodirbek, that I wanted to play here rook b8, thinking like it doesn't matter, rook d3, okay, you are targeting my f3 pawn, rook b7 check. And so what's the problem? Because g7 pawn is hanging, but rook d7, Nodirbek pointed out immediately that the rook returns. And it's so easy to miss these rook returning moves. And then I would already have to play some rook b4 and eventually rook f4 protecting my f3 pawn, but I'm losing my coordination. Because black wants to go bishop d5, target this f3 pawn. And it will not be easy. So Vincent opted for rook h8 instead.
Yes, rook h8 and h6. We have this on the
e6
board.
and bishop e5 played now. Okay,
And it's clear, like as you mentioned, that white's coordination is not the best, but it's not like he has lost all his chances to press for.
Yeah, no. It's just that long terms, of course, it's a very good chance. The only problem with this f3 pawn weakness, that is black able to go for this direct counterplay with rook d3, bishop d5. Yeah, so
right.
The reason why I'm a little worried is that it becomes move per move, and I'm not sure that, knowing that it was not a decision that Vincent made based on that he just missed this defensive resource, not that he was looking forward to it. Yeah, so
yes. Also, as you very nicely pointed out, that it was time trouble period, and he thought maybe this is the time to sort of take the chance.
Exactly, to try to maximize the chance. Yeah, because these are the typical ones. You try and then something goes wrong. People will criticize you that why did you change the character?
Yes.
It's the old wisdom, that basically before the
not
time
rush.
control, don't change the character because you might regret it. Yeah, but on the other hand, chess became so direct and so concrete that you cannot just rely on these old wisdoms. Yeah, that if suddenly this is your moment, then you have to take it, not just because people were telling you that no, you shouldn't.
Yes.
You are missing out on some good move. It actually did happen with me a couple of times that okay, no, I should not change. Yeah, and then I miss my chance. Yeah, so it works both ways. And okay, with the body language, but okay. Normally when you have this position and you make this move bishop e5 and you are really satisfied, then you get up and go for a walk and you enjoy yourself. But the message I'm getting that Vincent remains at the board, that he's a little bit concerned, like why did I get into this messy line? I could have just enjoyed this endgame and then slowly torture my opponent, and I have to deal with this rook d3, bishop d5 concrete lines. But for black, it's also not so easy, because let's just deal with this rook d3. You are faced with rook h7. I'm winning the g7 pawn and seemingly the game. But then you play bishop d5.
Yeah.
Rook take g7 check, and then the king moves somewhere. I don't even know if e6 or f8, what is the best square. And then f3 will be hanging with a check. But here also, we see also the evaluation bar saying that it's shaky for black. Maybe the h6 pawn will be simply lost long terms. Yeah, takes king h4.
Wow. And this is, I think Vincent will have to sort of change the character of the position, perhaps, if he...
Well, he already has to, yeah, because if black targets the f3 pawn, you have no good way of defending it, yeah, so you have to go for activity.
So it depends more on Guen, whether he will remain here, stand, But then,
But no, you cannot really stand because king g6 runs into f4, yeah? Then we get this f4, f5 in.
oh, f4, f5 is actually
Is winning kind
a
of.
threat here.
Yes.
But isn't rook d3 then king h4 and it,
Then king h4, yeah.
yeah, there's nothing
Yes.
much.
So
Wow.
I'm kind of expecting, humanly speaking, rook d6 is very much.
Rook
the-
d3, rook h7, this to happen.
Yeah, but for some reason the computer says that there is some other move, yeah, because after rook d3 is always jumping with evolution, and because if you ask me what are the candidate moves, no, but rook e7 cannot.
Maybe
be
it doesn't even worry too much about this pawn moving forward. Yeah, like
It's a
and you-
computer, yeah. Okay, humanly, I would be terrified because my feeling is that if the pawn lands on f5, the game is over. Yeah,
Right.
This is
Right.
how humanly you feel because then you have no pawns left to target, and the g7 pawn will be vulnerable. Black's king will be in some mating net. Yeah, you cannot really tolerate that.
So would you like sort of predict this as higher chances for white to press for a win or higher chances for black to play for a draw here?
Well, my feeling is that, okay, if there is nothing concrete for black to make a forced draw here, then white's chances of winning are very high. Yeah, so it's more about that what will happen in the next two moves. Yeah, that this kind of gives me hope. Yeah, that rook d3, rook h7, the main line which humanly naturally comes to me, is evaluated nicely by the computer.
Yeah.
Which isn't so obvious for a human, but yeah, the line that we calculated till the end, and then this rook on g6 targeting the h6 pawn is basically findable. Yeah, I think that both players have this position already on their mind. And what else? Some other move? Interesting. Yeah, that's why nice not to see the computer lines. Yeah, because then it would be so obvious and would be saying, black can play this move and it's maybe a draw. But okay, if we don't see it, then this is very hidden. It's only on computer's horizon. But hang on, there is a catch. With rook on d7, rook h7 loses to king g8. So at the moment we are actually not threatening. Okay, we anyway want f4. We talked about this, that we want f4.
Yeah, f4, f5 is kind of the idea.
Yeah. No, it's of course total nightmare for black. And,
Oh,
but
and also for Vincent, if he wins this game,
Yes.
going into the rest day with a win is like a
course.
completely different story. Yeah, you feel so good.
Of course, then life changes completely, you know. Then okay, then everything
Then
is
the
fine.
dinner feels better. Then you can
Everything.
sleep well. You can enjoy and the memory of this event also starts.
Of course, yeah, because these top events are completely crazy. Yeah, that
Yeah.
Okay, the players are also completely exhausted. Yeah, the Vincent, Nodirbek, Gukesh, we talked about this. They played the freestyle chess tournament. Vincent before won the Chessable Division 2 till the very last day, beating Levon. So he came from there and started immediately freestyle. So basically, February he literally had only 2 days rest. Everything else he was playing. And then from the Bundesliga Sunday, he still played 10 o'clock in the morning game.
Yes.
He traveled the evening back already here to Prague, and then next day the tournament already starts. So it's like crazy. Then he plays this game against Prague, the first round. He plays his pet line. It's a very risky line in this crazy Italian with knight h5, but it's so intriguing. Then Prague already kind of expects it because Vincent played against Volokitin in Grand Swiss. And Prague plays all the computer moves exactly the way how I was also challenging Vincent during our analyze last summer when we looked at this knight h5 together. And so Vincent actually knows it quite well, but he finds finds the 95%, all these defenses that he was laughing at me that, but I'm defending, yeah? Because when there was this moment that Prague played this stunning bishop h4 g5 move, was what I also played against Vincent analyzes, and I thought, okay, so how do you defend here? This knight h5 is total nonsense. What is this? And then he found the defense. Then we also checked with computer approves it, and then because he did not include d takes 60, just one move d takes 60, and then everybody would be talking about, wow, fantastic preparation. Like this, that you lose the game, everybody tells you, how can you play something like knight h5? Yeah? So this incredibly quickly thing, and I'm pretty sure that not for this Bundesliga episode that he still had to play 10 o'clock in the morning just the day before, he might have had the necessary energy to understand during these small little things, it can change the whole tournament, because then you are unsettled. He also got this number 6, which means that he starts with 2 black pieces. When you are completely exhausted, you come and you start with 2 black pieces, it's also kind of unpleasant. Then second game was a rather smooth draw against Navara. Then against Maghsoodloo, he had a great chance to win.
Yes, yes.
A great chance to win. Then again, one move
This
blunder.
decision of Queen A4 was very bold. Where he
Yeah,
gave
Queen
the
A4. Yeah, okay. This Queen A4 was a completely crazy episode because nobody has seen that black can take the piece. Yeah, it was
Yes.
like it looked. I was following the game. I thought it's also impossible. Only once computer highlighted that you can take. Okay, it's a different story. But otherwise, it was a very well played game. And then in time trouble, he just when he can win in one move and basically plays a fantastic game. Yeah, he blunders one devilish trick by Parham, and instead of a win, it's a draw. Yeah, and the nightmare continued. Like yesterday, he had this very tough defense.
Yes, but that you could see Vincent feeling
Exactly.
little happy at the end of the day.
Yes, finally some happiness. Yes, exactly. Finally some happiness, and we felt like, okay, good, okay, great defense. Also, Richard, yes, he was lucky against Praggnanandhaa, but we see that now he's already in his element. He's playing extremely well. He's doing well in the tournament, lot of confidence. So that result was great. And then today hoping. So I'm really, yeah, if Vincent can somehow grind it out,
Then the tournament is going upwards.
we are settling down.
Yes,
Yeah, then we feel like the tournament can continue. Otherwise, the horror kind of continues, and basically he plays good, and just this some one move, small mistakes per game cost him quite dearly. Yeah, this is the super tournament. Yeah, here every very small mistake will be punished severely.
And we go to Prag versus Vidit very quickly, and I want to ask you: is the life of a super GM now very busy as compared to, let's say when you were one of the best in the world? Now it's a lot more, yes?
It's completely crazy. It's completely crazy. Yeah, the players have super packed calendars. The tournaments are all extremely attractive. Yeah, very strong. And okay, Vincent did not play Vaikanze, so we at least had time in January also to do some preparation, but also Vincent had some time to rest. Finally, he had some crazy second half. Yeah, he was like playing non-stop for 6 months. And it's also very intense because these youngsters, they are playing completely different chess. They are so ambitious.
Yes.
They are so ambitious. And also now chess changed. It's not anymore so that everybody has this incredibly well-established repertoire that you can almost not touch. Yeah, that this is like you face Kramnik, you face Gelfand, Topalov, Vichy. Yeah, all this with super preparation. And then, okay, it's not like you don't have the desire, yeah, but now chess became, because the players, the modern players understood that you cannot survive basically just playing 1-2 lines which you know very well. Because of the computers, everybody can go very deep in these lines, yeah. So basically you have to be completely unpredictable, that you can play every single thing, but if you can play every single thing, it means that you cannot know everything so deep like we used to know in the old days when we were only focusing on 1-2 things, yeah. So chess is always evolving. You have to adjust to the situation, and I feel that also this, in some way, for the younger generation, it's much easier to adjust, because they were already born into this.
Yes.
It's natural, yeah. Yes. For us, established players, okay, we had our way of method which was working for 20 years, and now with the supercomputers, suddenly when we are older, we have to change. It's very difficult.
Yes. Which is very, very well explained here, Peter, and it's also been quite a very long day of commentating for you, and we enjoyed it so much that you were here. I just would love if you can give us an overview of what you think finally, and then you should also go back and take some rest.
Yes, it's true that, yeah, life as a second, yeah, it's of course the nights are very short. Yeah, there is always something to do.
Are you sort of staying up? Because I have heard stories of seconds not sleeping and so on, but I believe modern day with the engines and all, you can actually make them work and go to sleep. No?
Okay, yes, very nice, very nice. Okay, great.
You know, set up some engine games and
If it works like this, it's wonderful, yeah. Especially if you already know what to do. But the problem is, like I mentioned, yeah, that now everybody plays everything, yeah. So it's not anymore like you can target one position or something, yeah. That opponent can play 5, 6 different things. Then maybe against 3, 4 you have something. The 2 things are driving you crazy. Then you don't know because of those things that should you play like this or not. Then you are changing 10 times your opinion that should we try this or something else. You know, it's like completely craziness. That's why I perfectly understand the players that they are also so incredibly happy now that freestyle chess, Fischer random is not there. And I feel like this is a very nice combination because like this, you know, when you are non-stop working with this incredible intense computer preparation and you are going crazy and you don't have even the slightest hope of getting some rest to chill a little bit because, okay, the computer kills every single idea that you come up with and you never know exactly if your opponent will know it or not. You never know this, yeah? So you only assume that, okay, he's also seriously working, so probably he knows. Then what to do? And so if you are just living in this bubble of non-stop working with super engines and preparing in top tournaments, it can get very frustrating. Now when you suddenly play the freestyle tournament, where you have all this freedom and you can go for a good walk, and the most important thing is that you come back with a fresh head so that you have enough energy for the game, then suddenly you get the other aspect of chess you can just enjoy, yeah, being creative and everything. And once you have this experience and you go back to normal chess, suddenly you are also enjoying that, wow, okay, now I can, yes, the engines are crazy, but it's also so nice to have the engines, yeah, that like this we can work. So I feel they complement each other beautifully.
Wonderful.
And
I like this approach
yes.
that they can coexist.
Yes, this is somehow my feeling, and I was doing there the commentary. I was also tremendously enjoying that. I have zero idea what's happening on move 1. You know, I'm thinking and everything. When we are here, we see immediately openings. I'm also enjoying because I have so much history to every single position. This is also nice. It's, I think, very beneficial.
I think that's what also the top players are enjoying. When you ask Nodirbek, he says, yeah, both were fun. You know, I like that. I like this also because you work so much. You build so much theory. You don't want it to sort of just stop. Yeah, you also want the traditional chess to go on.
Yeah, and then, okay, there is the other argument, yeah, that, for example, of course, the amateur players or the club players, yeah, who are anyway enjoying normal chess, because for them, normal chess is very rich, yeah, they are not terrorized, terrified by the engine lines, yeah, all this memorization till move 40 and you don't know, what will happen. They can just enjoy chess. So it's clear that for club players, the freestyle chess, Fischer random chess is at the moment they don't understand yet why is it so attractive for the top players, because for them chess is already giving this pleasure of unknown and mystery and everything. So this is kind of the typical way that at the moment it's the top players who really needs this.
But also the top
freestyle
players who weren't playing there were maybe not that much following, because generally you follow top games for openings. You don't really follow for what happened in the tactical sense, yes?
Yes, on the other hand, okay, first of all, it's curious because it's very interesting, it's intriguing. Secondly, also that now suddenly when you hear that the organizer is thinking big and there might be a tour and many events and like this, and it becomes important, then suddenly you realize that, okay, following it and analyzing might be also very interesting and beneficial, because in Fischer random chess, the preparation is completely different. You don't have to go into big depths. You have to somehow get feeling for different type of positions. How do I handle the first 2-3 moves? Afterwards, I will play because I'm a very good player. But if you don't survive the first 2 moves, it's finished. Yeah. For example, the finals between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caron, the second game, basically after the first move, G4, C6, and already White is clearly better, and Magnus is Magnus. Yeah, he will just play a perfect game, and poor Fabi had no chance of coming back. Yeah, so it's brutal. And so I just love both. I'm enjoying it. I was also very happy that we could join forces because I'm such a big fan. I've been following you guys with Amruta, with putting all this heart and soul, and okay, for me this is the most important thing. This passion, this love, and of course Indian chess is just, I mean, okay, what we are witnessing there is kind of my vision how chess should be everywhere, yeah, that okay, it's so respected, the talents are coming, they are getting the support, because one thing one has to understand, no matter how talented you are and everything, without support you cannot succeed.
True.
Yeah, and now in India there is, now because the other countries probably don't want to give up just like this, they will have to also adjust, yeah, so basically it can be a benefit for everyone. The chess world will get stronger and stronger with more and more spectacular players. I'm really very, very happy for the future, and what is regarding also that I'm here now with the broadcast, because when I see organizers like Bolek putting all their hearts and all their efforts to make sure that everything is right, tournament is progressing, getting stronger and stronger, bigger and bigger. I hope that also here more and more sponsorship will be involved so that they can keep improving their standards all the time. That's why I'm also here to support it.
I actually see that, you know, Peter, you work so much with your heart, because here you are. This was not something that you had to do or anything of that, but you are here for hours doing this commentary at Freestyle Chess when we were there. I remember you sort of giving advice, or you can say sharing experience of yours with Gukesh, who's clearly in a way a competitor, or you can say someone who's competing with Vincent, yet you were like, oh, he works hard, he loves chess, I'll share my experience. So you are just flowing for people who love chess.
Yes, and who devote their time and energy and talent and all their resources, because I know that it's extremely tough. And I never ever have felt in my life that somebody is the concurrent of somebody. Yeah, I always feel that the main concurrent is yourself, yeah, that you have to always find this will to keep on working. If there are other players who are also equally strong or even stronger, should motivate you to get stronger, yeah, so that's why that Gukesh is coming and I can give him some advice and help him or inspire him with something. I basically feel like this will also help Vincent. Yeah, okay, if Gukesh gets stronger, he gets 2780, you also have to move on there. Yeah, okay, you have to keep on fighting. And I just love this whole atmosphere also, that these postmortems, the camaraderie between the players, yeah, how much they know that they are so-called concurrents, but they are colleagues, they are basically riding the same boat, yeah, and they have to devote all their life, all their energy to chess. Only like this you can succeed. And I'm wishing all of them the very best of luck. Now the candidates is coming up.
Yes.
Yeah, hopefully getting the visas in time, but I'm pretty sure about it. I really cannot really imagine otherwise. So yeah, let chess be just decided on the chessboard. Yeah.
So much positivity. It's just phenomenal, Peter. Thank you for being here and being a part of this.
But before I leave then, okay, because you actually asked me about the thoughts.
I just wanted to know, like, last few moves.
Yes.
A5 by Vidit, he played it after the time control.
Yes.
Ambitious move, right? Because now he wants to create passers.
Okay, ambitious, at the same time also he wants to clarify the situation. Because one thing also I would like to mention, we did not touch one subject about the time control, yeah, that nowadays already people think the classical time control is the FIDE time control, which is 90 minutes for 40 moves plus 30 minutes plus this 30 seconds increment from the beginning. Yes, it's true. But when a complex game like this happens, where there was some incredible intense battle till move 40, yeah, we have seen the players with it, the last 50 moves was very tense, and he had only 50 minutes. Prag was giving all his energy, and then they reach move 40, and they have no time to take, to rest, to calm down. Immediately things are happening, you have to make up your decision with it finally going for a5, and he only has 30 minutes left for the game. The final time trouble will come.
Yes,
it's
very soon.
It's brutal.
It actually, when you get 30 minutes, you feel, wow, I have some time, and then it goes down very quickly.
It goes down very quickly. So basically, in my mind, this is not even classical. Yeah, because what is classical? Classical is the 7-hour time control. When you have 2 hours for the first 40 moves, then you get 1 extra hour after move 40, and
like the candidates.
Like the used to be, now they changed. They will have different time control. I was shocked when I read the regulation with the new time control. Check it out. It's shortened. It's shortened.
But Isle of Man had that, no?
The Isle of Man had that, and I was commentating, I was enjoying, I was telling that
So candidates does not have Isle of Man
does
time
not
control?
have,
No.
does not have. I was shocked.
Oh.
You know, because in what I was feeling in Grand Swiss, in Isle of Man, we have the first time control, move 40, drama everywhere. Then after move 60, we always because there were so many games, we had some incredible end games. So finally we could really treasure all the finesses of these crazy end games. And then there were always a couple of battles, like Edigaisi against Jumabayev, that crazy stunner. Okay, a super thriller. And then after the second time control came the final part. Okay, come on, are we really missing out on this? No, we cannot. Yeah, and I feel for the players now. Vidit had a very great defense. Now Prague goes e5.
E5, yes.
Forces him to calculate like crazy. Queen takes e5, rook takes d4, and a takes b4. Okay,
Oh,
and
blundered.
it's already apparently, according to computer, a losing move. But
Oh my God!
and
It just changed like totally.
yeah, but look at Prague. He's kind of sensing, but okay, if it
No,
would be
I don't see him like. Otherwise, you would be not sitting this way, if he saw the win somehow.
no, he doesn't see the win. I'm saying that he's sensing that maybe there is something, but at the same time, Vidit, for example, look at Vidit. Yeah, he's kind of chilling.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I have no idea, and I even don't want to know. I don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
I don't
Why?
want to know because I want to get the thrill of the game.
You want basically like with its expressions and the entire. You want to be with them on this story.
Yes, exactly.
On the journey. Otherwise, if you have more information, you feel disconnected.
Exactly. And why is he not playing it? It's so obvious, whatever. Yeah. So I want to think myself.
Okay.
I'm a 2700 player, and if I don't feel that how I can win, then I can relate to why Vidit is believing that everything is, for example, fine. Yeah, I always find this intriguing. So a takes b4.
I'm thinking we have to give a check. At least with the rook or with the queen.
Well, but we have millions. We have millions of checks.
Check here and then rook switches from this side or this side might be the most. By the way, I was playing this game with Vishy when he came to commentate, which was like the bar. He was enjoying. He didn't see the moves.
Yes.
But the bar would go down. He was like, okay, let's change. Let's think.
Yeah, of course. Okay, we need some help. Otherwise, we have to go crazy. Yeah, so queen c8 check is. I would like to say that it's the most tempting move. But look at this. Vidit gets up from the board.
Vidit feels everything is fine.
Everything is fine. Okay, he did spend 15 minutes, on this whole a5 operation, and basically because it had a logical sequence, he was looking at this position. So you ask me where do we run with the king? I have zero idea. I don't feel safe at all in this position.
You don't feel safe here or here, but
Yes.
somewhere.
Yes, apparently it's kind of fine. King f7 loses, king h7 has, okay, king h7 is more natural, that after rook h4 you just go king g6, and you hope that if queen g4 then you go back with the king to f7.
Or can we go queen g5 here? Or?
Queen g5, queen e6 check. You have very good nerves.
f6.
I don't know. You have very good nerves.
No, I'm just trying to.
Yes. No, because this queen e8 check, it should be over.
Yeah.
Queen e8 wins on the spot. Yeah, let's just put it just to highlight that. Yeah, queen f7, rook g4. This is the moment when I first time feel confident. Yeah, that okay, I understand what's happening. Otherwise, no. But to my eyes, actually, when I saw first time the position, I did not see queen c8 check. So can you just go to
King
that?
f7 also
King
loses.
f6 is only move. Yeah. So good luck finding this. Yeah, this is like a lottery. It's not a chess game. No, it's not a chess game anymore. It's really about lottery. Yeah, that how can you find all this? But if, for example, Vidit sees it, but yeah, look at it. No, Prague, I know that he's a calculating machine, knowing Ramesh. Yeah, that he has a brilliant coach. I'm pretty sure that he is challenging Prague with some crazy puzzles and crazy positions that you have to calculate in order to understand what's going on. So if somebody, I think Prague is capable. But the first question was rook d8 check. To me, this was the most natural move. Rook d8 check, also a mistake, but it was the most natural move. And I was not sure where is this king going. Also king h10. So basically always this king g6. So basically this is why Vidit is relaxed. But okay, then hang on. So
then
not queen
no
c8
checks work.
and no rook d8 check. Okay, rook d7 looks pointless.
Maybe rook e4
Rook
is the
e4,
move.
yeah, but rook e4 runs into queen d5 pin. You
pin,
know,
yeah,
it's so counterintuitive. And he will play.
Oh
he
my
plays
God.
rook e4. Wow.
Wow, he finds it.
He finds it. Yeah, it's
He
probably the
finds
only
it.
winning move.
Wow.
I told you he senses it.
Insane. But queen d5 pins the rook.
Yeah,
You
and-
just move the king.
He probably just moves the king. Yeah, king h3.
And the main thing here is that this g7 point, now the queen was so well placed on e5 that you displaced it. Yes, that's the point.
He's threatening rook e7, but if rook a2 comes, now queen c8 check.
Now
now.
queen, okay, now.
And then rook h4 and then queen e8 check. Yeah, that's now rook h4. King g6, queen e8 check and wins.
So the queen was beautiful here.
Yes, you need the e8 square for the queen.
Wow.
I told you
Wow.
that because it looked to me like Prague senses the moment.
And actually, Prague has worked it out, I believe. I mean,
Yes.
at least not completely, but if you see this.
No, and look at how he's walking. He got up, and now Vidit will get a heart attack. Now, really, be careful, guys, because this is the moment when he realizes that, oh my God, this is not shocking. The pen has fallen down, of course. Yeah, because okay, this is, and look at the tense situation. Look at this.
Because he had completely fine position, and then you blunder
No,
this.
okay, no, fine, okay. Give him 1 hour on the clock. He will think for half an hour and he will find the way to navigate. But with this time control, this natural play was losing. Yeah, he was just incredibly unlucky. This rook e4 is a stunner.
But then if we go back here, but yeah, I mean,
Okay,
Peter, I
you
mean,
have to take on e5.
No, to keep you waiting is
No,
one.
no, forget. I mean, there is intrigue in the position. Forget about me. No, it's queen
No,
takes
so
e5.
what to play here as black, because he took the most natural decision of taking the pawn.
Well, that's why he also played a5. Yeah, otherwise it was all connected.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Computer says that maybe some miracle move, some empty move, but you don't. Your king is
Maybe
in danger.
rook a2 might do
But
the trick,
then
no?
it will run into some queen c4 check, or it's also very unnatural. Okay, rook a2 you can never ever play because you threaten absolutely nothing.
No, in this line with rook e4, then f2 hangs or something like that.
Yes,
You know?
no,
I don't
okay,
know.
but we even did not have rook e4 on our radar, yeah, because it looked like queen c8 check or rook d8 will do the job, yeah.
Yeah.
So no, Vidit is incredibly unlucky.
No, but practically, don't you think the position is so tough with the king having only one pawn as the shelter with the queen and the rook?
Well, if there is a mating attack coming, it is very tough. But Vidit was hoping that it will not be the case.
No, but this a5 move looks a bit too sharp, no? Like you can try to play something safer here, perhaps with black, if it exists. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, but what is the
What
safety
is
net?
this? Because allowing this and this, which was a fantastic idea by Prague.
Yes, yes.
This was a brilliant one. So instead of a5, can we improve the position of our rook somehow?
It wasn't 40th move, yeah?
No, it
This
was
was
move
41st.
41, but it doesn't matter. He did take his time. No, but look at his camera. I feel like, yeah, there is even no need to talk. Everything is written there, and I know how it feels. This is crazy. First of all, he doesn't know that it's lost.
Exactly.
Yeah, he only knows that suddenly, out of the blue, some incredible dangers are coming, and he doesn't see a defense. So he thinks like, is something wrong with me? I'm tired already. I cannot find it. But in fact, there is no defense. Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, okay, chess is one of the most brutal of games. Yeah, so I'm going crazy when people are saying, okay, chess. So what is happening? Okay, chess. This is where everything is happening. You know, it's just
Peter.
crazy. No.
No. Wait.
What happened?
David Navara is winning.
What?
David Navara is winning.
I can't.
Wow.
Wow, David, amazing.
What happened? How could Gukesh go wrong there?
So King G2, we saw this till 40th move and we thought, okay, the game will end in a draw now. But D4,
Yeah, I was actually expecting that he will play some f4 and put bishop on d2 and he will just sit and wait.
but Gukesh actually took risk. Maybe he wanted
No, because he's not playing for a win, but he just thought like, okay, let me just draw this game. And then he miscalculated something. Wow. He believed that he will have bishop b8, bishop c. So from distance, he thought that he's definitely not risking anything because of this bishop c7.
because of here and then
And
D7,
then the d
D8.
pawn is coming, yes. But there is this crazy defense, bishop b6,
Okay.
and after bishop c7,
Yeah, let's just, I mean, let
king
me...
b5. Oh my God! This is what he missed when he went for this d4 operation. It's so easy to miss. It's just some brilliant stuff from David. And now c5, king c6 is coming back.
And he cannot even push the pawn.
cannot
and
push.
But herein lies some defense still in this
Okay,
position,
but
perhaps.
it's such a shock. It's
He
a
got
shock.
shocked, yeah.
He first played king f3 and now g5. And d7, king b5, and now he's losing. And then c5, king c6 just collects the pawn.
Wow.
Wow,
What a
incredible.
turnaround.
Okay, chess. Yeah, this is chess. It's amazing.
This is unbelievable turnaround, and also for Gukesh, who was like sort of, I mean, he might not know that he was so better, but he would definitely have this feel that the game was going his way.
Yes, absolutely. And he was putting the plan. Wow, no, this is
No, this tournament is filled with so many turnarounds, right?
absolutely okay. The players are giving their absolute all. They are never backing down. They always play the most intensive move. Yeah, they never, because what happens that if you try to become in your comfort, you give comfort for your opponent, and then you can automatically play professional moves, 20 very precise moves, and then most probably draw. Yeah, but these young players are so ambitious, and they are really trying to play like the supercomputer, like on the very highest level with all the deep calculation. They never shy away, giving their maximum effort for every single game, and then things like this can happen. Yeah.
Unbelievable
Yeah,
turnaround.
even for
And
David, it is incredible,
By
Sagar,
the
to
way-
be alert and to find a move like
Yes.
king b5 because
Yeah,
you
this
know
bishop
this-
b6 and king b5. Otherwise, he could have even
Yeah, exactly.
lost.
It's not an easy idea, of course.
True.
And look at poor Gukesh, cannot
Yeah.
believe himself.
No drawing chances as well, yeah?
I think right now, no drawing chance, yeah. And right now, both Gukesh and Vidit are in like tremendous.
Gukesh was founding moves like king f1 and so many beautiful moves. So this one is really shocking where it led.
Can we just quickly see Vidit's game, because king
Yeah.
h2 is on the board, and I think now it's completely trouble time for Vidit with
Yeah.
queen
With queen
c8.
c8 check, yeah, and otherwise rook e7 is, so if you play rook a8 defending against the check on the 8th rank, then just rook e7 wins the game. It's not a check.
it's
but-
So you
so
can't go queen
unbelievable
e5, queen
that
d4,
None
queen
of these
g5,
squares are available.
no, none of it.
queen
Yeah.
f7, oh my goodness.
Yeah, so basically he's facing two deadly threats.
Check and check from the side, and other one is rook
And
e7.
rook e7, yeah, with the rook on a3. No, poor Vidit, because, okay, we were praising Prague for playing a wonderful game, but Vidit then managed to neutralize somehow with some incredible play. And then just when he gets the extra, but yeah, this extra 30 minutes are just so little. Because what is the old wisdom, yeah? What we were taught as kids playing on the highest level, that you reach the time control, Peter, go first to the bathroom, wash your face, relax, come back, grab some tea, drink some tea, walk around, look around, which means that like 10-15 minutes after time control, you will just waste for calming down, making sure that you are ready for the second stage of the game, which will then last again 2-3 hours, who knows, yeah? And with this time control, with this 30 minutes, you simply give the players zero time to calm down after the time control. So if the game is not that intensive, then it's fine, then everything is under control. But when you have to make on move 41 tough decisions like this, then you don't know that. Do you have the right to think maybe even 5 more minutes and go down to only to 10 minutes to find the absolute best move, or you convince yourself that, okay, but this move looks okay, I will play it? Honestly, I hate this time control, but it also provides us with some crazy dramas.
I actually now understand this time control better, because I used to think, okay, 30 minutes, players have a lot of time, they can at least relax, unwind a bit. At least when I would play, I would feel that. But I also have seen that between moves 41 and 42, lot of mistakes happen.
Yes,
it's
lot
because of this.
Yes. No, okay, one of my most traumatizing experiences with this time control was in the Hanti Mansi's World Cup 2011. I played there against Shankland, the very young Shankland. I already knew that he's strong. I took it very seriously. I was also well prepared. In the first game, I put him under tremendous pressure. Then in the time pressure, I was increasing the pressure, and we reached move 40. I had the white pieces in the first game, thinking that, okay, now it's the time to cash in. Yeah, because I played such a wonderful game, I'm about to win, so let me be precise. So I'm thinking, and I'm going down to like 6-7 minutes when I realize that actually I'm not winning. The lines that I saw, like I just have to calculate till then, by miracle he's holding, surviving. And then finally, with 5 minutes on the clock, I decided to play with different ways to try to win. And I kept on playing for a win till I was down to 30 seconds. I thought, okay, now enough, okay, I was dominating this game, let me make a draw. And I blundered with that move. And I had to resign. Arbiter comes, what's the result of the game? 0-1. From this 6 hours game, for 5 minutes, 59 minutes, 30 seconds, I was dominating this game. And then on the score sheet, it's 0-1, and I have to play for a win with black. With my repertoires, it's just impossible, and I was knocked out by Sam Shankland.
Brutal.
You know, just completely brutal, yeah.
Yeah, this is something which I think only a chess player can understand,
Yes.
this pain. I don't think it happens in any other sport
No,
like
it's,
this.
it just cannot
That someone
happen,
can dominate for like 99% of the time, and then the last minute changes.
Tennis, no,
Yeah,
very hard,
basically,
very
basically
rare.
the
You
only
have to dominate again.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
the-
The only sporting result that comes to my mind, because I was a very big Bayern München fan, whoever is Bayern München fan remembers this tragic moment when in 1999, in the Champions League final, Bayern München against Manchester United, Bayern was the much better team. They were leading 1-0. They were having chances to score another goal. Till 90th minute, it was 1-0. And in the extra 3 minutes, they got 2 header goals from corner, and Manchester United won the Champions League final. I thought like I will die as a Bayern München fan. This is the pain that I felt when I got knocked out like this against Sam.
Wow.
But now all eyes on Vidit. Now he's also feeling this.
He's now down to 3 minutes.
I was thinking what happens exactly, queen f7, so you give queen c8 check.
Yeah, you cannot defeat,
King
because
gets
then Gukesh, then already they are kicking the king out.
That way. Immediate nothing,
okay.
but
And queen g4 here, or rook
queen g4, king
Yeah,
f6.
the line still goes, but okay, one already feels that this is lost.
And where do you go? Like king f6?
Yeah, king f6
now
and then,
check.
okay, yeah.
And now the rook and queen coordinate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you have to play king g6 and then queen e4 check and finish, yeah. And queen f5, rook g4 check. And you win the queen. So all the lines are long, but you already feel that it's a long track. And you know that all of these lines are losing, and poor with it, yeah. He's
What happened with Prague last 2 days? Actually, right now, one game, it's like he got it back, yeah? in a
Yes,
way.
here he was not lost, yeah, in this regard. But
Yeah.
for example, put yourself in Vidit's shoes. Why should Vidit care about what happened with Rapport? Yeah, he was not involved. Yeah, he was not involved in that game. So it's good for Prague, but why it happens against me? Yeah, it's where is my
Very
point?
sad.
Yeah.
That too, before Rezide, such a loss is very hard, right?
Yes. I agree. I think it just, but also in a way, it's good to have some loss like this before the candidates. Yes,
Yeah, it helps you in candidates,
it
right?
makes you more, I don't know, motivates you perhaps.
No, well, of course, if they ask Vidit that, okay, if you lose a game, better here or in candidates, he will say, yeah, better here. Yeah, I'm using this tournament as a practice anyway. So, but yeah, now down to a minute, and no amount of time can help him already.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Rapport Maghsoodloo is now heading towards.
Okay, it's still a nightmare Dukan game, but whenever there is not a completely hopeless look-end game, there is always hope for a draw. Yeah, this is the problem.
Yeah, I think in fact Maghsoodloo had equalized, right, a little earlier. at
Well,
some point.
but let's go back to Vidit because
Yeah,
we have to see
that
the
is
camera.
3 minutes
Yeah.
and
Yes, we
Let's
have
go back to Vidit, yes. Vidit, what move does he choose?
Vidit's
Because he has
camera.
43 seconds.
because okay, here this Rapport game will be a very long grind.
Yeah.
We are not missing out on anything.
Can we
That
have
is.
Vidit's camera? Yeah.
But we need Vidit. Yeah, he's down to 27 seconds.
or he cannot hear us. He
Yes.
can hear us.
Okay, thank you. 17, 16,
Yeah.
14, 13. Oh my God, this is such stress. You can't see a move.
Yeah,
He
there
goes
is no
rook A2.
move.
But
Rook
now,
A2,
now
yeah.
this we analyze. Rook, Queen C8 check. Yes.
Yeah, Queen C8 check and then all these
Prag
checks.
sees it. But
No, now
the
rook
only
E7,
thing
rook F4.
Prag
Yeah, that's
shouldn't do is this check because
No,
then
this
King
check not,
F7
no,
and
then
black
you lose.
wins.
Yeah, no. Of course.
You're losing.
Yeah, of course, because Rook F2 check is a threat. Yeah, so with Rook A2, at least Vidit is threatening. But yeah, Queen C8. Because the problem is that Rook E4 idea was based on Queen C8, Queen E8 check. Yeah, we noticed this.
Yes.
And that was the reason, which means that Prag has noticed it back then already. And then Queen E8 check here finishes
This
the
is
game.
the point. Yeah. And I think Prag sees it already, of course. This.
No, he has seen it when he played Rook E4. Yeah,
True,
before
true.
playing Rook E4, he has seen it. And taking his vote, this is so professional. This is the right move, this is exactly, you shouldn't be rushing at all.
You call this professional, yeah? I
Of
call
course.
this a little bit of sadistic pleasure,
No,
yeah?
no,
Just
no.
have this,
No.
enjoy yourself.
Okay, why is it professional? If you can elaborate, it would be wonderful.
Yeah, well, because you have to calm down. Just because you think that you are already winning, he still has 12 minutes on the clock. If the position is winning, then rushing with any of his moves makes no sense whatsoever. So just make sure that you have a calm mind. Yeah, you sip a bit of water, calm your nerves down, and there you go. Queen C8 check is delivered, and
By the way,
that's it.
that's done, yeah. Because King F7, of course.
Then Queen E8 check also, but probably, nothing changed. Yeah, just immediately in the mating net, Rook F4 check. Okay,
I'm sure there are
this
many
is
ways,
for,
yeah,
okay, Queen E7 check, and then after you go, where you go, Rook G4 or Rook H4.
Yeah.
Yeah, King H7 played. I have to say that Praggnanandhaa deserves to win this game because of his play. The only problem that Vidit deserved to hold it.
Because
of
he also played well.
Yes, he also played well, but we were praising Prag's play. Yeah, he was just playing brilliantly.
Yeah, that Queen C4, Queen B3, H3. They were
And
really
also
up to
afterward, this Knight C3 move, yeah? Forget my moves, but Knight C3 was the move that I haven't seen, and it was a key move.
This is such a brutal attack, right? Like it came out of the blue, these two pieces suddenly surrounding the king.
Yes.
I mean, one could never imagine on move 41 that this would happen in this game. Like we are here, somewhere here, and just 5 moves later, 6 moves later, we have reached here. Like insane turnaround.
Yeah, but after Knight D4, Knight F5, yeah, it was very tough. During the break, I was already thinking, going to the bathroom, that after Knight F5, because I felt like takes, E5 is hanging in the air. What do? I couldn't calculate it out, but I sensed the danger, yeah, that there is this, the game is not over yet. Yeah, and 6 seconds he has to make, but it does not matter, yeah, okay. King G5. Okay, Rook H5 wins the queen, but Queen E7 is checkmate. I would not be surprised if Vidit just even stops the clock and designs not waiting for the move. That could also happen.
Yeah.
You see, this was the pose of Prag when I told you that he senses the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, this was exactly
this
the
one, yeah?
This was
this is a new
was the
pose, yeah, of Praggnanandhaa, which we are not aware of, like this one, yeah.
Because
This is
no camera can actually get him.
No, this is something new, yeah.
It's very professional. Okay, he will, no, he will deliver checkmate. He does not even want to pick up the queen. It's already all about checkmate. Yeah, and that's it. Shaking his head.
Yeah. Yeah, what a brutal moment here. Yeah.
Yeah, king f5.
I
Keep on insisting on, okay, rook h5 wins the queen, but okay, rook f4 sticks to the plan of delivering checkmate.
Check. King g6. Rook
And rook
g4
g4.
and resigns here. Yeah.
Yeah, the handshake. Wow, I have to really applaud both players. What a game. Incredible game. We congratulate Praggnanandhaa and feel very sorry for Vidit. It was just such an amazing fight.
Yeah. I think somehow with it is like, I was fine. Just he doesn't.
Yeah, how could this happen?
Yeah,
What
exactly.
happened?
What
Yeah,
happened? How did I land here? And that's a very difficult feeling, right? Because most of the games, you realize where you have gone wrong. But here, I think with it, I'm not sure yet realizes which is the moment where it shifted.
Yes, okay, he will probably feel that he got under some pressure in the opening.
Yeah.
This certainly he will feel, but he will also be very satisfied with the way how he handled the pressure, because it was truly impressive. He was low on the clock and he found all the good moves, put up incredible resistance. Seemingly he survived the time control. Yeah, it looked like he has nothing, but still this move knight f5 was posing a lot of practical problems.
But great mental fortitude by Prague, right? Like losing 2 games, but then just coming back.
Well, yesterday was very shaky. Yesterday was very shaky, and I was really worried because after these 2 losses, he was playing against Guyan, and Guyan played the queen c2 Nimzo, and this is the most unpleasant line because if you stick to your professional repertoire, it will be a draw, you neutralize, but he wanted to keep chance of something, and then the opening really backfired, and Guyan got a risk-free advantage. I was really worried for Prague that not that he ends up losing a 3rd game, and he drew it, he calmed himself down. And
I'm so glad that you didn't go away, Peter.
And we,
Yes, yes,
now I think we can kidnap him and not let him go.
yeah, no, I mean, as long as there is intrigue, yeah, it's basically, yeah, it's clear that I'm already staying. Tomorrow is a rest day.
By the way, in the game of Vincent,
Yeah, what happened?
They drew very quickly somehow, like f4, check, king h4.
Rook d5, so he actually, Guyan find, because rook h7, rook takes e5, sensational defense. He sacrifices and traps the rook. He found the computer defense.
Wow, take this,
And king g8 trapping
trap
the rook.
here.
Wow, incredible defense. Yeah, but then I have to say goodbye because then I have to rush to Vincent. Oh my God. I was thinking that he's torturing this position for forever and then I have time, but
But somehow rook d5, there is no way to make progress.
no,
Yes,
it's like a fairy tale. This is really like a fairy tale because you cannot move the bishop, then g5 check comes.
Oh, g5, yes.
G5
like
check
if
comes.
you move the rook here, also g5.
Then also g5, yeah, it's like
this is what.
Rook
Wow,
d5 is a classic
beautiful
move.
defense, yeah, rook d5.
incredible defense.
King f2 takes and then.
And also rook f4.
Oh!
Also rook f4.
What a nice study, like trapping the rook. Wow.
Yes.
This is so
Incredible
beautiful.
defense by Guyan. Yeah, I told you that he's very, very, very good. And 2 years ago, he had a wonderful event. He finished on a plus score, I think even +2.
Yes.
When Hari won the event. I think Hari won with +4 and Guyan was +2, 2nd place. And yeah, now he showed his defensive skills, but it will hurt Vincent and it hurts me already, yeah, because I know that what a difference it would have made, like we discussed, yeah.
Sure.
But okay, yeah, this is how it is. And what about the other game? There is one more game, the Rapport game.
The 5 games.
Okay, this is still a nightmare. No, actually, I think that Rapport will win this.
Rapport has actually got a winning position out of.
Yeah, with this king on g1 stuck on the back rank and this b3 pawn is weak, yeah, Black's king is threatening to march towards the b3 pawn, and the white rook is trying to stop Black's king of entering towards the queen side, but even somewhere rook e5, you sacrifice the pawn on h6. If you take then king e3, the king comes to e3, threatens to go there, but also the f pawn is very strong.
The mating net.
Yeah, it's too much to handle. Yeah, so Ricci should win this. Finally, he will ground it.
So we
Maybe we
will
can have
have
a number.
4 decisive games today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a round!
After 5 draws yesterday, I think.
And we could have got 5 almost.
Almost.
Yeah,
Almost.
almost. Yeah,
Almost
But,
5 decisive.
but I mean, forget about yesterday were 5 draws. It was all also
Played.
big. Yeah, it's as long as there is fight and there is all this intrigue in the game, I don't really care about the result. The quality that really matters.
True.
Yeah, it's. Wow. Okay. What a day. Then
Yeah,
I'll
and
leave you guys.
Peter, just
Yes.
one last question. We have Futures playing, so we have one of the participants from Futures, and his dad would like to ask you one question. If you
Okay,
would be
okay,
able
yes.
to take it.
What kind of advice you give to all the young kids?
What?
There are so many tournaments like Blitz, Rapport, Bullet. So what kind of things you want kids to start picking up rather than playing everything?
Well, I mean,
We'll have
Can
to
I ask the
repeat,
question
because-
because
Yes,
viewers
yes,
might not be able to hear? So the question from the boy is Ayansh Guntaka, and his father asks that what is the advice that you would give to youngsters? There are all kinds of tournaments happening, classical, rapid, blitz. So what is the advice for the youngsters here? What to play?
Well, it's a tricky question, yeah, and it's a good question. Of course, I think one really has to, if one is ambitious, yeah, then one has to prioritize classical chess and to try to train as much as possible. But also one has to kind of understand that, yeah, modern times give this possibility that playing online blitz games with good players and also in strong tournaments can be a very good part of training. Yeah, so always to find a good balance. Yeah, that okay, not to exaggerate in any of the aspects, but it's not like already in the old days. I think Botvinnik was very critical about okay, blitzing is not serious or like this. No, now blitz is very much respected. It's also a very good tool of practicing certain openings. Yeah, so it can simply be used as a good training tool for practice. The bullet game, okay, it's a little bit brainless. Yeah, it's of course it's a lot of fun. Yeah, so sometimes you are training too much and you are already kind of maybe fed up with too much finesses and too much thinking, and then you feel like, okay, let me play half an hour, 1 hour of bullet because this will give you the satisfaction and the desire that after I can go back into thinking mode, then it's fantastic. Yeah, but not to exaggerate. Yeah, that's certainly nice. But also now I think that there are these bullet bros and everything. I see brilliant players are playing there. So I'm maybe even misjudging. Maybe already bullet chess has also become something fantastic. But in my mind, still I'm old school. Back in my times, over the board, okay, we were playing bullet for fun. Yeah? It wasn't really part of the training.
I think as chess progresses, the time controls keep getting shorter, perhaps. But yeah, thank you, Peter, for this wonderful answer. I'm sure not just everyone here, but everyone back home who were listening would benefit a lot. But thank you for joining us.
Yes.
And we enjoyed it so much. It was so different. We understood the game so deeply thanks to you.
Thanks a lot.
And thank you for coming here.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Absolutely a pleasure.
Welcome back everyone to the 5th round of the Prague Masters. We've had 3 decisive games, 1 draw, and the final game that's going on right now between Rapport and Maghsoodloo. But what a day we have had, and we are waiting for someone to join us here. It could be David Navara, it could be Praggnanandhaa. They are right now doing the interviews and doing maybe analyzing with their opponents. So we'll wait for who joins us. But until then, we have a very, very interesting rook endgame going on between Parham Maghsoodloo and Richard Rapport. And here, rook d5, king e1 is there on the board. And somehow, black's king is ready to move in here. Maybe king d3, king c3, and just pick up these pawns. It looks quite dangerous here for Maghsoodloo. And Richard Rapport's last move was rook d5, king e1 is here. He plays king to e3, and this is a very subtle move. His threat is f2 and rook d1, so check is a must, and now you can start shifting this way. So king d3 very likely. Oh, he goes king f4 here, and maybe he's threatening, of course, a check here to trade the rooks, but Maghsoodloo will move his rook back to c6. And with everything sort of controlled, it feels like you can just push your pawn down the board, h4, h3, and improve it here. But this game has featured a lot of turnarounds. In fact, at some point, Richard was completely winning, and then Maghsoodloo made a very strong comeback. I think somewhere around here, after queen e2, it felt like Maghsoodloo was maybe coming back. But this rook endgame was quite unclear, and it looked like he might be able to hold it, but slowly and steadily, I think Richard managed to make some progress. At this point, perhaps it was not so clear how black would win it. Push, king f2, king g4, and then rook d7, rook h5. Yeah, maybe somewhere here. Rook h5, king g2, check, king g1. And those were very small little errors that were made by Maghsoodloo. And check, h5. He brought all his pawns on the 5th rank, and now slowly converting this. Rook c6. How does Richard finally make progress? Another plan could be to go with your king this side, but I think the most logical one is, of course, to go this way, like king e3, a check, king d3, king f2, maybe it gets a little bit sharp, king c3, rook b6 defending here, and then f3 pawn is hanging. Yeah. So maybe it's not so clear, yeah. But meanwhile, while we are analyzing this, we have a guest joining us here. We have Prag, who's here to analyze his win against Vidit. A very, very big victory for him here.
This is nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's like your face had chess. So, Prag, congratulations for your win.
Yeah, thank you.
After a very topsy-turvy last 3 days,
Yeah.
I mean, the first day you won and this day you won, but in between was like, how are you feeling overall about this tournament?
No, I'm quite happy with my game quality. I think it has been very good. Yeah, just been blundering stuff. Yeah, I'm just trying to avoid blunders. Otherwise, it's good.
Yeah, let's first go over your game, which you played, and we had Peter Leko here. We were commentating without looking much at the engine. We felt that you played very well out of the opening.
Yeah, I also felt that. Okay, I wasn't expecting this line, so I was kind of freestyling a bit. I knew some things, but not in depth.
This e4 move was very nice.
Yeah, this was what I was planning with bishop c1, bishop b2 all along.
Right.
Third here I played really well, like queen c4 and then queen b3.
Yes.
This queen e7 I don't think was necessary. You can just leave the queen there. If I take back, I'm not sure if queen exchange is really favoring me so much. I can get my king to e2 and then still play on, but okay, it's a game, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you know, Peter was guessing the move and he mentioned queen c4, and initially I felt, okay, just takes and it could be equal.
No,
but
takes
then
actually maybe
we
it's
realized-
not a
yeah,
good
Because
move,
of this
BC, yeah?
rook d7 move.
Yeah.
lot of pressure. So that was a nice
But I
move.
thought maybe you can just leave the queen there and let me take on e6, and was even considering rook d8, but I don't know.
Yes. But when this happened, knight c3 was a very, very tough move for you, yeah?
No, h3 was a bad move, yeah.
h3 was bad?
I don't know. That's what I thought. And computer also kind of agrees.
Ah, okay.
No?
What yeah,
Drops.
I don't know, but what was the best move here?
I also don't know. But it felt bad because I missed knight h7 idea completely.
Because all other pieces are kind of tied
Yeah.
down. If you move your bishop, there is rook c6.
No, I also thought knight on f6 is also tied down, but it's not.
Knight
c3. And then
I
Knight
thought we
c3
played
was a good move. Actually,
no, I
knight
thought we
c3
played a
was
good
very
game, but this
difficult
bar is just
no,
going
I
up and
think
down.
it's showing quite a decent steady edge for you. Like,
I don't know why this position should be good for me.
what was your assessment? Sagar, if you go back to the knight c3 position for a moment.
yeah.
No, I
Yeah,
was before h3 I thought I should be better because I also had a very big time advantage. And then I was looking at this move d4 instead of h. Yeah, here I was looking at d4, and there were some lines here. I was not sure what to do after ed4. Seeing so there is two moves here: e5 or rook c6.
Wow.
E5. Yeah, looks like it's just winning a piece. Knight e5, bishop e5, f4. I kind of didn't like this position after rook e7. Fe, rook e5, queen e5. Yes, 3 points. Also, my pieces are horrible. But main thing I was considering was rook c6 for ed4 and bc e5. I thought rook e7 you have to go. Bishop d4. Yeah, I'm not threatening anything for now, but its pieces are stuck. And I thought knight g4 was important here. Oh no, maybe not. I'm not sure why.
Problem. Wow, tough position.
Yeah, it's maybe ed, rook e1, dc.
No, I thought here, at first I thought I had to go queen c3 because now I threatened ed, yeah. But then there was this move c5. I couldn't find a way for white here.
c5 is so interesting. Queen e4 idea, right?
Yeah.
And I take
BC, queen f4. Couldn't see anything. Instead of BC, knight c5, also bishop c5, takes rook d7, h3, rook d3 is coming. I'm not able to trap the knight. Maybe bishop c5, rook d7, queen c4. I miss queen c4. But it also says knight g4 is bad. I'm wondering what.
What does the Indian say, Sagar, for knight g4?
yeah, we can
Instead of knight g4, what is the move?
check if knight d7 somehow.
And then c5. Yeah. But okay, queen c3.
c5.
PC? Bishop e5, yeah. I totally missed this.
Bishop e5.
Yeah, just a4 is hanging, yeah. Bishop e5, knight
Ah,
e4.
in the end, this would hang.
Okay. Nice. Nice variation, nice calculations, very deep.
But okay, it doesn't matter, yeah. Didn't play it.
You played
I think it was
h3.
good.
So here h3, knight h7 was good by him, and then when take knight, here you thought for quite some time, yes, this position?
No,
Or
I
no?
played knight d5
Ah, you
quickly.
quickly played, okay. Because somehow the video had, so the moves had stopped at this point.
I thought instead of bishop f8, just c6, I couldn't see what I should do.
Knight
And knight b6, just rook e7. And he goes bishop c7, f6, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. h4 is, yeah, I'm not attacking. Yeah,
h4 rook
d3.
h1 is not exciting for white.
No, if black goes f6, and yeah, if I take hg, knight g5. And my d3 is weak. It's kind of very easy to play with black.
So what did he play, sir?
He played bishop f8, h4.
Yeah, c6. I thought this should be better for me, but then I spoiled it again.
Yes, somewhere. Bishop g5.
Yeah, rook c2 maybe I should go. Oh, yeah, I mean takes and rook c2. Yeah, rook d1 was bad.
But rook d1.
Yeah, rook c2 and-
His response, bishop d2 wasn't the best, perhaps.
Rook f8, yeah?
Here. Yes. Rook
Okay, I didn't see it. I mean, I saw rook f8, but I thought rook f8, rook d3, queen f2, king h3. I'm winning. But he then, after the game, pointed out rook f6 is. Black is the one who is winning.
Wow.
But rook f8, then he also he himself pointed out queen f5 is okay. I didn't see a single thing here.
So if rook f8, there is queen f5. Ah.
Yeah, this moment I don't know. I even missed bishop d2.
Because if rook h1, there was bishop,
Bishop
e3.
e3, yeah.
So bishop c3 takes, and I think at this point, it felt like he had a decent position.
I thought it's just a draw, yeah, kind
Yeah.
of, because yeah, I'm losing these pawns, and at some point I just have to give perpetual. And this
But
a5 was bad.
Did you feel it that a5 was bad in the game?
Yeah, I felt it because.
But what should he have played according?
Yeah, we both realized. I think rook a1 or
Rook a1.
knight f5 and rook a1.
Rook a1. Okay, got it.
Yeah, rook a1 or knight f5 and rook a1 is somewhat simpler. No, this I thought when he went a5, I was shocked because this allows me like free attack, yeah.
Yes.
And I thought either he saw that ab4 is okay for black, or he just missed the c5.
Did you?
area.
When did you see rook e4?
After I went, no, when I was calculating for a5, I thought it's a draw. But then when I went e5, while he was spending time, I realized he missed something here, some rook d4 or something, or e5 itself he missed.
So you saw rook e4 from a distance.
No, while he was spending time for queen e5,
Ah.
I spotted it.
Wow. So you had played e5 just as a good
Because
try.
I didn't see anything
Good
else.
try. Okay.
The bar of Rapport versus Maghsoodloo is going up and down,
Wait, what's
every
happening?
move.
No, now it's a draw. Yeah? No, wait. King g1 and it's a draw, no?
Oh my
Maybe
God.
they are repeating thrice, that's why, but otherwise it's not a.
But why is it a win?
Exactly. Go two, 3 moves back. Was it winning or what?
No, it's actually somehow Rapport has here he was
Wait, 1 second.
winning.
Wait.
Let's find it.
He's dead winning.
Yeah, he's quite winning, but he played this move c4,
Which was a blunder.
which
For what reason? But what was the move? We don't know yet.
so
Rook
just-
d4 was coming, no? No, rook.
I mean check. Here this is the live position now.
I don't know why it is winning.
This
No,
is not
this
Can
is
you
not
give that
winning.
position? 1 second.
Yeah.
Where he went c4. Yeah, okay, instead of c4 there is a win. Yeah?
So let's say you play h3 here, rook takes c5, correct?
Hmm?
And then
H3 is the only move.
yes,
Wow, this is.
Oh, then it
no,
is
this
tough.
is-
No, very tough.
d4,
Yeah, this is brilliant.
and then check.
But I think even this he thought he was winning. Yeah, that's why he probably went. Or
Yeah.
maybe didn't.
Rook h1. What is the live in
Check,
live position?
check, king.
No, now your pawn is on H3. Yeah, it's a huge difference.
And you have two pawns
Yeah.
here, king g3 maybe coming next. So that was the win. But the moment he did this, we got something similar like in this.
But it's just a tempo down now. And it's F and H.
And maybe here if you had pawn on h3, you could go rook g2, check, king h1, f2.
Yeah. But anyway, it's kind of the same, yeah, because you could have got the position with pawn on H3 in the game.
Now
That's
you
the
can
thing.
check, go
But
king
king F1, yeah, you're not
king
going H.
f1, and then if I
And
win
rook
this
A8.
pawn,
No, it's a very big tempo with pawn on H3.
it's
yeah.
just one, it's a tempo.
Yeah.
And now check, and this is a draw.
I'm still wondering how does the tempo matter?
So if we go back to the h3 move here, h3, rook c5, rook d4, rook e5, king f4, rook a5, check,
Yeah,
king f2, rook d2, king g1 maybe, doesn't matter.
No, I think
Because
it doesn't
check,
matter.
king here takes,
Rook A8.
rook a8, and now rook a2, check, king e3,
Yeah, it's basically just winning. Yeah, you're getting pawn to H2.
king d4.
Yeah,
And if
it
the
is
pawn
winning.
was back here, it's not, because then you
Yeah,
can
just-
attack the pawn here. If you try to attack, then there is h2.
Yeah.
That's just,
Yeah,
this
just a
one
tempo, direct tempo.
move, the pawn being able to come here makes all the difference. It's not easy at all.
And that too, he had around 4 to 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
definitely not.
But Maghsoodloo is like surviving big time in this tournament.
Yeah, like every single game he looks worse.
He's like today was totally lost. Yeah,
Yeah, I saw the position. I thought
Yes.
it's completely lost. At some point, I saw like black had an attack and extra pawn.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, this should be over.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can
going
quickly just
back to the
go
game,
back to
yeah.
your game and finish this analysis. So when we reached here and you played this e5, now rook e4.
This is the only way, yeah? I think so. I didn't see.
Yes,
any-
because all other checks didn't work. Rook d8, queen
yeah,
c8.
rook e4. Basically, you have to.
Dislodge the
Yeah.
queen. It's very well placed.
Yeah.
Or get queen e8 check there, no?
Yeah, but in general, like queen and e5 like defends everything. G7 and all the checks. And queen d5, king h2 is very important. Rook a8, rook
Yes.
e7, g5, and I think queen h3 is important. Maybe other things also win.
Which one?
Rook
Here?
a8, rook e7.
Rook 8, rook
G-
e7.
G5.
G5.
I think queen h3 I thought was important, but also rook d7 it seems winning.
Queen h3.
Because queen h5 there is queen f5. Yeah?
Oh. Because queen h5 looks the most natural.
Yeah, I also thought queen h5 first, but then I realized queen f5 is there. Queen h3.
Just keeping this under control.
Yeah.
Wow. Prag, we have to ask you one question. When you lost your game against
Those
the
two
last one.
players, which one you want?
yes. Yeah, against Rapport,
Yes.
it was like you were dominating throughout the game. And then it was a very big heartbreak for you at that point. Can you take us through what went wrong? Because first you played rook h1 in that position, then you played rook h8. Like, what happened?
No, I had like 5 minutes on the clock, so it's yeah enough for the position. And I wanted to play knight e2 in that position, and I think it also wins. But then I realized rook h1 maybe it's just simpler. I'm getting rook h1 check, and the main line I saw was rook h1 g2. No, thing is in the position I'm not able to take on. It's not like I'm not able to, but the thing is, Queen F4, E4 gives this
F3,
connected
yes,
postpawn.
yes.
So Rook H1, I thought, okay, Queen D2, King D2. I don't even have anything. Yeah, just Rook H1 check.
You forgot about
Yeah,
check.
my mind just stopped there. And I thought Rook H1 is main idea is G2. Then I saw this very nice line, Rook H7 check. King F6, Knight E4 check. King G6, Rook G8 check. King H7, Knight F6 double check. And King H6, Rook G6 is mate. With Bishop on C2. So I thought this is kind of very nice.
Knight
Okay,
F6
like,
and Rook G6. That.
yeah,
Ah.
this is nice, and okay, this is what I have to show, and then
You have to show where?
in the game, yeah.
Okay.
This is what he wants me to show.
Right.
And then he goes Rook F2, and then I'm just shocked that it's nothing. And then I go King E3. So my first instinct was like King E3, Rook C2, Rook E5. Okay, we make a draw. Then I saw Rook E5, Rook H2, Rook H2, G-H2, Rook H5. Okay, I'm pawn down. Maybe I have to sit and hold. I thought, okay, it's unnecessary. And I thought for a minute, and I thought, okay, Rook H8 I can go. G2, I just give checks, and it's just a easy draw. The moment I went Rook H8, I realized there is Bishop E6, and I resigned.
Yeah, it was like a
Yeah, it
brutal
was-
move, Bishop E6.
I should just followed my instinct. I was just trying to be smart in that position.
And then you asked him to analyze. Yeah, this is one of the most, I think, tough things, because when you lose this way, it's very difficult to sort of then get over that. So how are you able to do this? Like, you have lost, you are the emotions are there, but yet you are able to ask your opponent, let's go and analyze.
No, actually, I was more upset for the game against Param than Rapport, because I played really good game. I was quite proud of the game actually.
Against
Rapport, yeah. Okay, I thought I was quite upset at the board, but then when we got up, I was actually fine immediately. And then we looked at the game. Maybe we looked at it for like 5-10 minutes. Then after that, Vincent and Param were analyzing their game. And I stood there and started analyzing with them. And analyzing with Param is always a lot of fun. So we had Nodirbek joining in, and then I think we were analyzing for more than an hour for sure. Then Leko
joined in while
and
finding
then,
where
and
Vincent
then Erwin was there. Santos Latasa was there, so we were just having
It
a lot
was
of
like a party, yeah? Everyone
Yeah.
was joining in. And you forgot about your...
there was a lot of fun actually.
But is it true, Prag, that when you sort of win your games, the victory doesn't give you that much of happiness as much as your play, and that is the reason why even when you lose, it's the play which matters for you, not much about, of course winning and losing matters, but that does not take away your sort of...
No, it does some games, obviously, some important games. But okay, here in general, I was quite happy with that game, like how I played, I outplayed him throughout, and I was calculating really well. Just that one moment, just that 2-3 moves went wrong. It's not even because of time trouble or anything. I just blanked out for that 5 minutes, and okay, game was over. So it doesn't happen often, so can't be too worried about it.
it did not haunt you like at night, like you knew what happened exactly, so that
No, it
way it
didn't.
did.
Still it would be nice to get a win and
Sure.
be on +2 than on 50%, but yes.
Right. And Prag, does the situation of the candidates and the visa have any impact on you? Like, are you worried about it that, I have to play the candidates and visa and all of it?
No, not really. It's kind of the same case for everyone. So
Everyone. Yeah. But are you
So,
worried that, sorry, go on.
no, nothing. That's it. So I'm not really worried. They will find a solution for all of us. So. If it's only for me, then okay, I can maybe get worried. Okay, it's for a lot of
Because
players.
there are many players and...
That's
Right.
true. And are you worried for, while Vaishali is playing there, do you get up, watch her games? How is it inside the hall?
Yeah, I do, but not like too worried about her games. There is a lot to worry about in my games, so don't have a lot of time.
Vaishali.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes. Well, Prag, thank you for joining us, and also congratulations on this win. Nice win. Before the rest day, you can take a bit of, relax a bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back everyone to this final segment of the 5th round of the Prague Masters. Amruta, Prague was here, that was cool to analyze with him. And now Parham again miraculously holding the game here. He's actually having such a tenacious time at this tournament. Yeah, it's difficult to just slay him. You can actually get a winning position against Parham, but not easy to win.
As I said, like Gukesh's game, until it's over, we don't know what can happen. And it seems similar with Parham as well. And at one tempo, which, you know, when Prag was here and he was talking about that H3 move, one tempo, it changed so much.
Right. And the live position is this one. The king is trying to run. And as you rightly pointed out, if let's say we go here, white's winning drawing move, there's only one move here.
Only one?
Yes,
Let's
which draws.
try.
Maybe we can ask our viewers here, and that is the reason why that one tempo mattered, the H pawn. If it was on H3,
Of course,
you
yes.
could play H2. But right now after
Rook
rook
H8.
H8, there is no way to defend this pawn. You can go rook takes A4, but after king F2, rook F4, this position is very difficult to win because I believe that I don't even need to do much. Yes, I can just
next move king
stay.
E3, F2 is the problem. You can't go king E3.
I can go rook B8, king E6.
Rook check. So you are going into a very theoretical F and H pawn endgame, yeah?
Yeah, maybe I can check and then push your king away.
But where the practical chances of white going wrong exist, I believe.
Yeah, this is what we have reached actually, and now Rapport takes the pawn. So king F2 is on the board. This is exactly what we were analyzing. And while black can actually hold on to both his pawns, I think Parham knows that it's not possible to make progress. He goes rook H6, cutting the king off, and they're laughing somehow, you know, like.
Oh, they know it. Oh my God, Richard is laughing. That's, you know, because he was always on the winning side. That's
I
nice.
guess Parham thought Richard is okay with a draw or something like this, and then Richard said, no, I want to play on. Something like that happened, the confusion of a draw. So, actually.
But Parham is like, of course, this one, Richard, I know how to hold it. That's from his expression, basically, we can understand.
So you,
I don't think
you
any
cut
practical.
the king off, Amruta, here on the 3rd rank, right? So the only way to make progress for black then is to push his h pawn.
But then when
And
you
once you push the
that,
h pawn, my rook comes from behind and your king is not in time to save your pawn. So I'm going here. So king g6, rook h1, and there's no time, and then I take this pawn.
very similar to even rook versus pawn, right? Kings and king and rook versus king and pawn. Yeah. Cutting the third rank.
Yeah, cutting the king
No,
off.
this is just easy. Like
Very-
there are no practical chances. Normally, the practical chances which we have seen in many games where black has been able to win is when the king is advanced.
Yeah. But for Richard, it's been a tough 2 rounds. Yeah, after getting that.
No, but yesterday he got the win with Prague.
No, yesterday he drew with Vincent. This was day before yesterday. Yesterday he was pressing throughout. Remember, against Vincent, he had this beautiful space
but,
and all.
But Vincent was always right
I
there,
remember,
rock solid. It
but-
was never like
but it was tough.
Richard was winning.
For Richard in that game, right, to not get the win there. Like, he couldn't break through. And today, again, a tough round. So,
Today he was winning in many ways, I believe.
he pushes his pawn to h3. And I think this is now the last sort of accurate move. Parham plays rook b1. Rook h1 coming up. And by the way, while this game Amruta ends most likely in a draw, we would have had 3 decisive games today. And with Peter Leko here, we were discussing that today could well have been the day when we would have had 5 decisive games because Rapport was winning. Keymer had a very, very pleasant advantage which he could have converted.
Yes.
But Nguyen Thaidai one defended like this study with his rook and
Today was amazing. Also with his thoughts, Peter's stories. I think we had a lot of fun.
yeah,
Before
yeah.
the rest day, I think
fantastic.
too good.
We are all going to miss Peter Leko in the commentary. By the way, Amruta, do you see the boy behind Parham? Who's that player?
Yeah, Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yes.
And also
the
there is
way in which he sits, the intensity. It's Korobov versus Abhimanyu. Maybe we can quickly have a look at
a
it.
challenger. By the way, Richard plays. Maybe
Yeah, H2, but I mean, look at H1. It's just a draw.
side angle would be a good thing. I believe Richard is going to laugh or what towards the end of the game. Not sure. But
He goes rook H4 and now king takes F3. They will agree to a draw. They will play until the bare kings on the board, yeah.
But I like that they are making quick moves now.
Yes.
Yep, that's done. Parham, just amazing save.
Yes.
He knows that.
So he keeps
was
his
tough.
second position in the tournament with 3.5, and Richard shaking his head,
Yeah.
also discussing with.
But how is Parham managing, so many horrible positions,
No, it's just
but he's
his
saving
positive
counterplay,
attitude.
the kind of counterplay, practical play he's finding, that has to be learned. Like when you are in a very tough position, how you can still make it happen to create pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, no, it's his positivity that helps him to actually sort of survive in so many bad positions.
Yeah.
And optimism. So
Yeah, you wanted to have a look at the challengers
yeah,
very quickly.
I was just looking at.
Vaishali is also playing, I believe.
No, she lost to
With
Erwin
Erwin
Lamy
Lamy,
today.
okay.
Stalmack won his game against Rebek. Gurel won his game against Finek. Actually, Gurel, there's something very interesting here. Edis Gurel, if he makes his GM norm here, he will become a grandmaster. He needs only one final.
So he already has 2 norms.
Yeah,
and rating
and I
is
think
also.
his rating is also way
Oh.
above 2500.
Wow.
So, yeah,
have to
Turkey
keep
might
a
get
watch.
a new GM at the end of this event. And Santosh Latasa beat Rodstin.
Rodstin, after yesterday's long game where he
Yeah.
had 2 rooks and a bishop against 2 rooks, but it ended in a draw.
And Abhimanyu Mishra versus Anton Korobov here, as we see, is going on. And there, oh, Erwin and Vaishali are analyzing still.
Ah, that's why I saw them. Okay, maybe we can have a look at what's the position Korobo versus Mishra.
I think
He's a
it's
piece
a
up.
very interesting one because Abhimanyu has a rook and a knight and a pawn. Anton Korobov has a rook, knight and a bishop. So,
And I think Abhimanyu will lose a pawn, but eventually. So mostly it should end in rook bishop versus rook. And a long game.
yeah, let's have a look
And
at
an
that board.
arbiter's nightmare.
No, let's have a look at that board because they are making some moves. So,
Korobo versus Mishra.
yes.
Okay.
So, king d3. They also, Abhimanyu has less than a minute. Korobo has 6 minutes. King d3.
Oh, his threat is now rook f6,
You know,
but
if he could have taken here, king takes and taken the knight, this would be a draw if not for check and you lose the knight. So, there are of course great drawing chances here. King e6 played by Abhimanyu. And now, maybe you go knight d4 check. You try to sort of coordinate your pieces. You can also move your rook. Oh, but if you move your rook here, there is a fork. So you have to be careful.
what would you say will give better winning chances for white? Like rook bishop versus rook is draw, unless practically you want to try.
Yeah.
Or the other one is you try to create a mating net with how Korobo is trying, rook, knight and bishop were like against the king. But the H pawn
Yeah,
is
I mean,
going to
clearly
advance.
you don't want to trade the knights because if you trade the knights, you go into a theoretical drawn position.
But you don't definitely want to enter in H3, H2, H1 where it is rook knight versus.
No, but that is not a big issue because the bishop always controls this.
So you can always stop.
I want to go with my rook here, but there's this check. So I have to take care of that threat first. Maybe knight e2 makes a lot of sense here. Just bringing the knight here and then controlling this square.
But this is not easy. Wow, this is a great position actually, and whether Abhimanyu will be able to defend it or not.
Yeah, it's the difference between a good tournament and a average one when you are able to hold such positions. Because if you lose such a position, he's on +1 right now, then he'll be at 50%. But if he manages to hold this, he'll be on +1. Of course, Anton Korobov has been playing great. He's on +2 in this event.
So he's leading, yeah, the event.
He's one of the, yeah, I think he's leading the tournament, 3 out of 4. And he might be able to even convert this.
Do you want to have a look at the standings for the Masters?
Yeah, sure.
By the way, it would be updated. Standings in
the standings here. I think Nodirbek continues with 4 points out of 5. What a player! He is now world number 5, as we said. And when
Tremendous.
Amruta, you told him about world number 5, Peter Leko was very quick to say.
I know.
Let's not.
Which is very
let's
true.
not sort of break his focus here by giving him all the numbers.
But that's a fact. He has reached number 5, and for his country, Uzbekistan, it's a very big thing.
It's a huge thing. It's
I
a
mean,
huge thing to have a 19-year-old break into top 5 in the world. Parham Maghsoodloo is on 3.5. Rapport on 3. David Navara moves to 2.5. Gukesh actually, after the loss, still on 50%, 2.5. Prag also moves up to 50% with 2.5. Vincent Keymer on 2. Thaidawan on 2. Vidit on 2. And Bartel on 1 point.
Yeah, I think it was a very tough day today for Vidit and Gukesh, both of them.
Yes.
I would say at the same time for Navara and Prag, it was really a good thing.
Yes, it was a good win for them. And this is the pairing. We have a rest day tomorrow, but after that, David versus Richard, Thaidawan Nguyen versus Parham, Vidit versus Vincent, Nodirbek versus Praggnanandhaa, and Gukesh versus Mateusz Bartel. I think clearly Nodirbek versus Prag would be a very, very exciting battle.
Yeah.
And
Oh, by
also
the way,
David versus Richard, yes.
we completely forgot about, the game of the day today, because guys, you can actually go and vote for the game of the day on pragchessfestival.com/voting. Today would not be easy to decide which
Yeah.
would be the game of the day. What would be your game of the day, Sagar, for today?
My game of the day, there were 3 decisive games, Amruta. So,
But
we
I
had,
would still.
we had
I
Prag
think
winning,
still,
we had Navara winning, and we had, who was the third one to win?
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek.
I would
I would
actually
put Prag
yeah,
with
because
it.
Navara was not winning and then
Yeah.
he won, and Prague had
Prague
to find
played a
some
good game.
amazing
Yeah.
moves as well at the
I
end of
think
it
Prag's game
So
was perhaps the most.
for us. But of course, there were some confusing choices.
But also,
so
I
guys,
think
you can-
Navara might get it because he hasn't won it already. Prag got it in round 1.
because Navara's defensive move King B5 was amazing. which
Yes,
even
and also
Gukesh had missed.
he beat
Plus,
a
he
very
was
strong player.
Very strong, plus he was right there holding it no matter what, even if in a tough position. So I think you're right. It would be tricky. It would be very tricky, guys. Do check the games out, and they were very nice, and then go and vote. So tomorrow will be the rest day. I don't know if tomorrow also they can vote for the game. When the voting closes, something I'm not aware.
Yeah, maybe they can vote the entire rest day.
Okay, so what's the plan, Sagar? Maybe we call it a day?
We can, I guess this position, let me just make.
The pawn is lost
yeah,
now,
pawn is
and it
lost.
is rook, knight, bishop versus rook, knight.
Yeah.
Is it any theoretical endgame? Like I've never seen, I've never studied it, so I don't know if it is in any books.
Logically, it's a draw, right?
Yeah,
Because-
it should be with the knight.
Because if you trade the knights, it's a theoretical draw. But clearly, Korobov has all the right to play this on for another 50 moves, then trade the knights, then play for another 50 moves.
Oh my god.
So-
So that's going to last for 100 moves.
Yeah, maybe not 100, but they'll play on for another few minutes for sure.
Because yesterday I couldn't believe that there were 2 rooks and bishop versus two rooks.
He could draw, yeah. Finneck held.
That means it must not have been very easy. Practically, it was not easy.
Yeah. So maybe it's time to call it a day. We'll let people follow this game online. They can check it out online, and we wanted to cover all the games of the Masters section, and it was great fun to follow it. Tomorrow, take some rest. We will be also going here to a very special location from where we'll bring you some footage of how the players spend their rest day. Until then, take care, guys. See you.
Good night.
Stay still by my side. So pretty and so kind.
I love your lead eyes reflecting my